I think I literally alternate every time.
Either is fine.
No,
I'm used to
that's
people.
that's the worst answer.
I was gonna say I'm used to people in Fab calling me Shin, so Shin is fine.
We'll go with Shin. Right, so we are ready for game two. We've reset the stream, so thank you for rejoining us. If you were on the previous stream, that has closed, so we have a brand new one, which hopefully should work for us quite well. And yeah, we're going to be casting the second game, so we're just waiting for the players to sit, and we will get stuck in when we see what heroes they're playing, which should be pretty exciting. It seems to be another Oldham.
I think the heroes haven't changed yet.
Oh no, I mean
It,
there's an Oldham on the table.
Oldhim versus Dash. One of the classic. Well, I want to say classic matches. It actually isn't that classic, right? I'm just thinking old Dash into Bravo. But Oldhim versus Dash is a very interesting matchup. We've seen a bit of a resurgence of Dash as Oldhim was winning more and more events because she can obviously go the item plan versus more control Oldhim. Or she has her own control plan with defense reactions and things that can possibly deal with aggro Oldhim quite well. Um, and then we see Teklo Pounder, and I'm just completely wrong about what Dash is playing here. But we will see. Very interesting
Yeah,
matchup, though.
I think Dash is 100% my nemesis. I always say that Dash is not a top tier deck, and in both UK nationals, my first CC loss has been to Dash both times. One was a control dash, well, more of a mid range dash, and the other one was a straight up Teklo Pounder aggro dash that was just blew me up. Um, but we shall see how this dash does against Oldham today. I'm very excited for this matchup. I think it should be an interesting one.
Morning, Dyson. Morning, Amber. Thanks for joining us today. Um, yeah, I agree. It's nice. Well, it's interesting to see Dash come back in multiple forms, right? Because obviously, right before PT, she had this aggro version of her pop up, and at the Singapore calling, and it became after that there were a lot of people on that list, and then as Oldhim became more common. And Prism went Living Legends, we actually started seeing her old control or hybrid self come back.
Yeah, it's it's
So
it's a flexibility, and the aggro dash was always around, just didn't quite have enough kill in it to not deck out before the opponent could block you out. But the printing of Teklo Pounder, essentially a zero cost +6 damage, has I guess pushed that aggro list over the edge. And again, the inclusion of things like Talishar, essentially an extra 12 damage across the game, rather than pistols. It's starting to become its own thing. This aggro dash deck, but as Shin was saying at the very beginning, it's not too much of an opportunity cost to throw the um the the induction chambers and the plasma purifiers in, and then you've
yeah.
suddenly got a control deck, and that is a really interesting dynamic for sitting in front of a dash player.
You
Okay,
do have to be careful though, because your items don't block at all, right? So if you are in front of an aggro Oldhim and you decide to start plopping down or filling your deck with these items that don't block, it might be slightly concerning. But I do think the armor choice of Dash might be giving us a hint into what he's playing with the Iron Rod gloves.
mm.
Um, that seems to be quite a defensive choice.
It's
So we
very
might see,
defensive. Yeah,
and he starts the game with Plasma Purifier, which just in my head confirms that he might be trying to go the long game with induction chambers and Plasma Purifier. Set up Exodia kind of field presence where he has all his items, and there comes the induction chamber turn zero.
that's a
That's a
really
very strong,
strong opener.
yeah, very strong start for the Dash player here. Oldhim can't be happy seeing that. I think you can even tell it from their face. Um, Yeah,
I would like just I thought that was a really interesting choice to open with the plasma purifier over the induction chamber.
mhm.
I feel like I would I'm not a dash player, but I feel like I would always open with induction just to get that go
I
wide.
think I think that used to be how Dash would do it back in the crew days, but I think now a lot of people start with the plasma purifier just to try to put an awkward breakpoint for old him rather than
Mm.
just giving him crown and hammer, crown and shield blocking fully for two.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
because you don't want to give him value on his shield. But we do have an interesting choice here from the Oldham player, which is playing Sledge into Dash. I'm not sure if he maybe expected an aggro dash and thought that Sledge would be better.
Mm.
Um, and then he heaves in a Thunderquake in his arsenal. So maybe it's just a very aggro play, but pitch a blue or pitch three rather, create three um, tokens and put a card face up in your arsenal so that it's cheaper next turn.
Yeah, it's a really interesting choice because you know that rampart is going to get really good value against the pistol and the go wide rampart of the ram's head, but obviously the oldhim has not chosen to run that, and I that makes me think that this oldhim is going to go gas, is going to try and hit hard, and try and push through damage and not sit back and let the dash player make exodia as Shin was saying.
We say this, but we see the spinal being used to block. But I guess once you have Thunderquake and Arsenal, that makes sense that you're blocking with attack cards. Um, just because you need to get it out of your arsenal. Because once you lose the Surging Strikes, having a card that was heaved in arsenal can be quite difficult to then clear out your arsenal. Um, I'm not sure if I'm right about the text on Crown, but I can't remember if Crown of Seeds says that the cards need to be face down or if you could actually crown a card that's face up.
It's a really good
Uh,
question. Let's consult the big book of Fab, typed
yeah,
furiously into FAB-DB. Face
Crown
down
does
card,
say
yeah.
yes.
Um, got a few comments in the chat. People saying, "I think aggro is the better way to play versus Dash in the late game." Sorry, aggro is the better way to play against Dash because in the late game she just always out damages you. So yeah, it's going to be uh, tough to outcompete in that late game against the Dash player.
Uh, and
We have lost our screen again, unfortunately. That could be a problem. We may have to switch
uh,
to an alternative camera, I think, for the next game, unfortunately. 'Cause we
mhm.
keep losing our camera, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. We thought we might have resolved it by resetting the stream, but sadly, it does not appear to be the case. So we will have to. I'm not sure if we're going to get anyone coming over to fix it, which is an issue. But hopefully, oh, actually, maybe someone is sat by it now. One of the judges might actually be able to reset it for us because we know there's a judge sat on this table for the stream, and I think they may have been instructed in how to reset it. So we'll see if we get the camera back sometime soon. But yeah, I think it's an interesting matchup. This Oldham versus Dash. It's like Shin was saying at the start. Dash versus Bravo was very much the OG. Well, it wasn't OG because it wasn't Welcome to Wraith, but it was like Arcane. Well, Arcane and Crew, especially when they printed Plasma Purifier. But being able to go super wide, blocking out the Bravo's big attack with defense reactions. I guess that this aggro build of Dash probably doesn't have the same defense reaction density
So
that the old version did.
I agree. The aggro build doesn't, but I don't think this is the aggro build. I think this version does run defense reaction. We've seen them crop up in the deck more recently. And actually, just reading the play blinds, I think Dash took the damage from Thunderquake and then played a Spark of Genius because there was some
Mm,
deck shuffling going on. And we now see on screen the camera's back. We do see the second induction chamber. So Dash is really setting up their board quickly, but they're also taking a lot of damage doing so.
Yeah, this
And it's
Oldham
gonna
has
come down.
come in with a lot here. It looks
Mhm.
like I can't quite identify the card with under the 19. It
I
looks to be
believe
an
it's
open
an
old.
Oakenol. Yeah. Um, I'm not sure what the one symbolizes, but considering it's 9, it might be even a fused Oakenol. Um,
I think it possibly is just a naked oaken old, because the dash doesn't appear to be.
oh, yes, because it might not be a 9. It might be a 1 and a 6 for 7.
Oh,
Wait, that doesn't make.
we got it. We got it, guys. We we worked it out. The dash player has taken a huge chunk of damage, but they have
Mhm.
assembled a very nice board state. They've got both plasmas, 2 inductions, and it might just be time for the dash to sit back
Start
and start
blocking out.
blocking.
Yeah. I mean, Oldham is on 34 here, while Dash is on 19. That is quite a large life discrepancy. But as you said, if Dash is able to just stabilize now, just block out, give Oldham a lot of cards on each turn, keep a blue, and just like, put load all her items, is going to be an interesting long game for Dash. But this is where the aggro Oldhim deck is very interesting because you obviously have the dominate attacks. We actually see the pummel come in as well. Um, Big turn for Oldhim, but we then see an unmovable from Arsenal. So the Dash player is running a lot of defense reactions, as we were said. He kept a blue, loads a few of his items, and then passes turn. Um, He did take some damage in that turn though. Now down to 16. And we see Oldham playing E Strike, probably 5 go again. Um,
And we're just seeing the dash player block out now, which is, the Oldham managed to get a pummel on an attack, but the dash had it covered with the unmovable. And now we're seeing the block. It's only a block for 3,
mhm.
but maybe there's a sync, if it's a 7, maybe there's a sync coming, but so it's the dash player really doesn't want to be taking any damage now.
Yeah. Oh, the double E Strike. And a card left behind. So not sure if this one is coming in for 7. I would assume it's 7, and then the card goes in Arsenal. Um, Very very difficult for the dash because we keep saying they don't want to take any damage, but Oldhim is presenting very frustrating breakpoints here. Like 5 and 7s are not easy to block, right? And
Mm.
you're going down very quickly. Dash being down on 14, even with that board, Dash actually need to keep 2 blues to really like turn on that board and actually have a kind of turn with it. One blue works, but then you might end up being fatigued or losing to dominate. So Dash has their board set up, but they might have taken too much damage in the process.
Yeah,
Uh,
especially with the density of dominate attacks that Oldhim now runs. We the dash is gonna wanna try and get a defense react into Arsenal every turn, but, they might not draw it, like, or they might be stuck with an item in hand because we
mhm.
can see 2 induction, 2, plasma. It's a possibility they run 3 of
uh,
each.
Sorry, I believe the second E stroke was 5 draw a card.
Ah.
Because Dash blocked with 1 card but only took 2 damage.
That makes sense.
And kept 2 blues, and now they do their big turn where they're gonna shoot the gun 3 times, coming for. Well, they only used one plasma purifier, so for 3 each, rather than using both plasma purifiers and coming for 4. Um, so yeah, that's still like 3 hits of 3 on just 2 blues, and then refilling your items as well.
The dash
Actually, he
player
might have used.
is gonna it's gonna be a patient game now. The dash player still
Mhm.
got 2 block, 1 block on the, the furnace, the foundry heart, sorry, and a
Very
block
good
on the
point.
gauntlet.
Yeah.
That's going to be useful for closing out those breakpoints on the really s- strong cards, or if he misses on a defense reaction, for example, on a dominate. But it is a
Mhm.
risky one. We know that this Oldhim is got some pretty aggressive cards in the deck. We've seen sort of Rouse the Ancients, which is pretty easy to put in, but it's still a relevant card that allows the Oldhim to go wide and potentially present two really big attacks. And the Oldhim has a life lead that allows him to keep a big hand. He has taken a bit of
Mhm.
damage here. He should hopefully be able to do that a couple more times to keep the damage they want. But we'll see how the Oldhim responds, essentially.
Yeah, that is kind of the issue, right? Because all of them can just take that damage to the face, keep the majority of their hand that they can play. I mean, he blocked with a CNC and comes in with a Thunderquake. Like that is a lot of damage that was being directed here, and he keeps a card in arsenal. His tunic is not up, and I don't think he'll have any pitch left. Um, so at the very least, there is no Pummel being threatened for this turn.
And again, we see a bit of damage leaking through on the dash. Not able to completely shut down that big attack. Not a huge amount, but we're getting to the stage where these little numbers are going to add up. These breakpoints that the
Hmm.
the Oldhim is presenting.
Especially when Pummel is in the game, right?
Exactly.
Like at this stage, Pummel is terrifying when you're down to 9. Uh, Hammer Pummel just kills you outright as well. Uh, but we
It's a
see
good
Dash
point.
do
Yeah.
what
I
we
didn't
see
think
Dash
about
do what she does.
Sledge and Pummel. That actually is going to cover the, you know, we're going to see the hopefully see the dash block those hammers out. But if the
Hmm.
Oldhim can also get the hit effect off on Pummel and attack, even if the
Yeah.
dash manages to keep one card in hand and then they lose that to the Pummel, even if they survive, that's their turnover essentially. So if they haven't set up their items.
But the Oldhim also has a lot of go wide cards, as we're seeing with Zealous Belting. Gives it go again. Um, we saw a lot of like Easter eggs as spouting, so I would assume those are the 6 go wide cards he has in his deck. Um, but they are problematic for Dash, and we see one of the defense reactions comes out of Dash here with Fate Foreseen, blocking the damage,
And the
and we
Pummel.
have the pummel.
Which is just what we were talking about, being able to force that additional discard on by playing it on an attack rather than the hammer is going to be big here,
Hmm.
and that's going to really push damage through. But perhaps the Oldham player is thinking he responds with the defense react. Maybe he doesn't have another one, uh, and also it's going to be really awkward if he has, say, an unmovable because that's just going to not. It's just going to kind of overblock this. I think it's
Yeah.
5 and 4. And the blocking with the defense react for 4. So pushing the damage through, it's looking pretty tough for the dash. We've lost the video feed again, but we can keep chatting about the matchup and what we're seeing. It's how do you feel about this? Purely, is this a favored matchup for Dash, or is the fact that Oldhim has moved to this much more aggressive, or a lot of Oldhims have moved to a much more aggressive build, mean that they're actually able to go over the top a lot of these sort of standard defense reactions that the Dash is running? What do you think about that, Shin?
I think if this was like an controlled Oldhim, right, the start we had seen from Dash would have been the best thing ever, right? I don't think Control Oldhim could have had a chance to come back from that kind of start. But I think Aggro Oldhim definitely makes the matchup. I'm going to be a fence sitter here and say 50-50 because I don't have a good answer. Um, but I could see it going both ways, right? In this case, Dash had to take a lot of damage early on. So actually getting those items quickly might have been a blessing and a curse, right? Because
Mm.
if you get them early, it means you can't really block and you just have to take that damage. Well, maybe if you had had a chance to like get your defense reactions early, set them in arsenal, maybe like take a bit of a slower turn, you wouldn't be in the situation and you would still have your items. It would just have taken longer. Um,
Yeah, I agree. I think, and yeah, just to clarify, we have lost the camera, but we will work to bring that back for you guys. But yeah, I think that the you're completely right when you say it was a bit of a curse in disguise, almost getting those items. You look at the
mhm,
board state and you think, well, this is great for the dash, but then you look at the life totals and know that the amount of dominate and damage that the Oldham player can push through, and you think, has the dash got enough life to actually make use of this board state? And it really says something about the matchup that the dash player can assemble a board state of this. Essentially, what this happened within the first few turns. He
mhm.
started with plasma, got down the induction turn one, but he's just leaking a little bit there. I gotta say, the old him has taken a lot of health. He's gone right down to 15 now, and he needs to start thinking, how much damage can I realistically take to put the pressure on in order to shut this game out? 15 is pretty tough. It's a pretty close one. This actually.
I'm wondering if it was a blue pummel actually that came on the Zealous belting, because Dash took 2 damage and then discarded a 0 to 60. So I can't think of a card that would block
Mm.
other than if it was a blue pummel. And we see the Okinold for for 6, sorry, and
Oh, and
another
another
pummel.
pummel. That's good. He gets the 2 card block, but it's not covered.
But there's a defense reaction. Uh,
Is that a red pummel? That's the real question. I can't see, but if it is, it won't quite be covered by the. And yeah, I think it is, and I think that the dash player is going to take a hit and then just draw up. Um, yeah, that's another good use. The Olden player really trying to maximize that pummel additional effect when you play
mhm.
it on attack action. You get that discard, and for a dash player that just wants to keep 1 card in order to load items and pop off, super strong. Just shows again the power of Oak and Old. Like even if you can't fuse it, coming in for 7 is a great relevant number.
I mean,
Um,
7 for 3 is a
yeah,
interesting
but
rate. Um,
and really good slap back here from the Oldhim. Being
mhm.
able to force a full card block from the dash. It's no good if your follow up is not relevant. But we can see here he's got the the one with go again. So,
Zealous belting.
thank you, thank you, thank
Yeah.
you, co-commentator
Uh,
Christian.
I do believe it's his fifth turn extender,
Mm.
so he should only have one more Zealous belting in deck at this stage. Um, but getting them so early on presents a lot of damage, and I see a lot of cards just got pitch to play a Thunderquake from Arsenal. So this turn alone, we can't really tell if it's a red Thunderquake, but I'm gonna assume it might be. Is
That's 10
presenting,
damage.
yeah, uh, and you know, damage just leaks through little by little, with Dash just being unable to really keep a lot of cards. And if you can't keep cards, well, then you can't use your items, and it just, it feels like the aggro Oldhim has Dash in a bit of a, I want to say Kodachi lock, but that's not really it. I'm not sure what to call it here. And we see the sledge come in for 6. Again, once you're down to 4, anything is presenting lethal. So sledge for 6. If he has a pummel or something, but I don't know how many cards he has in hand. I can't tell right now. Does he have 2 cards? Can he
He
play the pummel?
pitched to he it was a full card hand because he managed to block out the dash player just completely blocked out that
Right.
Thunderquake. I mean, they took 1 damage, leaked to damage, but blocked the Thunderquake out. The Oldhim came. The Oldhim is checking the grave, which is a very strong indication that he's got a pummel in hand and he's looking for defense reactions. And he does play the pummel out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the I mean, the stream cuts out. I like the hype is bit. I just want to know what happened. I'm assuming that
Yeah.
this is like
I
such a
think there
tease.
was a defense
It's
reaction
gotta be. It's gotta
just
be.
based just based on the smiles of the people involved. I think there was a defense reaction here.
We love to create
Actually,
this artificial drama by
there was a there was a double defense reaction. I saw two sync belows go in one turn right before the camera cut.
Yeah,
Um,
so the dash has this completely covered. Yeah, he completely blocks this out. He takes the he gets the two defense reacts down. We see that just before the stream cuts out. He's still giving up 3 cards. That probably means he's got 1 left with which he
mhm.
can, start doing a big turn against the Oldhim. And the Oldhim
And we see some
really
damage slips through.
yeah, Oldhim really needs to keep a big hand. So, we've seen him with 4 card hands pushing through 1 damage. And, that was good for the Oldhim. That's what he needs to do. He needs to push through
And
as
the
much
old him just
benefits
took
as
9
possible.
damage, from those 3 gun hits at 3 each. He just took everything, kept his whole hand, which is going to be concerning for Dash here. But going down to 6 is definitely risky if Dash is able to block out. But with a lot of defense reactions gone, it might not be the easiest thing to block out here.
Yeah, the Olden player needs, he's just seen the Dash player play 2 defense reactions from the same hand. He must be thinking, right, the defense reaction ratio is, they're being played, they're in the grave. We saw him check the grave. We just see some damage come through actually on the Dash. Um, but is he able to push through?
Interesting. We see an erase face on the Dash's graveyard, and some chip damage came through. So I think the 2 block on erase face might have been
Yeah.
um,
That's not what you
a
want to
bit of an
see in your
issue.
hand when you're on the back foot trying to preserve as much life as possible. I'm assuming that was a full hand block from the Dash. Because we're not seeing any loading here. It's gone back to the Oldham, and
Hmm.
the Oldham player is now 2
Takes the
life points away
tunic.
from being able to win this game. But can he
Hmm.
get through the 2 damage against this very, very defensive Dash player? Still 1 block on Foundry Heart, and he still has his boots with no block, but the potential to push more pistols through. Or
The zealous beltings being gone is actually very relevant here. If Oldhim can't extend his turns, a lot of his moves are telegraphed. So getting an unmovable could actually really help you swing everything around.
so
Um,
we see the tear and the tear asunder and the sledge. Does
so
the
7 with the on-hit trigger
And I think that's
dominate.
it. That's the
Yeah,
game. The
the
the Dash
dominate
player
was good enough.
ran out of defense reactions. So the Oldham player, he took the damage where he needed to. He needed to push through. He was getting ones and twos through, and that was it. He sees the double defense reaction on the previous turn, thinks this is probably thy best shot. I don't think there was a card in Arsenal, so he knows that well, I can't quite recall if there was a card in Arsenal, but this is the best time for him to push through this 7 dominate against 2 health opponent. And maybe even that erase face, that 2 block on the erase face that we saw being blocked really might have affected that matchup. Dash is normally a
Hmm.
very consistent blocking deck, 3 blocks across the board if it's as long as it's not an item. Um, but that's not what you want to see in your hand when you're coming up against uh, the end game there, where you just need to keep your life alive so you can attack again with your weapons. But it's like you said, Shin. The getting the items down was great, but the life total the health point cost was basically that was the game because he couldn't get
Yeah.
the items to in play to use them effectively.
Uh, and just to answer a few questions in chat, so Adam, we will be streaming Table 1. So I think the assumption would be that we get XOs until we start draft, and then we will try to keep track of people's records. But hopefully, until the second round of draft, we should have XOs. The person who won is the Oldham player. I will not attempt to murder their name, uh, but very close game. Very well played from Agro Oldham here. Very rough start as well. I think when you see all the items come down, you can't be happy about that. And he kept his cool, kept it all. Very refined plays and just kept pushing damage and threats and disrupting until Dash couldn't deal with it anymore.
It's just these big
And
numbers, isn't it? Throwing down tens, throwing down sevens with dominate, throwing down eights. Dash can cover
with a
that.
lot of pummels, a lot of pummels. I think
Yeah,
we saw 4 or 5 pummels being played.
and the key thing from the Oldham player was that he got the pummels off on the
It's
attack.
okay. We're not on stream anymore. You're
Oh,
just
what?
talking to me now.
I was right. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Anyway, yeah. Um, cool. I think we covered that really easily. Looks like we've got someone on camera resetting duty, so that's good.
Yes.
Da, da,
Or
da.
are we on stream? Wait, let me check the
Maybe
stream
we're
because
still on stream.
there is a dust. Oh, sorry, we were still on stream. Uh, okay, I think we're not on stream anymore. Uh,
No, I think we are on stream.
oh, we're still on stream. Sorry, guys, we're trying through the stuff here and looking at the OBS. We can see our mics being picked up. Um, yeah. Any closing statements then?
Any closing statements? Well, thank you for everyone's patience with the camera issues. As I said, I think we have someone
Hmm.
now covering that and resetting the camera. So we'll try and keep the audio commentary going while the camera's down. It should be back in a couple of minutes, or maybe a minute when it goes down. So we'll try and keep fixing that. But I think so far my main thoughts has been I've really enjoyed both of the games. Two Oldhams, but Dash this time, and we had a Icelander the first time. It's been some pretty good stuff. I really enjoyed that last game. I thought that was a really good close matchup between the two.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. I'm looking forward to seeing the meta breakdown. I expected a lot more Briar. True, we've only seen 2 games, but we've seen a lot of very strong Briar players come out of Poland. So I thought Briar would be the flavor of the day, but I guess with Oldham being there, it's not as easy a time for Briar. So maybe a lot of Briar player picked a different deck.
I think I'll be honest. I do think the Briar has dropped off quite a lot. I think the Briar gets a really good matchup out of Prism, or used to get a really good matchup out of Prism, and it's just not that there anymore for them. And it's still a good aggressive deck, but I think Fly is coming out as a more consistent aggro deck, and I think people are gravitating towards that. You play
Yeah,
Briar and it's all great.
you're not at all biased in that
No,
opinion
no, no,
about
no.
Fly, are you?
I don't want to play more Fiberers, so you know that I'm being honest there.
Fair enough. Um, Sorry, we're just seeing some of the changes being made to the stream, uh, and there are discussions about changing to another camera. So we'll see if that happens. Um,
Yeah, we got to give full credit here to the setup. We're having some issues with the Elgato, but like it's been we've really like been impressed with how this has been set up, allowing us to cast
mhm.
from the UK for the Polish. They're all the way over in Poland. We're in the UK. We just sat in our rooms casting this morning, and it's we've been really well supported. With information about the players and who to look out for. And it's you know I personally been really impressed with how they've set this up, how FAB-LAB have set this up for us. So we will try and resolve some of the video issues, but I think so far the
And the,
games have been of high enough quality that we've been able, and the players have been really clear about what they're doing, so we've been able to cast regardless of the video being there or not.
I think it's gonna get interesting once we're in draft and we don't know all the cards as well, especially some of the more unique cards that might show up in Dromai or Iceland.
I was gonna say
Um,
I certainly know the Fire cards, but yeah, not so much the Icelander and the Dromai cards. I'm a serial Five Forcer. That's the way I roll. But
It will be
yeah,
interesting to see if other nations agree with what is, to me, a very UK choice of forcing Fi in draft as much as possible. Um,
yeah. Great. Nice one. We will
Cool.
take a break and come back
For 15 minutes. We'll be back
in
in
15
15
minutes.
minutes.
All the best.
See you all in a bit.
Oh, switching back. Hello, hello.
We
Are we back?
Hello.
We are back. I can see desktop audio going all over the place. So that must mean that we are back. So, hello everyone. We've switched cameras. We have gone over to a new cam, which will hopefully be a bit more stable. Quality is not quite as good, but hopefully it will stay stable for you, and we will try and give you the coverage of the game as well we can. We've taken a few things away, like I think we've decided to turn the face cams off just so that we have as much power on the main cam as possible, essentially. All power to forward thrusters, basically. That's what we're doing right now.
Sorry, I'm just checking on stream that everything is fine. But yes, everything Dan just said is accurate. We're about to start round 3. We are still on table 1. As he mentioned, we've lost the player cam, which is a bit sad, but hopefully now that means the main camera won't drop nearly as much.
Yeah.
Um, and after round 3, there'll be a break of about, I believe in the schedule is an hour and a half for drafting, but we'll keep you updated as it goes on. And we have our new players joining the table. I believe that's another Dash player that we're seeing. And are they playing against? I see Starvo Sleeves, a
Bravo,
Bravo
though.
player,
Oh, this should
the
be good.
actual OG matchup.
This is exactly
Uh,
what we were talking about before. The classic matchup. Has Bravo gained anything in the few sets since this was the classic CC matchup that will allow him to take this
mhm.
game? I guess we don't even know if the dashes could be an aggro dash. So
And equipment matters a lot here as well. I don't think we've seen many Dravos go the route of a one-handed hammer and shield, but technically they could.
yeah, it's I don't know how many of them put the Titan's Fist in their list. If they do, then obviously you want to shield with it. They've only got access to Rampart, but it's pretty good against Dash.
Mm-hmm. Um, and we have both players setting up. It will be interesting to see what Dash goes for. Um, is there a world where you just go aggro here? I don't think so, right? If you're aggro Dash and you don't have the other items in your deck list, you're kind of sad to see this matchup because Bravo can just block you out very efficiently throughout the game.
Bravo's just got so much equipment, essentially starting the game with, you know, 50 life, 50 plus, you know, around 50 life. That aggro dash is not going to want to play into that, and Bravo can block so well. I think if this is a
But
straight up aggro dash, it's going to be really tough.
we've already seen one control dash, so maybe this will be our second control dash. I think once we see the item in play,
It is a
uh,
induction, so it's looking very traditional, uh, classic dash, uh, with
uh,
tunic, the pay one block two gauntlet, skull cap, and boots. Quite hard to
in
see
which
the
case,
boots, but pretty sure it's Achilles.
this matchup, I think it might actually be Ironhide boots.
Yeah, that's why
Uh,
I was like, can I? Is it? That's a fair shout though. If you're not planning to boost, then get the extra block in, right?
mhm. And you have skull cap as well.
It's the pay one block two boots as well as the
Yeah.
pay one block two gauntlets. So that's
So
an interesting one.
very controlled dash player. Even like just the choice of skull cap now that Crown of Providence is in the game shows that it's most likely going to be a long game here for Dash going in, and they want to get as much armor block as they can. Um,
Yeah.
so
Still
I think this is
prefer
going to be.
I still prefer Crown of Providence in this matchup because you know there's a good chance that the Bravo is running like CNC pummel,
That is
and
true.
there's a very good chance that you've got a handful of defense reactions and something you want. It's an interesting one. I think I see a second induction in the Dash player's opening hand as well. I can't not sure who's going first. That could either be really good for the Dash or it could be very hard because they might not be able
Uh,
to block. But Bravo's probably going to
so
dominate something anyway. So
so I do have our trusty spreadsheet comes in for the Bravo player Mattison is actually does have a lot of good records from previous games. He was I'm gonna read top ninth at National 2021, top 64 at the PT Lille, the calling New Jersey champion, Mateusz Sass. So
oh, this
very
is the calling New Jersey champion. Oh, that's it. That's great. Well, definitely going to be a great game then. That was
Mhm.
a big win for the team Poland. That the calling
and
New Jersey
if
was very competitive.
and if it is a different Mattison, I'm very sorry for confusing
Yeah.
you.
So we see here, I think that's Showtime, which the Dash player is probably going to be pretty happy about because they do have the induction in hand, and
Chamber
they
in hand.
probably
Yep.
don't want to be blocking out a big turn, something big from the Bravo here. So the Bravos just decided to set up something that that does allow a little bit of breathing room for the Dash player.
And it's heaving the pulverize in Arsenal. That's a really big turn for Bravo, right? I do think this matchup is going to be very similar to the last matchup, where Dash is going to try to set up their items. Bravo is going to try to get a life differential that is as large as they can, as early on as they can, and try to disrupt the Dash once Dash is on too low life to really follow through their game plan. So well, we have a different hero here. I think the game plan is very similar. Um,
We do. So
I mean,
we talked over it, but the dash did get the second induction down, but
mhm.
essentially for free. But the Bravo player is now coming back with what appears to be a dominated pulverize. So let's see if the dash managed to get a D react in Arsenal. I mean, I think either way, there's probably going to be some
um,
damage coming through here.
uh, yes, pulverize comes in for I forget 10 or 12. I think it's 12.
I think it's
Uh,
14.
14. Never mind
Yeah, because
10.
it's the only card that on its own turns on Rouse the Ancients, right? So you just need that in Rouse and a blue, and you can play it, which is pretty cool.
I did not know that. So
Fun
fact of the day.
fact. Yeah. Yeah,
But
there's
yeah,
probably a card I'm
14
not thinking of, though.
dominate. Good turn, you know?
It's
14
pretty big.
dominate. Uh, the on-hit effect here not as relevant. Your next attack next turn gets -4, but Dash is not very likely to have that many big attacks as they load up their items and build their board. We do see a spark of genius in the Dash's hand, so he might try to build their board even further, but ends up taking 11 damage. So he takes he blocks with one card, takes 11 damage to the face, and is gonna set up his board um, a bit more, most likely.
We're seeing a very
Um,
similar opening than we saw in the other game. The Dash player is getting the cards they want to see. They're getting the sparks, they're
mhm.
getting the inductions down. But this Bravo player is making the Dash player pay for it. He got that one induction down, but the Bravo player's start was so strong with that Showtime pulverizing, Showtime and the pulverize, getting that off. The Dash player didn't have a defense reacting arsenal, pushing through a huge amount of damage,
And
and it's going to be tough.
an interesting card in the Dash's pitch zone with his Findall's, and I can't remember the rest of the name's card. The one
Fighting spirit, I believe.
right, that allows you to heal as well. So very control oriented with some healing in which might actually be the difference as when we saw Dash versus Oldhim, a bit of healing could have gone a long way there. So very interesting card in this matchup. I've seen a few Bravo lists also run it as a blue, just because it allows you to heal and it's a decent blue attack. So, some interesting French cards. And we see the Plasma Purifier also come down for the Dash player. So, Dash is setting up, same as last game. Can Bravo disrupt and push more damage through than Dash can deal with?
And Findels is a really interesting card because Dash needs a really good reason to run anything that's not a Mechanologist card because there are occasions where
Uh,
you want to boost, and if you hit that, you're not very happy. Oh, Crippling Crush. What a back-to-back
uh,
couple of turns here from the
Crippling
Bravo.
Crush dominate as well. Um, no floating, or is there some floating? I can't tell. But there is still one card left behind. That could be a pommel. I'm gonna assume no floating, because Crippling Crush Bravo is an expensive turn. And we see the armor. Oh no,
Yeah, I think the
it
Dash player
was.
thought it might not have been dominated and put some cards down, but I think you're right, Shin. It appears to be a dominated Crippling Crush.
Yeah.
I mean, Bravo is on the stack. Oh no, it's a is that reinforce the line? Oh, it's a terrible turn of events for the Dash player. Has double reinforced the line, but it's a non-attack action. I think that's what that is, right? Oh, it would have been an
No,
incredible shutout of the dominated attack, but he blocks with the non-attack, which you can't buff with reinforce the line. Needs to be an
it's
attack
real.
action card. So that's why we see the cards go down there. Uh, yeah, very unfortunate turn of events there for the Dash player.
Oof, that is rough, especially since I believe the brothers in arm. But it looks like the Bravo player has accepted for Dash to take back their play and change it. Uh,
Yeah, they
so,
did exchange that. That's a very good, very well played by the Bravo player there. Missed that. So
mhm,
good sportsmanship and gamesmanship there from the Bravo player, allowing that swap because that would have been pretty devastating to leave the Dash player with not much of a turn as well after that. So yeah, does shut out the most of the damage, but not all of it. So it would be 4, 4, and 2 with the brothers. So he does take a dink and he does lose the some cards. I think that's what happened.
mhm. But he gets to. Oh no, he doesn't get to keep any card, but gets to limit the damage taken.
Yeah. And he's still got one card in Arsenal, and we're back over to the I think we're back over to the Bravo player. Oh no,
I think this is.
he pistols. Yeah, he pistols. So.
This is the scary thing playing into Bravo is once they have the tempo, if they can keep those big turns going, it is a very weird spot to be in. And looking at the Bravo's hand, there was a Spinal Crush and maybe something else. Can't really tell. Oh, and he decides to block with the Spinal Crush. Um, so maybe it was another Spinal Crush. No, he plays. Sorry, I can't tell very clearly what he plays there.
It's a 6 power card. Kind of hard for us to see which one it is because our stream is a little bit lower quality than what you guys have got on the live stream. We do see a block, and again the shutting that down. So the dash player is doing a decent job here of retaining
Oh,
his life total.
so this is a card from Monarch that we haven't seen much of. I believe it's called Overpower, which is no, it's not Overpower. That's a warrior card. Um, I believe if I remember what the card does, it's something like if it's not blocked, gets go again,
Mm.
or something like this. I am scouring FAB-DB trying to remember what the card does. I'll let you take over while I do that then.
Yeah, no worries. It's an interesting card. It's an interesting card choice. But again, it's just trying to push through those dominate effects, trying to. But the dash player is shutting it down. The dash player has an incredibly defensive deck. Running reinforce the line, running these defense reactions. Reinforce the line. I put reinforce the line in my. I think I just saw a. Yeah, was that Heart of Find? That can't be a Heart Finder, but just a very defensive deck from the dash. He's trying to build this board like we talked about in the other game, but the dash is doing a much better job of retaining that life total. But obviously, Bravo has much easier access to dominate than Oldham does. Pay two, dominate a card, a 3 cost card, and that the dash player needs to keep hitting those defense reactions. Um,
Right.
but
It was Out Muscle, a card that we haven't seen that
yes,
hasn't seen much play, but when Out Muscle isn't defended by a card with equal or greater attack, it has go again. And it was coming in for 6. And thanks to Paul Wright, who also pointed out that it was Out Muscle. Um, and hello to James and Baz the Bard.
yeah. Hi everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. This is a great game. We're seeing this Bravo is going absolutely ham. We're seeing another dominated crippling crush. There's
Hmm.
no let up in the pressure. It's been pulverized, crippling crush, big turns, going. With the out muscle and just trying to push through as much as he can. Like we talked about in the other game, every bit of damage is going to matter because that dash player is just going to keep building that board.
But we are seeing Unmovable, and the Dash player does have an Oasis Respite in hand.
The dash
So
player is
Dash is.
so defensive. And
Hmm.
we saw a blue sift, didn't we, in the dash deck as well?
Yes.
I guess that's useful for clearing out cards from hand that you don't want potentially, but really fascinating build here from the dash. Like really throwing. I see E strike. I assume this is just a dash player that is never boosting because you can't run this many
And
generics and still have a 60 card mechanologist deck, surely.
the unmovable, another unmovable that goes into Arsenal, or that will go into Arsenal. So, and I believe the card that was put at the bottom by E Strike was an Oasis Respite for
Hmm.
the second cycle. So Dash is very much playing the long game, and blocking these large attacks while trying to set up a bit more slowly than in the previous game. But Bravo is just keeping a lot of cards, taking some chip damage, and then swinging back with these huge haymakers. And we've seen Bravo use his Crown of Providence and sink another card there. So it is um, followed by a Zealous Belting. So again, one of those turn extenders that we've seen Guardian play recently with E-strikes. So typically they might have about 6 of these turn extenders in their deck. And we see the pummel played on the Zealous Belting. Very
Yeah.
similar to last game. Again, with the Guardian trying to capitalize and punish using those pummels. And if there are no other defense reactions other than the unmovable, it might be a bit awkward for Dash, but he plays
And
the
if he's
unmovable.
he does, yeah, because he did I think he was quite a good bait.
Hmm.
Blocks there's a 2 block on there, gets the pummel out, and then follows up with the unmovable. I like that a lot because if you don't present any block, I think the Bravo thinks, "Ah, maybe I'll keep the pummel." Throwing just 2 down, it gets the Bravo player thinking, "Okay, maybe he doesn't have the 4 defense reaction for my 4 attack." So a very nice play by the Dash player there. I actually think that was a very sensible way to do it. Because you wanna make
And
sure you get those unmovables on the right cards.
and the card pitched for that unmovable was a last resort, and then he blocked with Findo's Fighting Spirit, which I believe allows him to heal.
Mm.
So the a very very long game being predicted by the Dash player here. They're gonna try to maybe even I'm not gonna say fatigue Bravo, but definitely go into the later parts of the game, um, and just try to stay alive
I
and
mean, at
get
this
their
point,
game
I
plan
wouldn't
live.
even be surprised to see the Dash player throwing down some sigils. Like the type of cards
Yeah.
in this deck are it's so defensive, and and why not? You've got one of the best engines in the game with plasma purifiers and induction chambers to close out the late game. Why not build a incredibly defensive list when you know there's going to be Oldhams and Bravos that have been forced into this much more aggressive playstyle because of heroes like Icelander and Fi who can overpower the more defensive builds, and this Dash
And I
player is
believe
capitalizing on it.
that Bravo is checking his graveyard to see what threats are left in the deck and how much pressure he can keep pushing here. Because we're we're making it sound like Dash has been blocking really well, which they have, but they're still on 18 life points, right? They've taken a lot of damage to only set up 3 items,
Mm,
and Bravo is bringing a lot of dominated pressure.
exactly, and the Bravo's been running really hot. Playing like we say, playing these flashy cards, but the the Bravo player doesn't necessarily have that many of them. Needs to think, how do I win this game? Like in the previous one, how do I get that final kill on what he now knows is, you know, one of the most defensive dashes I've seen uh,
Hmm.
for some time. You know, and we'll see how this pans out.
And now we have a hammer for 4
Yeah,
after blocking out.
hammer for 4. Just the dash
So the
players got us to
first,
respect, but
I was gonna
think
say,
so.
it's the first slower turn we've seen here from Bravo. Uh, and the Dash player does get the defense reaction to block that quite well.
And this is a really good opportunity for the dash player to potentially set up an arsenal with a defense react, potentially play uh, out another item if they have it.
Hmm.
Unclear at the moment what they have. Just waiting for the screen to
Just
catch up.
just to try and stabilize, really. But you gotta wonder if you're Bravo, if you didn't use this chance to just set up maybe a pummel in Arsenal, or I'm gonna assume the card that was kept to go into Arsenal must be a good one, a threatening card. So, if you're Dash here, you don't want to overextend either. And we see an Oasis Respite in the Dash's hand, which is probably gonna go into Arsenal. So Dash will have some protection for next turn.
Yeah, and
Um,
at the start of this game, I was thinking, well, the gauntlets, the Ironhide equipment, the pay one block two, does it work well with their defense reactions because the unmovables all cost 3? But of course, they work really well with Oasis Respite because you can pitch one
mhm.
blue and essentially block 8. And the Oasis is at instant speed, so you can block with another card from hand, 11, I guess. That's a really good
And
coverage, and I'm sure that he will try to use his equipment in that way in this
And
game.
we actually see very aggressive blocking here from Bravo, actually giving us up some threats such as Spinal Crush, and then coming back with the hammer for 6. Um, so maybe Bravo decided to slow down slightly and try to um, maybe take his time a bit more, set up their pummels, and go from there.
Yeah, the
It is a
Bravo
bit of a
players
change of pace.
yeah, it's an interesting one. not choosing to maybe they couldn't get the dominate on the spinal, but they
Mhm.
decided to block here, which I think is fair. And but the dash player is going to love seeing these sixes with the deck that they have, a two card block, and then being able to set up
Is
their
that
items.
is that a bingo in the Dash player's deck?
Okay,
Am I seeing that
I
right?
saw that and thought that can't be a bingo, so I didn't say
I
anything. I just assumed it was a
uh,
mechanologist card, but I think it is.
I believe the Dash has just blocked with a double bingo that hammer for 6. Uh, okay.
Bingo! It is indeed.
Interest
What
Very
is this
interesting
list?
deck
Yeah,
building.
Montes. I want to see this list. Yes, it is. Everyone in the chat is catching up with us as well. It is indeed. Appears to be a bingo. So I'm not sure what this is. I think this is a it's almost a fully generic dash list, which is incredible. I'd love to see I wish we had player cameras just so I could see the Bravo player's face when they blocked with the bingo. I'm
Um,
trying to think what you
but
use bingo for. You run Tunic, I
I'm not
guess,
sure.
so you can play it off Tunic. Um,
However, going back to
sorry, back to the game.
uh, yeah, because Bravo did take a lot of damage on that turn, right? I
Yeah.
don't believe he blocked what came there. He was on 23 down to 16. So, took a lot of damage to come back with Zealous Belting and probably a big hit after the Zealous Belting. Uh,
Yeah, and I think I think the Dash player might not have realized how much damage the Bravo player took because they think they threw down a Findels, but of course
mhm,
not going to get the heal because actually for I think the first time in this game the Bravo has less health than the Dash. So we're still it made sense to take damage if you could put on a wide turn like this as the Bravo, but this is such a difficult matchup for Bravo. Um, he had such an amazing start to this game, essentially doing 11 damage to the Dash player. The Dash player started the game with 29 health, but since that point,
the
it's been blocked out.
The Bravo graveyard keeps being checked, and I believe they're just really checking for a lot of the threats you would expect, like Pulverize, Crippling, Spinal, and just
Mm.
seeing how many are out of the deck. And I actually think a lot of them are out. We might have a few pummels left, which, might really be uh, what decides this game. However, Dash has an Oasis Respite in Arsenal. Pummel can't do much versus that. So. Dash took some damage here to decide to heal with the Findo's fighting spirit,
Yeah,
and
down
then
to
blocks out.
13. Um, it's but the Bravo player is putting on so much pressure, but it's just getting covered. It's a really nice play. It's a really good game. It's a really enjoyable watching this Dash player and this deck that they've
hmm
built that they have. Seeing some amazing cards that you wouldn't normally see in a CC game. I think this is fantastic.
They
Uh,
do both still have all their, or nearly all their armor. Like, arguably, Dash is on a lot more than 13 life with Skullcap fully live and the two Iron Hides. And Bravo is also on more than 13 with his
mm,
Iron Rod chest and arm piece.
so it takes a pistol there. Um,
A lot of chipping damage coming through. Bravo really trying to set up these large turns and just taking some chip damage here from one of the pistols.
yeah, this is where it starts going bad for Bravo, says Paul in the chat. Exactly. 10 health is
hmm
not where you want to be, like Shin is saying. A lot of armor's still there, but armor's in twos and pistols come in for threes. It's a little awkward. And again, another coming. It's like we're watching the same turn again. The Bravo, these really strong turns. This is what you want to be seeing. You want to be seeing. You want to having big hands and coming in with the this card that I keep forgetting the name of.
And there
um,
is a spark of genius in the hand of the dash, so they could maybe consider. Um, Nah, they gotta block here. 6 damage is actually so much. It's half your life total.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, we keep talking as if it's going bad for Bravo, but Dash is also extremely low on life.
Yeah,
Um,
and
Very close
Bravo,
game.
we've seen
Very close.
Bravo play out a 14 power dominate, we
Hmm.
it's within the realms of Bravo to push a lot of dominated damage, but we know that the Dash has got a Oasis. We know that the Dash has got the equipment block and even the tunic block and the skull cap. He's got the tunic counter, so he can actually play one of the Ironhide pieces for free as well for the tunic counter. It's
Hmm.
it's a really interesting end game here because we've now got the triple induction. Um, I think that was from the Sparkle Genius, I believe. I'm not sure if that I may have missed that being played. I was too busy talking about armor, uh, which is great. Super wide now, which is what you want. Definitely three induction over getting the plasmas out with the just pushing as
Yeah.
wide as possible. And here we
We
go.
see a
Another big
Bravo being
dominate.
used on a Thunderquake.
Yeah,
Uh,
looks like it's
s-
if
9
it's 9, it would be
dominate.
yellow, I believe, because the red is 10.
Hmm.
Can't quite see the color on our stream, but
But there is also two floating and a Cordon Arsenal. I wonder
hmm,
what he's suggesting here. Um, yeah, and this is where Bravo's mind games comes in, right? You dominate an attack, you have two floating, and it could be all for show, but your opponent now has to respect pummel, and it is 8 dominate.
yeah,
Um,
so it's the blue then. Yeah, that makes
yeah, that
sense.
makes more sense. Interesting. Let's see how the armor might come in from the dash player. That makes sense.
So cashing in that 2 block because the dash player probably thinks, "Right, I'm gonna start pistoling soon. Need to make sure I get this maximum block out of my skull cap while I've still just got enough health." Very difficult for Dash to manage their health against a Bravo who wants to do on hit effects and things like that. Throws down the CNC as well. 5 block at the moment. I'm assuming we'll follow up with some more. I mean,
Mm,
from the
I mean,
Arsenal
maybe
Engine, I mean.
he's saying, "I don't believe you have the pummel. Show me the pummel, and then I'll respond." And we do see the pummel being played.
Yeah. Obviously, the Thunder Quick is dominated. So, but yeah, here
And
comes a
double
double. Oh,
Oasis.
and gets one
Uh,
heal. A really nice order there. I'm sure we had this question once, Shin, where if you heal, does the skull cap block go down to one? I don't believe it does. So, because obviously now they're on the same
uh,
health. Do you remember
I
that?
actually can't remember the
I
ruling
can't
on
remember
that.
the ruling, but yeah, I think with all the prevention from those two oases, I don't think it actually mattered. I think it was fully covered.
Hmm.
Anyway, 4 and 4 and 3 from the CNC.
Yeah,
The
it
pummel.
would be 12 exactly.
Yeah,
No, because it's 12 from the attack, and as you said, 3 from. So I think they actually point out that skull cap would go down,
the
but it would
one.
still be
Yeah,
12 blocking 12.
there we go. We
Um,
still know our stuff, don't we? After all this time. Uh, but yeah, an interesting one there. But I mean, what a return from the Bravo player here. I can't remember the last time that he's just come in with a hammer. He's been really pushing through some huge attacks. 7 go again, 5 go again into something big, 7 go again into
and
something big. Oh, we see the
we
third
just had
bingo. We don't get to see a bingo be
uh,
played.
we've seen Raz the Ancient showing a Macho Grande and debilitate or disable. Uh, so 7 go again, and then hammer for. Um, Actually, would it be hammer for 4 then? Except if he decides not to keep an arsenal, which he
Yeah,
might. I don't think
because
there
the
is as
trouble
much a
is
need to keep an
he's had
arsenal
to
here.
he's had to pitch the Oh, no, he
Yeah.
decides to double pitch, yeah, like you said, sorry, Shin,
Yes.
I see what you mean, yeah, that's a little awkward, but had to do it to get the 13 revealed attack on the Rouse the Ancients, so,
Exactly. And also there wasn't like this is not Oldham, right? You don't always want to keep an Arsenal if the Arsenal card isn't good, because then you can't cycle it like Oldham can. Um,
I mean, this is really going to the wire here. The dash player is very low. The Bravo player is only one big pop-off turn from the dash for it to be pretty difficult. We know the dash player can't rely on boost. We've seen how much generic in the deck, unless he's been I guess there's a very good chance he's been crafting the deck so he can boost, which would be really impressive if that's the case. I've actually not been keeping a very good eye on the pitch zone, but I know it has been a lot of mechanologist cards. So there's that potential here, but
mhm.
he's going to come in and we're going to get a block.
The older dash decks used to do this, where the first cycle you would get rid of all your defense reactions, CNCs, and stuff like that, so that the second cycle you could just go a bit with more boost. Um,
Yeah, I wish I'd
but
kept
it's a good point.
better sight of it now, but I've seen a lot of mech cards pitched.
Mhm.
But the Bravo player's been putting on so much pressure. I wonder if they've been able to um, keep the pitch stack how they want it to be.
We are
Uh,
gonna see 2 to 3. I was gonna say we are gonna see 2 to 3 pistols for 3 here. So
yeah, and all the way down to
when
5.
Bravo is on, yeah, when Bravo is on 10, that is a lot of damage being presented. And the armor comes in from the Bravo as well here.
Yeah,
And
it needs to
then,
make sure he gets the maximum value out of that armor. Oh, well, actually, it doesn't really matter
mhm,
for Dash because they're breaking the chain all the time. I think we saw a CNC come down there from the Bravo
yes,
player. Um,
uh, I think that is, and I think I see I want to say pummel, but I can't actually tell. Uh, but now as Bravo, you are actually slightly concerned, right? Because Dash can keep shooting you for threes, and Dash still has a decent amount of armor. It's a very close game, 4 against 5, but Dash just used 2 cards, so kept 2 cards behind. Has an arsenal, is gonna shoot you 3 times for 3. Um, it's not the easiest place to be as Bravo right now.
and the pistol's coming
Uh,
back again.
yeah, and we see Bravo slightly block, take 2 damage. And 3 damage, sorry. And will the Bravo be able to close this off, or will Dasha throw their armor and call it a day?
Dash has still got so much armor block left.
Mm-hmm.
You
Bravo
know,
going down to 1,
this is
uses up
not
his
what you want to
armor.
be on. Essentially, Kadachi locked at this point, and
And
it's
I
all
do
for
think I
push.
saw a sink below in the Dash's hand. Uh,
It's last
we
Hail
have a
Mary with the crippling crush.
crippling crush dominate is a good Hail Mary.
But he's so much armor block for the dash player.
And a
2,
sink.
4, 5, a sink. That's before even that's pitching one card. They could potentially block with another. And if they can keep a blue, that could be it for the Bravo player. This is a
But
great
do they
way
have a
to
blue? Because they have a card that doesn't block. They do have a last resort. There
and
is a
they have
blue
an
in there.
unmovable. It's
And they have the unmovable. Yeah, that's
don't even
just.
need the tunic block or the here. It's yeah, well shut out by the dash player there.
Mm-hmm. That is rough as Bravo, and this is the end game of this match now.
The
Dash
Bravo
has all guns loaded,
went down to 1 to take that play, and it was probably the right move, but the dash had it covered.
yeah. You had to gamble that Dash didn't have it there, because if you just play around it, you eventually just die to the chip damage of the guns. Um, but Bravo does get a turn because they took so many cards from Dash.
Mm.
But what can they actually present in that turn? A hammer for 4.
Well,
Is that a grandeur that got pitched for the hammer?
yeah, it
I
is.
believe.
It is. That's but
Spicy
it's
card?
spicy card, but just not enough threat at the moment.
Nah, I agree.
And I think we've seen all 3 red pummels at this stage. And the Bravo it's kind of we're in the what can the Bravo player do? It's becoming quite inevitable at this point.
Mhm.
We see a block with another pummel, can't tell the color.
Oh, and the gun is coming for 2 now. Plasma purifier is not even required now that Bravo is at 1,
Yep.
right?
Yep, the
Um,
equipment I mean, yeah, there's 2, block with, the chest piece twice. There's no way for him to block out a single pistol with equipment, and he's just gonna be stripping cards from his hand every single turn now. It's Kodachi lock where you with 1,000 with 4 Kodachis, right? Like, I
pistol
think
lock. Yeah.
pistol lock, and I think the Bravo players I think that might be it. I think that's
Yeah,
game. I think
I
that's
think
that's
that's
completely
game.
locked out, and, it's the dash play that takes the win. So we saw the dash lose, different dash it was, lose to Oldham by taking too much damage, and not being able to take full advantage of their board state. But we've just seen, an incredibly great dash player here, within a really interesting deck. Um, be a little bit more patient with building their board state, be a bit more defensive, and
Mhm.
really just if you could have picked the deck you wanted to take against this Bravo, I'm not sure you could have picked a better one, to be honest with you.
And you gotta give it to the Bravo. He let the dash player take a play back on reinforce the line. I think you have a very different game if he doesn't allow that. So very well played from both, and it was nice to see fair play and you know.
Yeah, I
Good.
respect that a lot. I think that
Mhm.
it, for those that weren't there, essentially the dash player put down a non-attack action and tried to reinforce the line at twice, which obviously would essentially be blocking for 3. I don't think you can even play the reinforce. Maybe you can with no target. But the Bravo player did allow the dash player to take that back. So it'll be paid forward. That's the way it goes. You might lose this game, but you'll get it back in the future. Don't worry about it. That's the way the world works, in my opinion. So yeah, very very sad for the Bravo, but a fantastic game to watch and commentate. I have to say, I really like that dash deck. I'd love to
Yeah.
see that list.
But that's gonna be us for CC for today. The next 6 rounds are gonna be draft.
It's absolutely
So
flown by. I don't know about you, Shin, but those 3 games. I mean, we've been streaming for like nearly 3 hours, I guess.
mhm.
And those games really high quality, really enjoyable. Are you surprised by the number of Guardians that we've seen at the top table today, or is that expected? Do you reckon?
I I am and I am not at the same time. I think going into UK Nats, we had an underrepresentation of Guardian, which is shocking to say considering that actually we had 13 Guardians or 13 Oldhams alone, right? Uh, but I think this is very much in line with the rest of the world where Oldhams to beat. So or a lot or Guardian in general. So a lot of people are bringing very strong Guardian decks now that the evil rule of Prism is done and they can bring back those decks out. Uh,
Exactly, and I mean that we have to think about this dash deck, right? Like we were seeing some really interesting picks. They've
mhm.
really gone heavy on generics and defensive. But do you think? I mean, obviously that means they can't run. I can't see any way that that deck can run the aggro package with all the generics that they're including in their list. There can't be. Surely there can't be space for also like a Teklo variant. So I guess that dash is pure control, if you want to
Yeah,
put it that way.
this is the part where cards like Bingo and stuff like that get interesting because I mean I have never played Bingo, but it feels like the type of card that you would like in an aggro matchup, right?
Mm.
Uh, like when reading Bingo, I was thinking, imagine playing Bingo into Fi, for example. It feels like a good card to play into Fi.
Yeah,
Uh,
because they have no non-attacks, and it's all
mhm.
attacks. So you're always getting the attack reveal, right? If you hit. So
So I wonder if their aggro game plan might be a bit more generic than just boost dashing, and then you end up taking decks that try to fatigue you on the wrong foot because they just go in with a game plan, and your deck is like, nope, I'm doing something completely different here. Here are some generic cards. Um, Deal with it differently.
yeah, it is, and I think there's a possibility that that dash player was also setting up the bottom of their deck with just the boost cards because that's what if you know if they have the space to do that. If they're able to pitch in the way they want to pitch, they can set up a perfect line of mechanologist cards so that they can do at least one big turn at the end of the game if they can keep the cards to do so. I really like the
Um,
style. I really like the inclusion of not often seen cards in CC at the moment, like Findel's Fighting Spirit, Bingo, even seeing, I mean, Oasis Respite is obviously a very cool card, but seeing that in combination with the ability to equipment block to get the most value out of your pitch, like Brothers in Arms as well, we saw using some newer cards of the game really, really effectively. And I have to say, probably as a deck, relatively cheap to build, which is always a consideration. As you know,
mhm.
Fab is an expensive game, and he was running Tunic and he was running Goldcat, but a lot of players have managed to get hold of those cards and see that deck being a pretty fun one to build in your spare time. Take to a few armories.
And Baz the Bard pointed out that Fi is actually the highest represented deck in the US Nats. So I quickly checked US Nats. There were 78 Fis, 75 Old Hymns, 61 Dromais, and then it kind of falls down after this at 43 Viserais, 39 Icelanders. So, interesting times for the meta.
I agree.
Um,
I
we
think
haven't seen
Fi
any
is
Fis yet, but it will be
no.
interesting to see if.
I'd love to see a Fi. I'd love to see a Fi game, a Fi come up against an Oldhim. I'll tell you what,
Mhm,
Shin, we are going to see some Fis because we are moving on to draft. And there's one thing I know about Uprising Draft is there will certainly be some Fis. So we'll at least get to see
I don't
that.
know. I think the plan is to just force Icelander, right? If you expect some fights, just no, definitely. We will be seeing some fights in a bit.
Yes. So again, everyone, thank you for watching. Got about 40 people watching online at the moment, which is a lovely number for as considering all the other. There's a lot of nationals events going on this weekend. Obviously, we've got US Nats, we've got the Polish Nats. I think last night was Hong Kong. I'm not sure, but I think that was going on. I think Belgium might be today as well. Basically, there's plenty of stuff going on. So we really appreciate you tuning in to FAB-LAB today and listening to us chat. Thank you for your patience. I think the stream was lovely and stable for that last game, so it should be good going
Hmm.
forward. Um, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far. It's been fun co-casting with you, Shin.
Thanks.
So
No,
far
I
today.
had great fun as well. I also want to just give a big shout out to Mariusz or Fab Labs for the stream and taking care of it, fixing the cameras, and having to do all of this while still playing in his own nats. Must be very stressful. So a big thank you for him.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's really, really cool of him to do. And I mean, it's stressful enough playing in your nationals. Also, trying to tech support a stream at the same time, it must be really tough. So we really appreciate that. And we've got a few people in the chat. I can see Baz the Bard uh, in the chat. So, oh, it says 10 Phi in Polish Nats equal with Oldham. Baz, where are you getting the breakdown? Because it'd be cool to chat about that if it's available. I'm just gonna have a little search, see if I can find
I know that's what I'm looking at as well. Trying to
where
get
that
the
is.
meta breakdown.
Because I'd love to chat about that if possible. Um, Sadly, we didn't get to see Bingo actually played. We did see it get blocked with very effectively. But if we're lucky, that Dash player will have a good draft, and we will see them later in the tournament and see if we can see those bingos being played.
In the
So,
meantime, if we can't manage to find the meta breakdown, there will be a larger break until the drafting is done. Schedule is on the screen, but hopefully we should be back in a bit, well, around an hour and a half, maybe a bit less, depending on how the drafting goes. We will keep you updated. Any
yeah,
luck
the
finding the meta breakdown?
no luck, I'm afraid. But yeah, round 4 of the draft is due to start at 1:30. But as you know, with these things, um, we can't say for certain when it will be. But it's a good time to go off, get some lunch, and you can come back at 1:30 or around 1 o'clock to 1:30. And we'd love to
For
cast
UK,
some draft games with you. Oh yeah, that's Polish
yeah,
time. 12:30. Don't come back at 1:30. Come back at 12:30 if you're in the UK, or work it out from your own time zone. Sorry, yeah,
and
I just realized that.
we have Bazabard being a hero and sending us the national championship breakdown.
Ah,
Um,
perfect.
so I'll read it to you then, and
And
very
I'll
interesting.
listen.
Okay, no, let's do this. Do you want to guess the least represented deck with only
Yeah.
one player dedicating themselves to the cause?
Okay, so this is the thing. I want to say Azalea, but there's a chance there's no Azaleas. I think it's either going to be Azalea or Levia. You know what? Actually, I'm going to
And
make a slightly bold guess. I'm going to say there's no Levia, no Azalea, and I think the lowest represented hero is Bolton. That's my prediction.
you were you were so close. So
Yeah.
close. There are no Levias, there are no Boltons, and there is one Azalea.
Oh, so close. I thought there'd
There
be
is also
one
no
basic Bolton.
Katsus.
No
Shockingly,
Katsus.
yeah, zero Katsus.
Katsu needs.
Uh,
It's so strange that I mean, obviously, it's a completely different hero, but I do find it interesting that Katsu is completely off the meta and Fi is completely almost not dominating the meta, but right at the top. Shows the real power of that draconic package and consistent go again.
uh, yeah, no, I agree. It is shocking to see Katsu at zero. Now, most surprising is the second least represented deck that is present is actually Dash on
Mm.
3. There are only
So
3 dashes, and we saw 2 of them.
we saw one
Um,
lose in round 2, but we've seen one win in round 3. So I think
mhm.
Dash is often not the most represented deck, but we've seen even at UK nationals, we saw Dash players rise to the top. We had a Dash player finish in 10th, and we had one
Mhm.
Dash player in the top 8. Shin, is that correct? I can't remember off the top of
I
my head.
don't think so.
Maybe they
No.
didn't make top 8, but we see some Dash players doing well. So only 3, but we can see one having a really good start to the tournament.
And then there's 2 other heroes on 3, which are Dorinthia and Lexi. Um,
Yeah, I would not want to be a Lexi going into this field. You know, like you'd think, oh, I'm gonna have a really good matchup against Fi, but some of the decks we've been seeing, the Oldhams, the Bravos, this defensive dash would not be what I want
Looking
to
at
play
the
against.
field, Dorinthia might not have been a bad shout, and I'll explain why in a bit. Let's go on.
You
There
always
are
what a
wait,
surprise.
but no, it's like when you'll see why. There are
Which
2
you are you
heroes on 4,
yeah,
which are Viserai and Reinar.
okay,
Right?
quite
So
low
actually
numbers
4
with
Reinar.
this. Yeah.
Okay. And after that, you got 5 heroes on about the same numbers, which 8, 9, and 10, right? And then you have the most represented hero on 22, right?
22 Oldham?
Briars. Uh, as we discussed at
22
this,
Briars.
yeah, most represented hero more than twice any other hero. As we discussed, Poland has a lot of very strong Briar players that have had a lot of success on
Yeah.
Briar. And I think that's shown here with 22 Briars, 10 Fis, 10 Oldhams, 9 Icelanders, 8 Bravos, 8 Dramais.
That is a
Uh,
lot of Briar. That is a ton of Briar, in fact. And I get what you're saying, Shin. You know, I know that A lot of Team Poland was playing Briar at the most recent Pro Tour. They've clearly got a lot of reps in the deck. The deck itself hasn't there's not been any bans or nerfs to that deck that did well at Pro Tour 2. But I've just not been seeing the results with Briar that I would have expected. We were thinking Briar's well on her way to
Mhm.
Living Legend, but it just hasn't quite clicked. And it's this dominance of Oldhim. These Oldhims that were getting forced down by Prism. I think the disruption that they offer is really tough for Briar. And we've said it before that Fi has not got the explosive turns that Briar has, but it's consistent and it survives through disruption a lot more easily. Briar has these
Mhm.
hugely powerful turns, but if you disrupt at the right time, that can be uh, game
I
game
think
losing for the Briar.
I think it might be a proven versus unproven kind of thing, right? Because Phi was generally quite unproven until UK Nats.
Mm.
And people who brought Phi and UK Nats had quite a few reps on them. And we within the UK had a very aggro Phi. Um, and Briar kind of took a dip when Phi started rising, pun intended. Um,
Very good.
Thank you. Uh, but I think he was still very much unproven, while Briar is a proven constant in a way. So I'm
Mhm.
not shocked to see more Briar than Fize. Um, and Fi is the second most represented deck alongside Oldhim. It's
Yeah.
not like it's not a represented deck.
All I'm saying is Fi's the best. Everyone play Fi, except don't play Fi because I don't want Fi to go Living Legend. So just don't win the tournaments. This is why I'm worried about US Nats, is I reckon a Fi is going to win US Nats, and then I'm going
So
to be
quick
sad.
check of US Nats and the higher table. The match on stream. I can't actually see the rankings, but the match on streams were a lot of icy boys and icy
Good.
Icelanders.
I
You
see
know,
Icelanders.
so maybe Fires weren't doing great because we now have this idea that there's two types of Fi deck. One does decent to Oldhim, the other does decent to Icelander. So it really comes down to which Fi deck people bring and what are their matchups in the Swiss.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just the game, isn't it? You can try and plan for every single hero in the meta and be kind of mediocre-ish across all the matchups, or you can build specifically to beat one of your main counters and take the risk of running into the other counter. And I think that's a decision that you make as a deck builder. And sometimes it pays off. This dash deck that we literally just watched on stream has clearly built a deck that can kill Oldhim. But
Hmm.
it'd be interesting to see how that deck does up against other heroes that, in other matchups, Dash might normally be able to race them instead. Really interesting. I'd love to see that defensive Dash come up against a Fi or a Briar and see how that game pans out. I think the Dash will do well, but I'd love to see it in person. Shen, we should probably have a bit of a break.
Sounds good.
We've been live for a bit now. We are going to take some time, probably have a snack or two, and we'll be back at around 12:30 for the draft. So again, huge thanks to everyone listening and watching at home, and we'll continue to cover what so far has been an incredibly exciting and interesting event. So
See you
we'll
all
see
in
you
a bit.
soon. Goodbye. Who's going to talk first to see if we're when our mics on? Who's
Well,
gonna be the
it's
person
you
that gets cut
because
off? Is it? Yeah, I
you're
can see it
yeah.
coming through, yeah. Hello, and welcome back, to the
Hello,
post-nationals
hello.
live stream. We, just had a very quick lunch, and we have been told that the draft is gonna start in around 10 minutes, but we thought we would come back on stream and chat with you guys for a little bit as we wait for the players to sleeve their decks and start round four. So it's kind of a big part of the this kind of formatted tournament, isn't it, Shin? The first draft, because it's going to really affect how these players place for day two. Is the two drafts that are coming up right now.
hmm Yeah, and Uprising Draft is a format that most people either hate or love. Um, it's an interesting format, definitely, and we've seen a lot of commentary around it, especially its timing in the nationals events, like two sets of drafts in the middle versus going CC draft, CC draft,
Hmm.
um, and a lot of force fight comments.
Yeah, well, Force Fly is a bit of a meme, but it's also a bit of a dream. Like people, it does work. That's the thing. Like, is it really a meme if it has success? It's obviously not the only way to draft Uprising, but it is relatively successful, and it has the end of the day, you can have a very serviceable Fi deck with a very small number of actual drafted cards. If you throw all three Phoenix Flames in, you're looking at a 27 cards out of the 42 cards available in the Uprising draft format. So you
So,
don't need a serviceable deck is very possible.
do we actually want to take those 10 minutes to discuss Uprising Draft theory, or do
Yeah,
you want to discuss
totally.
something?
I think we
Okay.
should. So I think we should talk about like what's your approach to Uprising draft, Shin? Like what are you planning to do? What are you thinking when you sit down at the table?
I try to stay. It's actually a lie. I don't try to stay open. I try to signal the person on my left as early as possible. The cards I prefer to stay open are stuff like Blaze Headlong, Scar for Scar Red, or Poppers. And then by pick two or three, I really want to have an idea of where I'm going and what people around me are doing. Um, and I will, like, my thought process is stay open with a sprinkle of fi. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm honest, that's what I'm going for, right? If I get a lot of good ice blues and I feel like there's a red ether ice vein or something going around, and there's a bit of so actually at Arnats I did something stupid. I knew a lot of people in my second pod, and I got into my own head about, oh, that person's gonna force Icelander, that person's gonna force Fi. Let me go Dromai, and our pod was three Dromais, three Icelanders, two Fi. So I completely misread it, um, and so I'm trying to not do that anymore and just focusing on the cards I'm being passed and seeing that. And as I said, or rather, as you said, the draft allows for an average Fi deck to do really good. And we can discuss how many decks of each type you think the draft can support. But I think the draft supports the most amount of Fis. I don't think that's a controversial take. Right? So even if you have up to four Fis, I think a Fi can still win the pod.
Yeah.
It's when you start having more than four Fis that it starts getting troublesome. And the reality of it is when people force Fi, it's really hard to force more than 4 fives, right? Because someone will get cold feet when they get a pack and they're like, I'm gonna need 5 cracked baubles by the end of this.
Yeah, we had this in our second pod day one of national UK nationals. I was in a pod with George Roger, Matt Folks, and we ended up with 5 fives, and I had exactly 30 cards with 3 Phoenix Flames. Matt had one cracked bauble in his deck. I think one of the fives had two cracked baubles in their deck. 5 fives is when it starts to break down. Four is perfectly serviceable. There's probably going to be one below average five, probably someone that switched on to five
Hmm.
later. But four, I think, is perfectly serviceable. You could definitely win a pod with 4 fives. Five is much riskier. And we joke about this force five. We had a bunch of people in that pod who are quite committed to the Force Five, and Matt Fox is very committed to the Force Five. And we were all so committed that we ended up basically breaking the pod. But the thing that happened then is I had a terrible deck, don't get me wrong, but I still went 2-1 because I played two of the other fives. I lost to a,
Hmm.
a
Yeah.
decent deck, the Drum Eye, one of the two Drum Eyes, and then I beat the two other five decks that were just worse than my deck, or I got to go second rather than first, and things like that. It Even in a pod where there's 5 fives, you can still 2-1 as Fi, and that's what makes Fi
It's
such a desirable option when you're sitting down and
mhm.
thinking, "What am I going to draft?"
Yeah, it's definitely like a risk and reward, right? Because you could go to be the only Icelander or the only Dromai and really go for the best deck that throws the pod. But if you take a Fi, most of the time you're happy with a 2-1 at least. You're not gonna implode like an Icelander deck might or a Dromai deck might.
Hmm.
So, what are the key Fi cards that you're drafting? If you're drafting Fi, you're set on Fi. What cards are you like snap picking?
I'm always I love a zero cost three go again. That's
Okay.
a great staple, and taking the zero cost three go again draconic cards enables you to start taking the things like Lava Vein Loyalty and the one cost four go again that require a previous draconic chain link. So having access to those
Syndra Skin
starters,
Devotion.
yeah, Cinderskin Devotions, which I really like. I love Lava Vein. I love Cinderskin because they block three and they
Hmm.
do exactly what you want to do in the deck. But you can only really take those if you have the starters. Uh, there's some really great cards. Probably my favorite one is Blaze Headlong. It's a great
Yeah,
card.
big
You
on
can
my list as well.
pack one, pick one because you can play it in Dromai as well. It's
Hmm.
fantastic. I'm a really big fan of 1/4 go agains. You sometimes get into situations against Icelander where you actually can't secure the kill. You've got sort of 3 power go again cards, and you're not quite able to go wide enough to push over the damage you need because you're losing good quality cards in your deck, and you can't actually get the chip damage through to kill them. And that's where the one cost fours come into play, and that's why the zero cost four Blaze Headlong is so good. There's some really good premium cards like Red Rise from the Ashes, Red Mounting Anger. Those are both rares. But I
Hmm.
think realistically, it's you shouldn't really overthink it. Zero cost three go agains, one cost four go agains, and around six blues. If you've got that, you've got a great deck. And people say you should go for finishers. Definitely pick up a couple of finishers if they're there. The rupture
Hmm.
cards, but you can actually just outplay. You can just out aggro even without the finishers, right? One
Yeah.
of my favorite cards in Fi is red critical strike. It's a one cost, deal five, no go again,
Hmm.
three block. And just a great card to throw in at the end. It's not as fancy as Breaking Point or the one that deals 2 damage but comes in for 3 attack. But you can play it whenever. You can do with a bad hand, you can push through a bunch of damage. So there's a couple of good generics that I always see wheel round these critical strikes, often wheel round, and they're one of my favorite. They're not top tier, don't get me wrong, but they're a great card that people often sleep on.
Do you know what other card I think people sleep on that I personally love? Rapid Reflex
Mm.
is just an attack reaction, which I think people forget exists in this format. And it does cost one, and you can only activate it on a tile that costs zero, so it's not the best one, but it's just so satisfying to have a rapid reflex. It almost feels like a win con when the game drags on, and you can just surprise your opponent with it. Um,
Absolutely. There's a lot of quell, so you have to be careful of
mhm,
that. But
yep,
I found that a lot of heroes will use their Helios uh, turn one to
mhm,
to sometimes to cycle their hand or to just if you don't present enough damage to get a card out of hand they don't want to see, and then they don't have access to that later. Phi, in a Phi mirror, sometimes they'll try and use Helios early to reshape their hand if they're not being aggressive. So there's a there's very little ways to stop the rapid reflex. The one cost is a little prohibitive, but the three block makes it less risky because at least you can use it to block with. I had a really good game. My final game of the draft of the UK Nationals, I didn't have rapid reflex. I had the majestic that gives an attack +1 and banishes a card. But just all I
not
needed was the
combustion. Oh,
+1.
yeah, it is combustion point. Yeah.
Yeah, combustion point. So I managed to draft that. Didn't even get the effect off, but my opponent had no quell. They'd used their Helios on turn one to clear their hand, and we were, classic Phi, very down to very low life. He thought he had enough to cover. Then the one extra damage got me the win, and just ended the game right there.
Mhm.
Yes, we are just waiting for the draft to start. Should be very soon. I think we can see a few people taking their seats. We'll
Uh,
be bringing you game one of the draft very
yeah.
shortly.
I think we've discussed Fi in great detail. Do we want to do another hero quickly? Let's do Icelander
Well,
because she's about to be on stream.
you can because I know nothing about any other heroes. So you can talk to me about Fire until the end of the day, but
Okay.
tell me about Icelander, Shin. Tell me what you're doing
Uh,
as Icelander in this draft format.
so originally, when I started drafting Icelander, my goal was like 14 blues minimum with like 8 to 10 ice blues, and I felt that that gave me a good disruptive deck. As the file list got refined, that wasn't actually that good. I think you now need to start having like those big threats and not just basic disruption. Like you need the Aether Ice Veins, be it red or blues, right? And you just need to be able to actively disrupt your opponent and not just like take the passive approach of here's a frostbite. I don't think
Mm,
that's good enough anymore into Fi. So I think being Icelander has become slightly harder because Dromai obviously creates a lot of armor and Fi does a lot of damage. So I think as Icelander now, it's most of the time you want to be the only Icelander, but no more than two, but ideally like the only Icelander. And then you do want a disruptive yet proactive plan where you want the big red cards that force Fi to just get shipped and to lose some life so that, they're just not putting on all the pressure on you and you don't have time to really set up.
yeah,
And
I
another great
agree.
card in Icelander is Red Scar for a Scar. Just I love Red Scar for a Scar in this format actually. I know when it came out, people were like, it's not that great in the format. And I remember thinking it's actually the most open 044. You can play it in all classes and it just makes sense.
It's a fun card. I like Scar. Um, it's just one of those cards that I never end up picking because I always want something slightly better. I think I undervalue it because ultimately, there's a lot of back and forth in this game, and
Hmm.
the life totals change around a lot, and that should make Scar pretty good. You can craft your health relatively well. If Icelander is doing arcane damage to you, you can prevent certain amounts to enable your life total to reach the number you want it to be, so that you can get Scar off. I think Scar would be a fantastic card in any other set, but I think this particular set, staying open just doesn't seem to be the strategy. Like Scar will be an amazing card normally because you allow you to stay open for an extra pick, but it feels like the people that commit earliest end up with the strongest decks. And as Shin is saying, you can play Scar in any deck, but it's an interesting one. Um,
Okay. So we do have people shuffling. And I believe our five player, if I'm not saying anything wrong, was the Battle Hardened Krakow winner.
Here we go then.
Um, and top 33 in Pro Tour Lille. So, strong player. I'm not gonna attempt to murder his name. But yes, and
You haven't attempted any names today.
I'm refusing to attempt any names today. I just don't think that will be a good look for anyone involved. But they're not actually on fight. They're on Dromai.
Oh,
Um,
we have fire up on the screen, but it is in fact Dromai.
yeah,
Looks like
it's
that's
being
getting
changed.
swapped over, so keeping you on your toes right up until the last minute. And we've got a nice sash there for the
Hmm.
Dromai, lovely piece of equipment when you're talking Pat one pick ones. Sash for
Yep.
Sandakai is a great pick. In fact, a very well uh, equipped Dromai that when I see
Yeah,
that
the gloves and arcane barrier.
yeah, when I see that shin, it makes me think there's probably not a huge number of Dromais in the pod, but you never know. A nice full
Oh,
equipment.
uh, the Icelander also has his cloak. They don't have the horns, right? Which would have probably been the piece of equipment better than the Helios Mitre.
Mm.
Just to force freeze an arsenal and hopefully pop it or force freeze a ally. Um, so maybe there were more Icelanders than Dromice, but definitely seeing the Dromai with all their equipment is a scary sight.
And it's a great,
Um,
the Icelander has got the cloak, which is a really important equipment piece for the mirror. So that should serve the
mhm.
Icelander well in the future if they can get through this particular game.
And then
Uh,
we have a Transmogrify pitching and Transmogrify.
so
So depending on the color of your Transmogrify, your next attack has Phantasm and either a base attack of 8, 7, or 6. So it's gonna come in for a big wall up there. Uh,
and follows up with a dragon. It is Miragi.
yeah, Miragai.
Is that how you say it?
That's
Miragi?
how I say it. Uh,
Miragai?
I say
We're gonna have some
Miragai.
interesting, dragon pronunciations going on the stream, so strap yourselves in. So that will work
Uh,
on the, dragon, correct? So it
I
should
actually don't think so. Isn't it next attack action card? I'm gonna check quickly. Um, he might have just wanted to cycle to get an ash, right? Transmogrify was he pitched a red, so he would have
mm,
gotten an ash. So then he can play Miragai and create
yeah,
another ash. So I think the Transmogrify here was actually played as a way to generate ash because Dromai's hero power is every time you pitch a red card, you generate an ash. And to play a dragon, you actually do need to have an ash target. You
mm.
can't just play the dragon and pitch the red and create.
So that's yeah, it's
Um,
not gonna affect the dragon, it's attack actions only, but like
yeah.
Shin's saying, it also, if it's the red transmogrify, it's quite hard for us to see for the stream. Obviously, giving the dragon go again, you could be bluffing a follow-up attack afterwards, so the drummer is gonna have to consider how they block out this dragon.
And Mirga is not an easy thing for Icelander to deal with because, as we see right now, Icelander's attack comes for 3. Mirga has a life total of 4, right? So you need to give a lot of respect to dragons in this matchup and have a lot of removal if you want to start hitting them as Mirgai,
Mm,
as Icelander, sorry. And so Mirror is actually a bit of an issue because your weapon as Icelander cannot target dragons. You need not attack actions. You need wizard actions to target the dragons.
yeah,
Um,
exactly, and it's gonna be a bit tricky to push 4 damage on that dragon.
but
My
I think
understanding
here
is that
he.
blue ice bolt does 3, so
Mhm.
even a blue ice bolt from Arsenal to try and, because obviously if, the, Icelander can kill the dragon while it's attacking, they can end the chain, but that's gonna be very hard for, the Icelander player to do. Oh,
But
and we see
Icelander here pushed
Necria.
like 5 damage completely, and Dromai took it because they don't yet have Arcane Barrier. You need to create the Ash Wings to have Arcane
Mm,
Barrier, right? So right now, Dromai only has 1 Arcane Barrier and 1 Quell and Helios Mitre. But I guess playing the Necria is a big play. It will create a lot of Ash, and it's just again another very hard body for Icelander to deal with, especially right now that Miragai removes the Phantasm for this attack. So
and
Necria right now is 4 with 7 life points.
this is an incredibly good combination of dragons that the,
Hmm.
Drum Ice players put down. The protection on the Necria from the pop, the high health on Necria makes it pretty much it's gonna be really difficult for I don't even think the Icelander can kill it. And the constant Ash generation now, is going to be really huge for Drumai. Just being able to sit back and know that they'll be able to create Ash, that they will then
Don't
hopefully be able to transform into AB and Little Dragons. This is a really great start for this Drumai player.
don't forget that Necria will lose life points by its own effects. So whenever Necria deals damage or is dealt damage, it creates an ash, but it also gets a counter on it that reduces his life total by one.
Yeah, it's gonna take a
So
few
right now,
turns for it to get into a reasonable kill range for the Icelander, but you
mhm,
never know. You never know, they might be able to and they probably wanna shut that down, but it's a
the
really good start.
only the only downside for the Dromai player right now is how much damage they had to take for it. But
Mm,
I agree that as it currently stands, you're also very happy to see the block with the Ether Ice Vein. Ether Ice Vein is one of the key cards in the Icelander deck, and the fact that they're gone is always a great thing. And we see another dragon being played, Kyloria, which is
what a
I
start. This is pretty great.
the only downside of Caloria is it has 2 life points, so it
Yes.
actually can be killed pretty easily in the attack stage. But something else we haven't discussed here is actually the sequencing of the Dromai player, right? So they were a bit forced here due to Ash creation, but their sequencing also matters because Icelander can kill your dragon in the attack layer before that resolves, so the action point gets used, but you don't get go again and you cannot use your boots on it.
Mm.
So you have to be very careful with timings against this deck, and you have to sequence your Dromai attacks right, especially with dragons that have lower health life totals.
And of course, you know, the Icelander blocked the Necria, and now Dromai's followed up with a really relevant on-hit effect from the Gloria,
Mhm.
which will draw a card if it hits. So, this is a tricky one. Think that's going to Oh, and I believe the Icelander has played red flax and paid 2 to make it 6 power, which is popping. So exactly what you were saying there, Shin. The order there was really relevant,
Mhm.
because it was quite costly for the Icelander to do it. Had to give up 2 cards, but does pop that, dragon with a red flex, paying 2 to buff its attack to 6, making it the popper that the Icelander requires. Uh, so good sequencing boom from the Dromai, but the Icelander did have the answer for that final
Mhm.
dragon.
Red Flex is just one of those sad poppers to have. It's not a real popper because it costs you 2 cards, but it can come in really handy.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a tricky one. You know, I'm a huge fan of a zero cost red for attack. It's a lovely card to arsenal and have something to hit back with, put some pressure on with just a single card. But you know, having to pay to pop here was probably not ideal. But at
and we
least one
see
dragon is gone.
and we see a sweeping blow played. Um, I'm gonna pitching a blue amber maw. I'm gonna assume it's a red sweeping blow, which would be 3 go again, create an ash. Right, ash generation being very important in this matchup. You do not want to be ash starved. And based on the block from the Icelander player, I think 3 is probably a red sweeping blow. Um,
And as Shin was saying earlier, the Dromai players yet to develop Ashwings, getting you know that means that the Drumai still doesn't have any AB uh, to push back with. Oh wait, is there AB on the stilettos?
yes, there is.
So there's
So they
one
have
AB.
AB
So
one.
one AB is okay, but yet to develop enough to shut down the bigger Icelander attacks.
Mhm.
Uh,
And now comes in with Necria. Again, there's another block. Letting Necria kind of chip at itself at this stage, because as it gets its counters, now it has 5 lives points. And attacking with the Mirror Guide. Um,
Risky.
I want to say I would agree if they had a popper, but what are the odds? But then we see the follow up with Amber Maw, And did Ambermaw got blocked? I don't think with a popper. It just did get blocked with a final fighting spirit. Um, yeah,
So
very
so
big
it was
turn there.
so was that no pop on the, Embermore? No, it must have been a pop.
Uh, I don't. I guess so because they created a Nash, which then makes it interesting that they decided to use the popper on the Ambermaw rather.
It's a yellow Findels,
Yeah,
so
so it would be a popper.
it's an interesting one. I probably would have
Yeah.
popped the Miragi, but, to be honest, yeah, I probably would have, because the Necria did attack, so the Miragi was poppable, but,
Hmm.
an interesting one.
And another dragon comes in. Uvia,
That is
another like
a
drag. Yeah.
what a combination, Necria and Uvia, the Ash and the Ash Wings, this is getting out of hand quite quickly for the Dromai. And although they took a little bit of damage to develop some of the early dragons, they've still not taken any additional. They're still sitting on 15, and the board state is starting to get a little bit out of control.
Hmm. Yeah, if you're Icelander right now, you're not feeling great about this board state
And is that a
because Uvia
Chromai
is
as
gonna.
well? That's
It is a
appeared.
Chroma. Uh, but just to explain Uvia, at the start of every turn, she will allow for the Dromai to create an Ashwing and therefore create Arcane Barrier, which makes the game for Icelander even worse as it starts being a lot easier for Dromai to block their attack out. And this is a big, beefy board. You have four big dragons and one Ashwing on the board, and a lot of the dragons have really high life totals. Like you're gonna struggle to
Yeah.
clear all of that out with a lot of your threats because the deck, because it runs so many blues, has a limited number of threats in it. And you see the Icelander starting to take a lot of damage really quick right now and go down to 9 life points.
This looks to me like a one or two Dromai draft pod here. There's a real, you know, there's so many dragons on the field,
Hmm.
and it's a great combination of dragons as well. Um,
And you saw
so
the Red Ember Maw as well. Like the power card we haven't seen from Droma is Red Rig the Embers.
yeah,
Uh,
but it's going to be. I mean, if you're the Icelander player looking at this board, you must be thinking, "What can I do?" Like
mhm.
I assume it's a matter now of pushing damage because this board state is not killable.
No, 100% agree. I get the feeling it was a one draw my pod, and maybe I want to actually say a 2 to 3 Icelander pod. And the only reason there's one card I saw that's not typically played in Icelander, which is like the Succumb Winter or something like that.
Mm,
Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do succumb to winter. I think is what it's
Yeah.
called. Yeah.
And
Um,
you see it more as people using it as filler rather than it actually having any impact on the game.
this is just so much health. If you think about how much health the Dromai player has on the field and on their hero, it's quite incredible. I think that is the Necria getting pinged. The Necria having done its job, but is now low enough for a red frosting, I think it was, to take it off the field. That is going to help, but we still have almost the we still have a Miragi, a Chromie, and an Uvia ready to produce more Ashwings with an Ash in the back for the Ashwing. Though, if obviously if the Dromai has another dragon in hand, they might choose not to uh, develop a further Ashwing. It's going to be a going to have to take a lot from this Icelander to bring this back.
Indeed. And that's an interesting way to look at Droma and their dragons, like as health. It almost sounds like something Jamie would say if you want this chance
Maybe I'm
to
just
plug.
listening to
If
Jamie
you
too
want this
much.
chance to plug in your push to point videos.
Well, I think yeah, we have produced some really great content with Jamie Faulkner, who is I would say probably had the most success with Dramai out of anyone in the world at this point. We'll obviously see what happens with US Nats, but did a deck tech with him, and we recently just did a play-by-play of his game of Oldhim. So if you're interested in Dromai, do check out Push the Point, our YouTube channel for that content. But indeed, if you start to think about dragons as extra health, it starts to help you realize how incredible these dragons are. I do see a
Hmm.
Singe, but I think it might be being blocked with.
I think it's blocking the red Centipie, followed by
Yeah,
another red Centipie. This is like a very wide turn by Dromai, and he still has dragons to attack with. You know, he attacked with Chromai first to see if there was a pauper, get his action point, and then go with the Centipies. Brutal, brutal for uh Icelander here.
this is a really tough game. I think it was a great opening from the Dromai, and that's the trouble with draft is you should have an idea about how strong the other heroes will be. You should have a good indication of how many Dromais there were, how many fives there were. You've seen the cards go around the table. You've seen some of them. There's probably an indication of how strong this Dromai would be. But what can Icelander do against a hero that is hard for her to beat at the best of times?
Hmm.
And with a start like this, with a board like this, obviously going to
So
play it through, but I can't see a way out for this Icelander at this point.
depending on what was in Arsenal, there might actually have been a window for the Icelander to pop Chromai, because Chromai only has 2 life points.
Mm.
So you can pop him with an attack before the layer resolves, and Dromai wouldn't have had a response to that. But hard to know what's in Arsenal right now.
They still
We
get the
see
action point back, don't they, for popping
no,
Chromai?
they wouldn't, because you're popping it before Chromai happens to be a layer.
Ah,
Um,
very clever.
Let me reread the timing on Chromai just to triple make sure. See, this is where having a judge on hand would always come in handy. Um, yeah, see, it's when Chromai attacks, so you would
Yeah,
pop him before he is declared as attacking.
that's a really good point. And that would shut down that turn.
Yes.
Um,
Um, but even if you shut down that turn, what are you really doing with the rest of your cards? We even see the Dromai play an Oasis Respite uh, on his turn, I believe, just to activate his go again on his dragons. That does give a window for the Icelander to respond. However, that card in Arsenal has been stuck in the Icelander's arsenal for a couple of turns right now, so it might be a bit of an awkward card. Oh, and we see a frostbite. I believe it was an Arctic incarceration. So blue Arctic incarceration. So it wouldn't have popped the dragons, but it gives 2 frostbites, and Dromai has the blue, so the frostbites aren't doing much in this case. And I think, except if we see poppers, the Icelander is probably in big trouble here. Uh, Blocks out the Chromai. We have an Ashwing come in.
I mean, fair play to this Icelander. The boards, we had a full board of dragons. They've managed to reduce a few of them. We're got a couple of Ashwings. We've
Hmm.
still got that Uvia. We've still got that Chromai. But the Icelander's been fighting back, and it has managed to kill a few of them. But uh, it's it's not looking good, even with the hard work that the Icelander has done.
Yeah,
Um,
uses the Helios Smiter, uses their cloak to feed in resources, and I believe that's just game. Yeah, the red Ember Maw Centipede after all the dragons to seal the deal. Uh, Very, very brutal game. Like, you got to
yeah,
feel for the Icelander there. It just felt like there was very little they could do to the onslaught of dragons they got.
that's what we were talking about, right? Like it's a single drum eye in a pod. If we don't know that, we should say it's very possible that there's a second Dromai and there was just a high number of dragons. But it's so strong against Icelander in particular. and it can be really tricky
Uh,
for Icelanders to get in that game at the best of times. And that is the game wrapped up with the Drumai taking the win. And yeah, commiserations to the Icelander. They stayed in it. I
mhm.
mean, honestly, I was looking at that board thinking if I was that Icelander, I'd be going home. Uh, but fair play for playing it out and reducing the board state relatively well, but just doesn't have the life to continue. And this is the thing with Dromai has access to, you get all these dragons on board and you're still hitting people for fives and eights. It's not just about the dragons sometimes.
Yeah. And the Dromai deck, like he actually had another Oasis Respite in Arsenal. Two Oasis Respites in his deck at the very least. A lot of dragons, a lot of sweeping and red ember maw. Very strong Dromai deck, you know. Uh, yeah, it's just tough for Icelander in this matchup. It's definitely Dromai favored to
Yeah.
start with, and then if you have a good Dromai deck on top of that, it's very tough for Icelander to do anything about it.
Well, that was game one. Game one, round four. As you were saying, the draft is a really important stage of these tournaments that go CC draft. I think this one is the same. It's a double draft this afternoon. Uh,
I was wrong about something. Paul Wright correctly pointed out in the chat that Chromite does give the action point when it leaves the arena as well.
yeah, there
So
you go.
even popping it with a spell would give you the action point. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, it's good to know. Like, it's just that range of dragons that the Dromai player had access to. Getting the Miragi out first, and then the Necria, and we saw that the Icelander player did have a couple of poppers. They played the red flex out with a card to pop one of the dragons. I can't recall. It was the uh, Caloria, or the one from the pits, the one that draws a
Yeah,
card. And they
Kaloria,
also
yeah.
had the yellow Feindals, which they didn't play on the Miragi. That was an interesting choice, but maybe they just felt this is the last popper in my deck. Why prevent 2 damage when I could potentially prevent 8? And I think, yeah, it's a fair shout, but, um, that Miragi did keep coming and keep pushing the damage through. I think the Icelander player did as well as they could, but, what can you do against such reckless dragons? That's what they say. So we'll be waiting now for the next game, round 5, the second draft game. We'll, be just chill here for a bit and, like as I was saying, yeah, these rounds are very important because obviously you win 3 rounds of CC and you think I'm doing great, going to keep this ball rolling, and then you're thrown into a pod with everybody else that won 3 rounds of CC, and only one person from that pod can emerge undefeated, and that really spreads the field out the rest of the tournament. You think you end up with a lot of players, a lot of really good players spread out for the second draft. We say down at the lower tables, but it happens in, the I think our experience of UK nationals as well as the quality of the players is incredibly strong. And we know that for certain for Polish Nats as well. There's no easy games, and you've got to keep your focus and keep your head in the game, as it were, and just try and come out of this day one with the best record you can.
Yeah, indeed. Uprising draft, the great equalizer
Yeah.
of this national format. Um, will be interesting to see what the next game is. The next game will be with two undefeated players from this pod. I would be surprised if there is no Fi in there. Um,
Well, we know
we
there's
have seen.
we know there's probably a low number of Dromai, and your read Shin, based on the deck composition of the Icelander, is there could possibly be 3 Icelander. Could be a
Mhm.
1-3-4. It could be a one. It could be a two
Could be.
three
It could
three.
be two Dromais. We didn't really discuss Dromai when we were talking about the draft, but I think a pod can support 1 to 2 Dromais, right? You would have one that's a bit weaker than the other. And this seemed like a very strong Dromai list, but there were some key cards we didn't see, like Red Rakes and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So it makes me wonder if maybe there's another Dromai that was heavily selecting those cards for Ashwing generation. Um,
Yeah, that's a good read. You can build Dromai in a couple of different ways for draft. You can go for the super wide Ashwing build. You can go for the mega tall Endemore, Endemore and build.
Ember,
Uh,
Embermo.
and you pick up a few dragons. You get them when you're given them, and you'd use that to add that extra level to your deck. And I think you might have a shout there with the possibility of there being a deck out there with a lot of red rakes
Hmm.
to get that Ashwing generation. And yes, so I think we're very likely to see AFI in the next game. I think that's quite likely if we're thinking there's only two Drumeyes. And I'd be excited to see the Drumeye deck we just watched come up against a really good Fi, because I think that Drumeye deck was pretty good. Like had a lot of dragons, had a lot of good high quality cards, and I'd like to see a,
Hmm.
a nice matchup against
I
a
think we
Fi.
should organize a uprising draft where you don't allow people to draft Fi. Just draft Dromai and Icelander and see what happens. Let the chaos ensue.
Just end up with the
Uh,
worst possible decks ever.
I mean, it would be interesting because you would get a lot more draconic Dromais, right? Because another way to build Dromais, which which is just a worse Fi, right? You get those draconic go again, those Phoenix Flames and turn extenders, and you kind of have the dragons as like a sprinkling on top.
Hmm.
Um, because you do have a lot of good draconic like Blaze Headlong, um, and I can only name Blaze Headlong right now, but there's other draconic attacks that can be really good in Dromai. Um,
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. It was similar in Tales of Aria draft, where it was very hard to draft a lightning Lexi, because a lot of the good quality lightning cards would get hoovered
mhm,
up by Briars who really wanted to take that, or even like a good Earth Oldham, because a lot of the good Earth cards were taken by Briars as well to enable things like Double Spark. So when you see a dominance of a certain hero in a shared talent draft format, it can affect the other heroes quite strongly. And I think we see that with Fi and Dromai. The Fi players are taking all of those Blazing Headlongs and the Draconic Rupture cards and the high quality Draconic cards just in general. And there's so many Fis that the Dromais don't even really get a look in. They're forced to build in a particular way. But obviously that gives an advantage to Icelander, and I imagine that was their intention when designing the set, was that, we're giving an advantage to the Icelander that doesn't have to share that pool of cards with the other two heroes, which does make it a very interesting set. I could go back and forth on Uprising Draft. It's not my favorite draft. Sometimes I hate it, sometimes I love it. Probably depends the last draft I did and whether I did well or not. But it's very Marmite. But we have players who have been consistently good in Uprising Draft. We have players who think that it's a dice roll, and sometimes in a Fire Mirror it can feel like that. But you can win Fire Mirrors going first. You can win um, against really good decks if your deck lines up well enough. And you know, I get what people say, is what I'm saying. But and I am looking forward
yeah,
to the draft set next year.
I know
Right.
it's a weird format, right? To have Uprising Draft be up until Worlds and then technically after Worlds as well for a while. Um,
I would have loved a new draft format for Worlds, or a new set
mhm,
to drop just before Worlds. I think Worlds is going to be really exciting, but the fact that it is still going to be Uprising Draft and still going to be pre-Dynasty Flesh and Blood, I think it's a little bit of a shame. Like I completely understand like the way they're doing it, and it's a really good way to build hype for Dynasty by promoting it at Worlds and talking about it at Worlds. But it would have been, I just really loved our UK nationals where we had tails for a short period of time. We went into that not blind. We'd had it for a fair amount of time, but there was a lot of deck building involved, and it was a really exciting
yeah.
time. Shall we
So if
take
you
a quick break, Shin, while we wait for the next game? And we'll come back
yeah,
probably
sounds good.
around 10 minutes or 5 minutes. We'll keep people updated, and we'll jump back in later.
Cool. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Didn't catch
Uh,
that, but I assume it's just
well,
saying that.
we are live.
Oh, we are
Welcome
live.
back. Yeah, welcome back,
We're
everyone.
we're so good at this. So good at being like, "What? What?"
Thanks for joining us today. Thanks for joining us with all the nationals that are happening and all the craziness that are happening. We're having, uh, we're having news come in of Iris Dromai at Dutch Nuts.
That is the
So
way to
some
play. Who needs
some
dragons
very
to have go
interesting.
again when you could have your auras have go again instead?
Yeah, I'm not sure what else he's playing in that deck. But yeah, some very interesting things happening.
Yeah.
And speaking of Dromite, we have a Icelander 5 match.
It's
So
like, what have you
I saw the Dromite symbol there, and then I realized they showed an
Speaking of
Icelander on the
Dromai,
5.
there's none of them here. It's a
It was gonna be a good segue.
yeah,
Um,
it would have been great if it wasn't so not great. But we've got the fire game we wanted. We're
mhm.
gonna see a fire Icelander. This is a classic matchup. Can the Icelander disrupt the fire enough to take the win? And can the Icelander do enough damage to make the fire play suboptimally in order to get the win? We see immediately the fire. He's
Quickly
got
enough.
fire and quickly enough. Yeah, he's got the tide flippers, which is great.
Mhm,
He's got I think that's Quell too. I think that's quelling sleeves and quelling robe there. It's quite hard for me to
mhm.
see. So and it looks like a proxy Helios Mitre at the top there. But
Yep.
the Icelander's got a really nice layout for Fi. They've got three Quell, which is really good. So they've got quelling boots, quelling robe, and quelling gloves, and that is really tough for Fi because a lot of
What?
the issues with Fi are going over the top with damage.
Does their robe quill? The
I
spellcaster robe.
Oh, is it the spellcaster one?
Yeah,
Okay, they have Quell too. So I thought it was the
uh,
robe. It looks just like the we have a okay, guys, I know on stream everything is really clear because the stream is really good. It's a little bit less clear for us here. I thought that look, come on, Shin. They look very similar on our screen, do
uh,
they not?
I
Back
don't know
me
what
up
you're
here.
talking
I
about. I
mean,
think
no,
you're
don't you
just.
do this to me. Don't you do this to me. It
They
looks
do. They do
right.
have the same color scheme. I can see the color scheme. You're right. They
Anyway,
have the same color scheme.
Quell is so good against fire. Makes your Phoenix
Um,
Flame 0 because, well, the fire player doesn't have the the hands that gives the Phoenix Flames +1. It turns 4s into 3s. Oh, it is lovely. Turning a blue into a spread block of 1 across lots of different attacks. Really, really nice for the Icelander. Um,
so let's talk pod composition again, because when you see this, you're like, okay, so there was more than one Iceland. We were right about this, but the fight doesn't have only has tide flippers, right? No sash, no heat wave,
mm,
and those are very heavily contested items or equipment, rather. So, do you think we have a 4-5, two drum, maybe three Icelanders, one Dromai?
that's my thought.
Uh,
I think that
mhm.
the heat wave there's normally enough heat waves for 3 FIs to each have 1 each. I think when you have 4 FIs, you might not get 1. So it's gonna be tricky to, get the exact numbers for you guys, but we're starting to get a picture of what this might be. And we've opened here with a fused can you get a read on that card, Shin? It was fused with, something, but, can't quite
Sorry,
tell.
I was gonna point out that we have again Matteson, the calling New Jersey champion,
Oh, right.
uh,
Very good.
and looking at the list, I just realized we also had a Pro Tour New Jersey top 8 player that was on stream earlier, and we forgot to mention that. So yeah, um, so we
Yes,
had a lot of great players on here.
lots of really, really good players, which is great to see. Like, it's great to have all these top players on the stream with us. But yeah, they
Sorry,
opened
so the
with,
card I think is a polar cap. Is it a
yes,
fused
polar
polar
cap.
cap?
It was fused, yes. So this will be if it hits make a frostbite, is that correct?
Yeah, that is
Um,
correct.
so
And it
I
comes in for 3 arcanes, telling Fi, give me a lot of your quells or get the frostbite.
yeah. Um,
Um, It's interesting because Phi decides to give the quells, blocks with the lava burst. So lava burst great cards to have in Phi. It will go at the bottom of his deck. Um,
But not
so
the
yeah,
worst
Phi.
thing if the game goes long, can
Hmm.
seeing that card again in the late game won't be the worst thing. Looking like, the like Polar Blast, it's, giving the denying the frostbite, yeah, makes sense, and denying the damage, of course, also really good turn 1. If the Icelander's not dealing any damage to Fi going first and not, you know, giving any frostbite, the Fi can't be too disappointed, but using up the
Um,
Quell is a
we
little bit
have
tricky.
the Phi come in with one of those 4-for-1 go again that you were talking about
Yeah,
before.
Dust Runner Outlaw, this
Draconic.
one,
Yeah.
which is, very basic, but it does the job. It's a Draconic Chain Link. uh, presenting full damage, asking questions of the Icelander already,
And
plays
we
out
have
the
Icelander.
frosting.
Yeah. Frosting blue, one arcane damage, right? Doesn't do much, but gives a frostbite, which is very relevant.
And this
Because
is another
Phi
sign, Shin, that we might have a few Fis because I think that the card that's been pitched by the Fi is the
Sigil of Protection.
which is a very
Or
low.
no, or Planning. Can't tell from
Planning
here.
Essential, can't tell, but it's a not a super high quality card.
Hmm.
If it's a blue, it's a blue. Fair enough, but it's not the card you always want to have in your deck.
I think that's probably one of the hardest things. Well, one of the hardest things in Phi is some people like to get their blue Phi cards early, some other
Mm.
like to get their red Phi cards early. And that can sometimes throw you off in deciding how many Phis are actually in a pod. Um,
Always go for the red ones.
yeah,
Uh,
that's what I do as well, but that's why we end up with very unbalanced decks.
The blues
Uh,
always come round, in my view. It's, you sometimes take a blue thinking, "Oh, I've got quite a low number of blues in my fire deck." They come round. You always end up with 1 or 2, in my
so we
experience.
have Amberblade, block with the Brain Freeze, and then we have Ronin Renegade, red, I think. So 3 go again.
Yeah, presenting,
Um,
gonna get the Phoenix Flame out this turn, which
yeah.
is nice. So what, 4,
Uh,
3, 3, 11 damage here through a frostbite. Not
it
too
was
shabby.
it was a blue one actually because it came in for 1,
Oh,
and
right.
then
So not the most optimal. So the 5 player, 2 blues in one hand. That's not really when you want
mhm.
to see the blues.
So he actually had 3 blues in one hand, I believe. Uh, and
Yeah.
then that was actually an equal trade. 3, no, because he blocked another arcane.
Mm.
So 2 damage for 3 damage. It was close to an equal trade. But Icelander gets to put an arsenal and pass to the next turn.
Yep. Leaking a bit of
The
damage,
onus.
but
Mhm.
it's the Icelander's able to keep the Arsenal card, prevent a lot of damage, and it swings back to the 5 player. See what they can do from here. We will quickly start to get an idea of how many fires are in the pod based on the cards that the 5 player pitches and plays. So this should be pretty interesting. Right. So this is a really interesting Fi card that I've had a lot of issues with, which is the 2 cost 5 go again. Now,
I like it personally.
it's fine. It really messes with your ratios when you're playing Emberblade because you realistically
Yes.
don't want to be pitching 4. Now, it's good and bad against Icelander because you often need to overpitch anyway because of the frostbite. So it can be pretty good. It's a great card to just throw at someone. It's 5 damage at the end of the day. We'll see where we are now. There's a frostbite on the field. The 5 players already committed 2 resources. This is another blue pitched, which we're seeing a lot of blues out this Fi. Rebellious Rush. It's not the best Fi card, but putting on pressure, getting 2 damage through, and yeah,
There were somewhat
seeing
generic blues. What did he pitch this time? Is it another Sigil of
Soaring
Protection?
Strike, I think,
Oh,
is
so
the
it's
pitch
right.
cards, which is if it's a red, it looks like a red because he's not representing any resources floating there to
Mhm.
throw the the sword in.
he'll be happy to see it once they make it to second cycle. If he can pitch stack here.
He's actually got a
Um,
pretty good second cycle going at the moment. A
mhm.
few blues, but he pitched that lava burst. He pitches a nice card here. Here he won't be too sad, and I believe that's a blue scar for a scar. Shouldn't be too
Yeah.
sad to see a couple of blues and some good quality cards for his potential final turn of the game. Uh, must have a resource floating from the pitch. Maybe it's a blue soaring strike because he is able to get the Phoenix Flame out, currently costing one.
I
Uh,
believe this Phoenix Flame was in his hand,
he
and
played
he's
this
gonna go.
hand, and he's going to go
Yeah,
for another
he's
one. Okay. Well, the Icelander is
taking a lot of
taking
damage.
tons of damage here, so must have something really good.
They
You
kept
know,
3 cards, or I yeah,
there's a
because
block
they
against
played
the
Cold Snap.
5. There was a block against the Rebellious Rush, but then took the
Yeah,
sword, took the Phoenix, and took the last
so
Phoenix.
they
So
kept 3 cards.
took
And
um, 7 damage that
did
turn,
they
right?
winning moon? Ah, yes, I believe they winning moon at the end of their turn with the
Yeah.
2 floating. And we see an ether hail. What color ether hail is that? Looks like, I want to say yellow from this far.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
hard for us to tell, but it feels odd to take that much damage. I felt like the Icelander did a really good job of shutting down the previous turn, but
mhm.
decided to play a bunch of keep a lot of cards for this turn.
I mean, it depends what they're gonna put in arsenal, right? Because technically here they're presenting 5 arcane damage with
Mm,
five reasonably being only able to block 2, so 3 will come through, and then put a card in arsenal, and maybe it's an ice eternal that they're putting in arsenal, for example.
yeah, that
Uh,
would be a great play to that would be the kind of thing that you would consider taking that damage for.
mhm.
Comes in with a burn away. Again, not the highest quality Fi card, but
But he
fortunately the Fi
banishes one
does
of his
have
Phoenix Flame.
he does have 2 Phoenix Flames, so in this situation, it's a very tidy card, a lovely
Yeah.
0 cost 4 go again, very good way to start the chain. Um,
Mhm.
keeps card information hidden because of the 0 cost, doesn't know what cards the 5 player's got in hand. Sometimes you see the 5 player pitch a yellow, got an indication there that they might not have a blue. They could be bluffing, but you never know.
Mhm.
And we'll see how the Icelander responds because this is now representing half the Icelander's health. Still has a lot of quell, might consider quelling this turn to, oh, something's
We
played.
have another polar cap from Arsenal this time.
So this should
Uh,
represent 2 Frostbite for the Phi, because I'm
no,
not
polar cap is not a. It's an elemental wizard
not a
card.
nice card,
So
I see.
yeah,
If it
so it's
hits, they will get
only,
the I see.
yes, correct. If it was fused, couldn't see on our stream whether it was fused or not, but I'm gonna assume it was. And it comes in for 2 arcane damage, which to Phi is a blue card if he wants to block this with Helios Mitre. Um,
The Icelander's down to 3 cards, and the Phi player is representing 4 damage. It's a pretty tricky position for the Icelander here. The
mhm.
Phi's still got 3 cards in hand, played a Draconic, so you can at least expect a sword. Has the potential to push through a bit of damage here. I imagine the Phi player is doing the math, working out, can I play around the Frostbite and also prevent 1 damage from this Dink, making sure that they get the most value out their resources. But no, decides to take both points of damage there, getting the Frostbite. But now the Icelander now needs to block out this turn with just 3 cards, probably representing around 8 to 9 block, probably 9. The Phi player still has 3 cards in hand, and we'll see how much they can push over the top. Uh,
And we see the
they're gonna
block with another polar cap, right?
Yeah,
Blocking 3, taking 1. Uh, oh, and we see the. Wait, is that.
that's the one. I think if it hits, you can fetch Phoenix Flame, uh, but it
Oh,
won't have
this is.
go again.
No, I think this is Stoke the Flames, yeah.
That is
If
that
it
one, yeah.
hits, fetch Phoenix Flame and has go again. Um,
Yeah, that's what I just said. Come on.
yeah, so he has the, he has the other card that can search Phoenix Flame from his deck in his hand.
Yeah,
And he's gonna arsenal it. Um, Maybe
This
he
is
only runs 2 Phoenix Flames in his deck?
Yeah, this is a pretty
Uh,
interesting play because obviously this card does not have go again if it's fully blocked out by the
mhm,
Icelander. They have one resource floating. They could easily three block and quell this and keep cards in hand.
mhm.
It's interesting that the five player maybe was lacking a blue, wasn't able to Ember Blade,
I think
and
he is lacking a blue. Looking at his hand, he
yeah,
pitched, what's it called? The card that he pitched that has Phi, leading an
rise,
attack on it.
rise up. Yeah, that's the
I
if you
think
play
he
two,
pitched Rise Up, and he has the card where you have the guy in
Phoenix
the
Flame.
volcano meditating.
Oh, yeah, the one that fetches from deck. So.
I like how
Uh,
you understand the cards I'm saying just by the description of the art on
Yeah,
them.
I can't remember what it's called, but it's, essentially it fetches it's a 1/3 go again. If you've played a red
Yes,
card, fetch a Phoenix Flame from deck. Judging by the quality
correct.
of the 5 players deck, I have a feeling they might be running 3 Phoenix Flames, so that should fetch a flame. There's 1 in Arsenal,
Oh,
1 in Grave. Sorry, there's 1 in Banished, 1 in Grave, and I suspect there might be 1 more in deck.
sorry, I was wrong. He actually pitched both cards because they were both reds and there was a frostbite. So he has no cards. Oh no, he does have one card left in hand. I am confusing myself here.
Yeah, because it would have cost him 2 to play Stoke the Flames,
Yeah,
so he's pitched 2 reds. So very fortunate for the Icelander, I would say. Oh, did they take the Stoke?
they did take the Stoke. Uh,
So they're gonna fetch a Phoenix Flame and
I think more
oh, they
worrisome than
pitched.
that is the
So
go again.
yeah, so the I think the 5 player fetches the Phoenix Flame and then pitches it for no, I thought I saw a Phoenix Flame pitch there. It's quite hard for us to see this one, but Stoke the Flame
There,
pitched, but he doesn't have the go again to I'm just watching it back on stream so I can, see what
yeah,
happened
why?
there. So he takes the 4.
Because he does have a Phoenix Flame in Arsenal, in Graveyard. I see it. And
Right, so
so
there's a chance here
takes.
that actually the 5 player, uh, doesn't have 3 Phoenix Flame and chooses to pitch the Phoenix Flame in order to, fetch it with the card that he's arsenaling this turn. But he could have just pitched and played it to present lethal.
Uh, yeah, he has a Phoenix Flame in hand, and oh, maybe that was the only card in hand that we saw, and we thought it was another card, and he decided to. What did he decide to do with that Phoenix Flame? I'm also checking back on stream. He is
Yeah,
thinking
so,
about it.
the Icelander player played their Cloak to Waning Moon, and then they pitched
Yeah,
Phoenix Flame to reduce Waning Moon by 1, rather than
got
present,
you.
a
So
1
they
damage.
wanted to stay above life total so that they weren't on 4, where Icelander can really kill them easily. And now they're on 5, and Icelander comes in with an encase for 3.
Mhm.
It's actually looking quite good for Icelander suddenly. You know, that
Yeah.
arcane damage just like added up really quickly.
Yeah, because the 5 player, um, realistically can not prevent a Moon and a card from Arsenal next turn if they take this 3. They've got Helios, they've got AB1, that's
Oh,
probably not gonna be enough.
but Phi has an Oasis Respite in their hand.
Ooh.
That could be very. They have a Rise from the Ashes, but they don't no longer have a Phoenix Flame in Arsenal. Oh, they pitch the Oasis Respite. It's a blue Oasis Respite. They pitch the Oasis Respite to Helios Mitre and use Arcane Barrier, taking 1 damage.
Mm.
Keep 3 cards behind, and there's an Arsenal for Icelander.
I like that because if the Icelander doesn't have damage from Arsenal here, it's gonna be really hard for them to kill the fight with just 3 from Waning Moon. And if they do have
Mm-hmm.
damage, they can pitch prevent 1 from the Arsenal card, 1 from the Moon. 4 is a relatively decent number to be on. The issue will be, of course, if it's like an Ether Hail Blue, this could be tricky. Ooh, that's, Rise in the Ashes?
Yeah. I think
Uh,
he's just getting the +3 here. And we have the
oh, Cold
response, which is
Snap.
a cold snap. Okay, so it's
Okay.
not damage. So Phi. might survive this. The cold snap was from Arsenal, so there will be a draw. So Icelander will have 4 cards and a waning moon.
Yeah, the Icelander
Uh,
needs to block this turn out. It's a good start for the fight. A +3 from a card is good.
Interesting, because in my head, this is a good start for the Icelander.
I mean, it's a great I think the Icelander getting the draw is great for having 4 cards here, to block with and still threatening Moon. But if
Mhm.
they want to Moon, they can't really quell. It's
And
gonna
we have
take
a breaking point here for 7, or is breaking point for 5, and so this is for 8.
the breaking point for 8, because of the
Hmm.
rise from the Ash, depending if I think it's a red rise. That's probably not gonna be enough
That's a
unless the Fi has
2-card
something
block,
cheeky.
like a rapid. Oh, you can't rapid reflex
It would
breaking
have
point
to
anyway. It
be
costs 1.
the 1 cost +1 majestic attack reaction, but the Icelander might just throw down 9
Uh,
block here and Moon.
isn't that 1 cost a not rupture?
Uh, no, it's
Oh
Draconic
well.
Chain Links to banish. So
Well,
throws down the
the
whole hand,
yeah,
and
Icelander did
then
what you
Moon
said,
3. Yep.
and then Arsenal's the kill for next turn, and that is gonna be game for the Icelander player.
Yeah, this is really turned around that 5 the 5 player clearly did not draw into the hand they needed to put the pressure on that turn. You know, when the cold
Hmm.
snap comes out, you know you're safe, but you have to push for all 4 cards out of the Icelander's hand, and a breaking, basically, coming in for 8 or whatever. If it was a red rise, I think it was a red rise, it's just not enough. Icelander's blocking that every day of the week. Already got the 2 resources floating to ping you, Arsenal, and all Icelander needs to do now is play any card from the Arsenal, and I think that's game.
Yeah, Ether Hill.
Excellent play by
Um,
the Icelander. Yeah,
yeah.
a really strong card there, just kill for the kill. But when you're on one as Fi against Icelander, that's if you're not killing them, you're dead. Really unfortunate for
Hmm.
the Fi player. I think we saw there that go again more evidence perhaps that there's quite a few Fi decks out there. That deck had a finisher where it definitely didn't need a finisher. It needed a wide go again. Needed to push
Hmm.
3 damage every single attack, needed to force the Icelander to commit a resource to quell, which they so that they couldn't moon you, but wasn't able to do that either. Going tall. I mean, obviously the 5 player didn't have any choice, but going tall in that situation was not what was exactly what the Icelander wanted to see. An easy
And
block and an Arsenal and
we did
kill.
also
Ultimate kill.
saw we did also see a lot of generic cards being pitched. There was quite a few sigils of protection, an Oasis Respite, Scar for Scar Blue. No, I 100% agree with you. It does imply that there were probably even more than 4 fives at this stage. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 5 fives, 2 Icelanders, 1 Dromai.
Mm.
Uh, yeah, very good game. Very well played from the Icelander.
Yeah, beautifully
Commiseration
played.
to the 5 player.
A very enjoyable game
Uh,
to watch. And I think that shows what we were saying. We don't know the exact number of fives, but it was the 5 player needs to go wide. It needs to force those quells as quickly as possible. And in many ways, the 5 player chose to preserve their life total turn one by committing their quell early, but that then did leave them vulnerable to later in the game where they weren't able to
mhm.
combine their quell and their arcane barrier to reduce damage as appropriate. But I still think the 5 player played it relatively well. It looked more like they were let down by the cards that they drew rather than any gameplay issues. But yeah, very enjoyable game. Always nice to see
Mhm.
a good Icelander win. We've seen a
It will
Drumeye
be
win and an
interesting.
Icelander win, so we'll see what we get next.
It will be interesting to see what's undefeated in the pod, because if the most likely based on the pod composition we're describing, the Dromai played a Fi, which isn't a great matchup for them. So it will be interesting to see if they won and they'll be playing the Icelander in the final of the pod, or if we'll get another Fi making it through in that pod, and we'll have like another Icelander Fi matchup.
Because this is what we're saying, everyone's talking about how you should force fly, and that's going to have an effect on the field. Like, if everyone thinks that's the right thing to do, it becomes the wrong thing to do. When you've got five fives or even four fives with a pack composition that doesn't support that many fives, a low number of rares for ninja or just lower quality ninja cards or draconic cards. It
Hmm.
it will mean that you get these lower quality decks out there, and if you're willing to take a risk, or if you get a good read on the pack composition of the first few packs you see, and you're thinking this is some pretty low quality cards for Ninja, it's probably worth taking the gamble and going for a good Icelander or good Dramai. Because there's such this opinion of people that the way to win Uprising Draft is to draft Fi, and you can use that to your
Sounds
advantage.
sounds to me like propaganda from someone who wants to be the only Fi player at the table. Then.
I don't know what you're talking about, shit. Personally, I think the Fi is a terrible deck, and no one should play it or draft it. No,
Fair enough.
it's very good. And you know, if you go in a pod and there's three Fis, well, you're gonna have a fun time. Let's just put it that way. So it's risk and reward, isn't it? That's the way it works. Um,
Yeah. Well,
right.
it will be interesting to see what the last draft game is. Do we want to take a quick 5 minute break before?
Yeah, let's take a break, and we will come back for game six and continue to provide coverage for the games today. So thank you for joining us, and we'll probably be back in 5 or 10 minutes.
See you all in a bit.
See you in a bit. Wait, wait. Oh, oh, oh. I can't. I'm just waiting. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back to Polish Nationals round six. We are moving into the final game of the first draft. Shin, how are you feeling about the games you have seen today? What are your thoughts? What are your takeaways?
Very high level. Excited for CC, to be honest. Like, draft is fun and everything, but we're not seeing anything new with draft. I actually really wanted to see a bit more of Polish CC. So I'm
I
really
agree.
excited for tomorrow.
I think
I'm really
tomorrow is
excited to
going to
see.
have some fantastic games. Like we are going to see
Yeah.
the best of the best. To be honest with you, I think we've already seen some of the best of the best because we've been very fortunate that Polish Nationals has some of the best players in the world. But
Hmm.
I'm really looking forward to seeing players sort of top eighted callings, one battle hardens, incredibly high elo. We're talking 1700s. I think there's 18, someone with 1800 elo playing
Yes.
today as well. It is the best of the best, and we're incredibly excited to be showcasing these games for you. And we're looking forward to casting this next game, this round six game. Oh, I'm excited! It's 2 o'clock here in the UK. I'm having a Coca Cola. That's a can of Coke sound. That is not a lager. It's a Coke Zero. Shin's favorite. It's not,
um,
but yeah, whatever.
then I'm realizing something. You know how we were
Drinking
discussing.
already from Jack Raven. How did you get that so quickly, Jack? Did you post that the second you heard the can?
Um,
uh,
do you know
sorry,
how
Shin.
we were discussing this as if it was one pod? I just realized Gem doesn't actually like set the table by pod, right? Table one might be a different pod every time.
Oh, I
So
see.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
only realizing this because we have a third Icelander that's from, again, I think a very different pod. The only thing we actually do know about these players is that they are currently undefeated in their pod. I don't
Well,
think the last three games we saw were from the same pod.
what a
Uh,
matchup we have. Speaking of Icelander, we have a Dromai versus Phi on the table here for you, and we cannot wait to cast this game.
Sorry,
Uh, I love this
I
matchup.
just
I
saw
love this
I
matchup.
just saw the Icelander thing, and I assumed it was again an Icelander versus Phi.
Jack Raven said, I posted it when I heard your funny noises to check if the mic was working. Yes.
Uh,
What can I say? It's a Saturday.
this is
It's
what I'm dealing with backstage. This is like ongoing and incessant, Jack.
Look, I love the sound of my own voice. What can I say? And hopefully the rest of you guys don't hate it too much. But it's just exciting to
Okay,
be casting Fab games. That's like it's always a pleasure to cast, and we don't get to do it too
so
often. So we always like to enjoy it when we do it.
am
Take it
I
away, Tim.
wrong then? And this is the same Dromai we saw the first round, and maybe it is all the same pod. And I'm no, it can't be
Ooh.
the same pod, but it could
I
be the same
think
Dromai.
it could be the same Drumai. I recognize the name, recognize the equipment loadout, and
Yes, the
this is
equipment loadout is what.
yeah, this is exactly what I said I wanted. I said I wanted to see that Dromai, that absolutely stacked Dromai, come up against a Phi, a 2 and 0 Phi, presumably, and we'll see how this goes.
Hmm. Well, big turn for the Dromai. Sweeping blow followed by Ember Maw. You know, like 11 damage, just turn 0 with an arsenal card to boot.
Casual,
Um,
but the Phi shouldn't be too sad. He's going second, which is what Phi loves to do, and he can block
mhm.
this out.
Those
And
were some good cards that he blocked with there. There was an engulfing flame wave that
mm,
went. There was a Ronin Renegade. Like, those were some power cards that just went into that block casually like that.
Engulfing is a fantastic card, but against a Dromai that doesn't mind blocking. Oh, and obviously a great follow up
Uh,
here. Takes a little bit of
and now,
damage to come back with the
yeah,
scar for the scar.
we see why he took the sweeping blow at the start. It was to come in with the scar, forego again. Uh, let's see what the Dromai has here.
Now, the drummer is probably not going to have the same amount of space that they had when they were up against the Icelander. There was tons of
Uh-huh.
time, tons of resources they had to be able to develop their dragons. Ooh,
Cinderskin
Cinderskin
Devotion.
without Go Again.
Yeah, I was gonna say this doesn't. It wasn't played after a Draconic Chain Link 2, so it won't have Go Again.
I guess
Uh,
the Fi is happy to present 8 damage and get a card in Arsenal.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, so the
I
Scar there,
mean,
maybe not this is what I was saying, Shin, when I was saying I didn't rate Scar as highly. If that had been a 0-3, they would have been able to then follow up with the Sword and then the 4 for Go Again. So,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
In what world is 0 for 8 over 2 cards not a good turn
No,
one?
I'm just saying, it could have been better. Could have been better, right?
We see another sweeping blow, pitching a blue Centipede. And we see the five blocking with your favorite card, Critical Strike,
Yeah, I do love a
which
critical
blocks for
strike.
3, doesn't it?
That makes me think that the 5 player may have yes, it's an interesting hand. He's got a flex in hand.
Hmm.
Maybe he lacks Go Again. That's a possibility. If he's got a if he had a critical strike and a flex, he may not have the capacity to push damage, or he may be thinking, oh, and it's a Miragi as well. So even if that flex, oh, that is a big chunk of damage. That is not a good thing for the 5, but I guess
Hmm.
yeah, going down to 12 with a 3 card hand. 1 card in Arsenal 5 can do a lot with 4 cards. Don't get me wrong. Moragi on the field, 4 health, if I recall correctly, Shin. So not the
Yeah,
easiest
correct.
for Fi to kill. We'll see how he follows up with these 3 cards and whether
This
if
is the
like,
thing when you have a really good Dromai deck. While it can't raise a good Fi deck, it can definitely raise a mediocre to bad Fi deck.
definitely.
Um,
And the 4 health is nice and chunky. The Dromai won't be too sad to just block out. And if the fight doesn't kill the dragon, just swing the dragon every turn. It's Miragi. It's not going to get popped. So it
is
starts out
that
with a
Rising
rising
Remnant?
event.
Yeah.
Yeah, a nice opener.
Fi just takes it, takes
Um,
3. I think, sorry, Dromai just takes it. I think they might be in the race mentality right now. Oh,
yeah,
it was a
and let's
blue one.
see. Yeah.
They took 1. So, yeah.
So really
Uh,
poor hand from the fire. We can see why that they committed the block because it's a blue, 2 blues.
mhm.
When you see the Rising come up first, you have to think they probably don't have another Draconic because otherwise they'd want to bluff the on hit of the Rising. Because if you can play it Chain Link 2, you can obviously banish a 1 card cost and pay it for free. So when you see that Rising come out first, you can kind of get the read that they might not have another Draconic card to play before it.
And
So
they
that
take
can
the
reveal quite a
blade.
lot of information.
They do have the Dromai does have an Oasis Respite in hand, so they're taking damage, but they actually have some defensive
Mm.
cards as well that they can play in case of emergency. So I think they're gonna try to set themselves better and then swing it back with the Oasis. Um, I
Look,
think that's a Cinder Skin Devotion in hand.
yeah,
Is it?
yeah, it is. And that again, can't play that before the Rising. So
Mm-hmm.
that makes me think that probably the card in Arsenal is a finisher. The fight took a lot of damage. It's probably not a go again Draconic. Otherwise, they would have played that before the Rising Resentment to try and hit the Cinderskin Devotion to get the discount. But it's 0 resources floating, so it could be a lava burst, could be nothing at all. But I think the Dromai player needs to be really careful here. Doesn't want to take 4 uh, and then 5. And the fact that the 5 player is not targeting Miragi with the 4 damage should be sending some signals to the Drumway player here to think what this 5 player is going to follow up with from Arsenal. They will get the
And
Phoenix Flame out,
you're
you know.
as Dromai, you're down to 10. Taking 4 is a big chunk of your life total, right? It's like a quarter of your starting, fifth of your starting life total. It's like
Yeah.
4 is a big number.
We got 4 from here, 1 from the Phoenix, and a potential lava burst in Arsenal. I'm sure that's going through the Drumai player's head. 2-0 Drumai player, probably 5-0 at this point. They're gonna know the
Hmm.
card composition. They're gonna think that's my entire life total cleared out right there. How do I handle this? It could be a good time to commit a quell, a 3 block on the 4, and then
And you have
quelling
the
the Phoenix Flame.
Oasis.
The
Um,
Oasis is pretty tidy, actually. That could shut down the Oasis in combination with Quell would be a really good,
there
combo
goes the
here.
Oasis. Yeah,
Yeah. It's now
Phoenix
the
Flame for
decision
one.
on the Drumeye whether they want to commit a Quell. They might just take the one here because Quell is so strong, and they don't actually have a huge amount of it. They just have Quell on their hands. Takes the
Hmm.
one. What's the Fi gonna follow up with?
I can't see with the reflection, but it does look like a lava burst. And there is a
Uh,
block three, I believe.
yeah.
Uh,
If that was a lava burst, give me a promotion because that was a call and a half. But
okay, you know your five
I know
plays.
my 5 plays,
Congratulations.
but if it's not, I'll look silly for saying that because I couldn't actually see it with the glare on the
I'm
table.
gonna wait until it's on stream to decide
Yeah.
whether you get your promotion or not.
So
Uh,
I get a candy bar if it is.
it was indeed a lava burst. You do
Yes!
get your candy bar.
Yes! I know how to
And
play red cards that cost 0. That is my skill.
and we do see the drummer. I just come in,
So I just knocked
come
my
in with
bottle over. Anyway, yes,
come
we
in
see
with the
how
mirror
I
guy attacking. No reds played, so it's just mirror guy, and that's really it. So 2 damage and a card, most likely for Arsenal.
mm.
If you're Fi and you see this, you're actually kind of happy. You know, you go to 10, you still have the life lead, and you come in with a 4 card hand.
You are happy,
I
but you
see,
have to think to yourself, right, is the Drumai
like,
just decided now I'm just going to block you out and swing with Miragi every turn? And the 5 player
yes,
now
but
needs to decide, do they continue to push thinking that they can close this 8 health down to 0? Or do they respect the Miragi and kill it? Because killing the Miragi obviously then allows the Drumai to hit back. I think we're seeing a
but
soaring strike here from the
yeah, I was
5
gonna
player.
say the hand from the from the Fi is pretty stacked. I think there's a Soaring Strike, a Ronin Renegade. Uh, I think stop flipping your card. A Cinderskin Devotion, and the Ronin Renegade was blue. So I think his issue right now is that Cinderskin also cost one, so he won't
Mm.
have the resources to Cinderskin and do his Ember Blade. Uh, and I can't decide if the last card is actually a Lava Burst or something else. But if it is a Lava Burst, that's a really big turn that's about to happen. Um,
So it looks like the Drumai is committing to the block here.
yeah.
And
So maybe the
he
Droma is doing. It is a Lava Burst. Oh no, that's his graveyard.
checking his graveyard.
Uh, getting a Phoenix Flame. It is as you said. The Dromai is starting to block here, but ship damage will go through.
Is that my
Oh, it
favorite
was a
card? Red
critical.
critical
It
strike at
was
the
a
end.
critical strike. Yeah.
I I genuinely think you've seen a lot of blocks here from the Drumeye. I think you killed the dragon. And now I know that sounds mad, but you that dragon you might think, okay, it's 2 damage a turn. What can it do? I don't know because he's taking him down to 2. That's pretty big. Um, But the dragon
Uh,
will just continue to chip over and over again. I guess the 5 player thinks, "I've got the life. I can kill that dragon whenever I want. I've got them down to 2." Yeah, it's probably yeah, fine. It is probably the right play to continue pushing damage. You know, you can't throw 5 at a 4 when you can throw 5 at a face,
mhm.
as they say in the business. Um,
Defy business.
this looks like a pretty decent hand for Fi as well. I
I
see a
mean,
Ronin Renegade. I think I see some.
Dromai going down to 2 is just like very rough, right? Because Fi just needs to chip here and there, right? Like one Phoenix Flame here, one Phoenix Flame there. It just gets over slightly. Like,
And this
yeah,
is where something
it's
like, Sash is a great card, but in this position,
yes.
you really wish that you had another source of Quell, because being able to turn your 2 blocks into 3 blocks and essentially nullify Phoenix Flame. Look at this, just forcing the blocks, still
And
not
then
gonna
gonna
kill
go
that
get the
Mirage.
Phoenix Flame and attack with the Phoenix Flame and take the whole hand at the very least, or at least make him go down to 1.
Yeah,
Uh,
going down to 1 is super risky because now, actually it's not too bad 'cause you've still got that Quell. When you go down to 1, that's when Quell becomes your best friend because 4s become 3s. But the Fi is just drawing gas here. And I think they even finish with something here, and that could
I
be
can't tell if it's a flex, a critical strike, or
it.
uh, yeah. I
One, two,
think
three. Yeah.
yeah, it's
It looks
game.
like that's game. We got a little bit of lag there, but the five player just went wide enough. The opponent was on a really low life total, and you know, all it takes is a little bit of damage to finish the game out. So um, a very quick one, but it just
Hmm.
shows what a really strong Fi deck can do, especially against
Uh,
Dromai with that lacks any disruption. Did a lot of damage to the Fi, and the Fi player, that Miragi on the field, it's very tempting to kill. I was saying I might have considered killing it, but
mhm.
um, it wasn't able to get the Fi player down low enough. He finishes the game with 4 health. A couple more turns, then that Miragi is suddenly presenting lethal every turn. You know, you can't just ignore it anymore. But the
That
five player was comfortable enough with its life total to just keep pushing damage to hell to Dramai.
that last attack was a stoke the flame, so it came in for 4. So again,
Mm,
it's just one over the ideal blocking breakpoint. No, very good game between two very strong players. Like again, to kind of reiterate the pedigree of these players, the Dromai player was the Battle Hardened Krakow finalist, top 33, and or like made money at the Pro Tour Lille, and the Phi player was a lot of made money a lot at the Nationals last year, Pro Tour New Jersey, Pro Tour Lille, and has won 4 ProQuests.
yeah.
Uh, so
A really good
a l-
game, a quick one, but a really enjoyable one. Uh, you know, it's just Fi doing five things. Those
mhm.
really can't do it forever. You can try and block it out, but it's just so much damage. And a really good Fi deck just has access to so many good resources. Lava Burst and things like that just go over the top. And the Drumeye player chose to take a bit of damage to swing back and sort of switch to the blocking um, when it when I guess they realized that that was not going to be a success for them, and did was able to hold up for a bit, but the card quality of the five players deck was just a bit too high for the Drumai to be able to shut that down. But a very enjoyable game to watch, and that is the end of the first draft, which is mad. Um, we will obviously be moving now to another period of drafting, so we won't be commentating for that. But what was your thoughts on that first draft, Shin? Any major takeaways that we haven't already discussed?
No, not really. It was about as you would expect. Strong Droma and Icelander decks can still get wins, but at the end of the day, Fi is just a force to be reckoned with in draft. And if there aren't that many Fis, and you have a lot of good value Fi cards, it's just very hard to deal with you.
Absolutely, and it's a you sit down and you think I've drafted this amazing Drumeye deck, and we think it's the Drumeye deck from round four, the first round of the draft, which was an incredible Drumeye deck.
Hmm.
But if you can't get the dragons on the field, what can you do? They block three, I guess that's pretty good, but it's tough. Yeah, they get their value by getting them on the field, and you think, well, I've got my Miragi down, that's 4 health, but if the five player just never throws any attacks at it, then you're not healing either. I've
Yep.
I've had games against Dromai where I've not respected the dragon and I've been punished for it. I thought I can get the kill, and they have the defensive. They have things like sand cover being a really good way to shut down Fi when Fi thinks they're going for the kill, so they don't kill the dragon, and then they shut you down with a sand cover and some quell, for example. It's about learning as a five player what you can do and what cards your opponent can have, and making that call. Do I need to kill this dragon, or can I
Hmm.
race and get them down to zero before that dragon becomes relevant? I
No,
found
indeed.
Necria to be one of the worst ones because of getting the Ash, and the 4 attack really melts
Hmm.
your health away. But Miragi, 4 health is great, but the 2 attack, not quite impactful enough to be the threat it needed to be in this game.
And as much as we make Fi sound like, I want to say, almost an easy deck to pilot or like, an easy choice, it's really not. Like, it has gone through a period of evolution. Like, there was a time where you would play Dromai into Fi and you would try to control the dragons, and Dromai had an actual chance at fatiguing you,
Mm.
right? same with Icelander. Like there is a lot of attrition in the other decks that as Fi, if you don't have a really strong Fi deck, you might not be able to deal with it, and it's not always like an easy shut case. Um, so yeah, it's still an interesting format, but there wasn't anything here that was too shocking.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, that's gonna be me as well.
Yeah,
I
huge thank you to Shin for coming along.
No, it was
We
always great fun.
I really enjoyed Shin's casting last year. Incredibly knowledgeable about the game. Always a pleasure to have on board, and hopefully you've enjoyed being here, Shin, and getting another opportunity to cast. It's like I was
No,
saying, it's always a pleasure to be able to do this, to be able to talk about the games as they happen, and I hope you've had a lot of fun.
it was a lot of fun. I am thoroughly impressed by your fine knowledge. It was also just great casting with you. It felt very relaxing and chilled. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow, as I will be back for some CC rounds for tomorrow. But for the rest of the evening, I'm leaving you again with Push to Point fame Simon Denning.
Yeah, we're gonna
Um,
get Simon on for the next draft. If Hamish is around, I'll do a swaps with Hamish, but if he's still busy, it will be me and Simon. And yeah, we will cover that final draft for you before we wrap it up for today. But of course, as Shin says, back tomorrow morning for what will probably be some incredibly good and exciting CC games. And the best part is they start at 10 o'clock rather than 9, so you don't have to get up at 7:30. So we will take a break now. There will be another draft, so there'll probably be a bit of an extended break now, but we'll update you when we know when we'll be back, and we will also try to find some standings if we can and share those out. So thanks again, Shin, for joining us, and
Thanks for having
we'll
me.
see you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Bye.
Amazing. So I think we are back on the live
We
stream.
are back on stream.
Hello everyone. If you are still hanging around, we've started a little bit early so that we can let people regather before we get stuck into the second draft of Polish Nationals. But we have a new a new co-caster, a new caster alongside Simon. You have joined. You've replaced Shin, and welcome to the stream.
Poor replacement, I'm sure, but I am here. I've given Shin a bit of a break, a bit of respite. Trip gets no respite because
No respite.
his relief has had to cry off. I say that, but obviously Hamish told us before we started doing this that he was going to be busy all day. We hoped to peer pressure him into joining at the last minute, but unfortunately he's not been able to. So you are stuck with Trip and myself. Hopefully we can take you through the second draft of the day without much trouble, and then obviously tomorrow we're back again for the last three rounds of CC and the top cut, the top 8 cut.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so far. I know you've been following Simon from the stream, but the quality so far has been very strong. We've seen some really good matchups in the first three rounds of CC. We saw an Icelander Oldhim, we saw a Dash Oldhim, and a Dash Bravo. A lot of control decks for the first three rounds of CC, but we do know that there is a good contingent of aggro. We know that there are a lot of Briar in the field. 22 Briar, I believe, is the number. But so far, yet to see one on stream. We might see one tomorrow morning. We'll have to wait and see. We haven't been able to get the standings yet, but we hopefully will be able to see that at the end of the day.
Do
But
you know what though, Dan? After Briar, so with Briar being 22, and the viewers have got the breakdown on the screen right
mm,
now, it's an incredibly balanced meta after Briar, isn't it? Down to Phi 10, Oldham 10, Icelander 9, Bravo 8, Duromai 8. Like, it's an incredibly open meta, and the fact that we haven't seen a Briar on stream today is is quite refreshing.
yeah, it's nice to see these new heroes emerge as Prism has been moved out of the format thanks to Living Legend. It's really opened up a lot of space for Oldhams, for Icelanders, for Bravos, and even for Dramais in many ways, opening up a new space for an anti-control hero.
Unless
Uh,
you're in New Zealand today, Trip,
yes,
because
because
New
of
Zealand have
young
had
Prism.
a young Prism go 6-3. I don't. Obviously, there's some draft in there, I guess.
But
Um,
apparently they went 3-0 in CC.
yeah, and obviously that must be with Iris of Reality because Luminaris has been living legended out with Adult Prism, right?
Yes, correct. So essentially, the hero has been. I'm not sure if they went 3-0 in CC actually, because I think they lost a game to a Rhinar, which is understandable because I think one barraging beatdown turn and you are pretty dead
Yeah.
against Rhinar when you have 20 health. But
As we know
Oldhams have
from
been
Blitz.
going. Yeah, Oldhams have been going around thinking that they're safe, but there's still these cheeky young prisms knocking about, trying to ruin their day. But there's nothing like that in the Polish
No,
national
nothing
today.
in the Polish nationals like that. And I just want to say what an incredibly competitive field. I mean, it, you were at Pro Tour Lille, I was at Pro Tour New Jersey, and Team Poland are a big presence at these big events, and it shows in their results. We've had uh, Pro Tour top fours, Pro Tour finalists, calling winners, calling top eights, battle hardened winners. Like the list of their achievements is incredible.
And yes, exactly. And the ELO as well. We're looking at lots of players in the 1700s. I think we have one player in the 1800s, just
Yeah,
1802.
Bartosz Ziemba, who was the finalist, I think, in Pro Tour Lille,
Yeah. So
or top eight.
some
Sorry, Pro Tour Lille.
some really good, some really fantastic players. Still, though, we've got three more games of draft coming up. We're just waiting for the players to sleeve up their decks and get out onto the tables. And we'll be bringing you these last three draft games of the day before we wrap it up and come back tomorrow morning for three more games of CC before a cut to top eight. So tomorrow morning is going to be really exciting. We might be able to get Hamish on for a game or two tomorrow, depending on the timings. I think me and Shin are going to cover the morning shift again, and then we'll get Simon and Hamish back on for the top cut.
Who knows? Maybe we'll have 3 or 4 of us at one time. It'd be nice
Yeah,
to
it
have
might be fun
multiple
to have
people on.
a mass co-cast session, everyone at the same time. So we'll see what we can do with that. But yeah, we've just jumped on a little bit early while the players set themselves up, just to introduce Simon and chat about the games that are going to be coming. I mean, Simon, me and Shin, we talked a bit about Uprising Draft. You know, it's a bit of a Marmite format.
Yeah.
A bit in. What do you think about it? What are your thoughts on Uprising Draft?
So I think I've been very up and down on it. I go through phases. At the beginning, I really loved it, and I felt playing Fi, as most people do, you feel pretty strong in any draft you play with Uprising. I've tried Dramai, I've tried Icelander with less success, notably at Nationals, where I decided to draft Dramai for the second and third times ever. Went 3-3 out of my 6 draft games. She's really fun to play, but I think overall, I think it's Fi's to lose. I think I think pods of 8 in Uprising can realistically support 4 semi-decent Fi decks. I think they can only really support 2 decent Dramai decks and maybe 2 Icelander decks. But I think that the chances of you getting that exact split in any draft pod is very slim. We've seen at the UK Nationals, for example, we saw pods with 5 or 6 Fi, 1 or 2 Dramai and Icelander each, which you'd think with that few people going for the Icelander and Dramai cards that they would be able to win the pod, and it doesn't always happen. So although we've seen over the last 5 months that Uprising draft numbers in top competitive events are pretty split between heroes winning the pods or going 3-0 in the pods, I think it's still very much Fi's to lose. And yeah, I think I enjoy playing Ninja, so I'm lucky, but not everyone does.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like it is an enjoyable deck to play. It's like Ninja's very fun, comboing off, you don't really combo off in fire, but going super wide and pushing damage through. But Jeremiah and Iceland are both very interesting heroes too. The disruption of Icelander and the onboard presence of Dramai are good fun game mechanics to play with. And we have seen a lot of success coming from Dramai and coming from Icelander too. It's not necessarily always Fi's game. I mean, we
No,
watched.
I agree. I think the
Decide
Icelander.
earlier.
I think the Icelander and the Dramai decks can be incredible, and they are fun to play, don't get me wrong. But I think you have to have things fall in the right way and the pack variants to be in the right sort of ballpark. I don't think it's as easy to build a cracking Icelander deck or an incredible Dramai deck in draft as it is with Fi.
Yeah, it's true. Like at the end of the day, a Fi deck is relatively easy to build. There's a lot of options available to you. It's very you can build a serviceable Fi deck with just 27 cards. You have the fact that even if you end up with less than 30 cards, you don't have to put crack baubles in if you've still got space for Phoenix Flames. And that is a big advantage. Like you have to be careful. You don't want to be running a subpar deck. You definitely don't want to be running crack baubles in an Icelander or a Dramai deck. Those cards are essentially useless for you. They're not even red and they're not even blue. It's the worst possible thing for both Dramai and Icelander. Even at the end of the day, a Fi can always pitch a bauble for a sword swing. It does mean that you can the format does accommodate a large number of Fis in a single pod, and that makes it obviously a very attractive proposition for a hero to draft. You know it's a good hero, and you know that even if a lot of people draft it, you should still have a serviceable deck.
That's it, and I think that's what most people are after, isn't it? Something they can play without feeling that they've been shortchanged. What surprised? No, maybe not surprised, because we had this last year at the UK Nats. But when you go from playing at your armory level drafts or your skirmish level drafts, or even this year we had RTN drafts to nationals draft, that the jump in player ability is so apparent, and any draft pod that you end up in nationals, you are fighting for your life almost that day, because everyone is able to draft uh, well. Some people are able to draft incredibly well, and being stuck in a pod like Hamish and I were with Sharif, Darren, Hamish, myself, another couple of guys, James Brooks, who's one of the or friends with the 0 to 60 guys. It was just one of those pods where you look around and you think, how do I get out of this alive?
Mm.
And it's really good to see the standard of play has increased that much over the last year. But it can be quite daunting when you sit down and try and work out what the signals are coming your way from people on your right. Um, and
And
if
that's what we've got coming up now is this second draft. And it's this second draft where you are sitting down a table with someone, and it's not the top table, someone that went 3-0 in CC. Because one person that
yeah,
went 3-0 in CC then went 0-3 in the draft. And you know that player is good. You know that player is talented. And you know that player really wants to do better in this
yeah,
draft than they did in the last one. It's a really interesting way of laying out the format, having this double draft before day two. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'm not sure necessarily that I love it, but it does create really interesting pods and really interesting matchups, and it will make for a really fascinating set of CC games tomorrow morning. But of course, it all depends on the outcomes of these games today. A lot of people will drop if they don't have a chance at top 24, and that can affect things too. But you know that these games really matter, these middle of the tournament games that set you up for your day two. It's the difference between having to win one game, having to win two games, or having to win certain games in a certain order to make that top eight tomorrow. And it's all going to be decided by this second draft. So I'm very excited for
yeah.
this to kick off and for us to be able to cast some interesting games. You know, uprising draft, like the matchups can be rapid, but they can also be very drawn out. You know, Icelander mirrors, very like tetchy games, very
Very
close
complex as
games,
well.
very complex. I mean, you said you drafted Dromai, Simon, during the nationals. How did you find playing Dromai in this format? Like, did you have a very heavy dragon build, or were you more on the
Both of my builds were quite dragon light. I had 2 or 3 dragons in each build, with like more of the Dunebreaker Senepais go again, sort of 1 for 5 go again, and the Embermore Senepais 2 for 8 sort of chain finishers. I had plenty of rakes as well, which are always useful. But yeah, it then comes down to ash management. So I've found like having enough reds is tricky. If you
Mm.
don't draft the reds early, even sometimes drafting a red of a card that you might not feel as useful later in the draft, but drafting that over a sort of a blue illusionist card that might be worth taking earlier in the draft, it's a tough one to make good decisions on. I was sort of aiming for 18 to 20 reds and 8 to 10 blues with some yellow filler in the middle, with cards like Yellow Rake, and which can be quite useful, but it can be really tricky to get that right in a draft. Especially when there are 3 Dramais in the pod, it gets a bit slim pickings. And it depends when people decide to draft Dramai as well. If you pivot away from Fi in the middle of pack 1 because you're getting no ninja cards your way, then it can make pack 2 and 3 pretty tricky to handle. I must say though, I did enjoy it. Having a board state with a number of Ether Ashwings out and a Necria is it's nice to see in draft. You don't often get things go your way though.
Yeah, we've seen Necria be a big power card. You know, the 4 attack is massive, and the health, obviously it loses a health every time it takes damage or you attack with it, but putting it down, your opponent must just feel, what am I going to do about this thing? Like, I can't. I mean, I can wait for it to get small enough for me to swing my Emberblade at it, or to try and do some arcane damage to it, but it's going to take a couple of turns, and you're just going to be getting great value out of that Ash generation, because that's really what Dramai wants is
Yeah,
Ash. It's to be able to not worry about playing your dragons, not worry about playing your sand covers, being able to convert, get maximum value out of a Rake the Embers. And that Necria is very good at doing what you want your deck to be doing.
yeah. There's nothing worse than having to play a rake red, and turning, only making only making one ash and one ether wing out of it. It's really disappointing. So, being able to have a steady stream of ash, whether that's from Necria, pitching for things like Oasis Respite with a red against Icelanders, always, well, first turn pitch for Oasis Respite is always quite nice. To get those, just keeping that ash stock up so that when maybe later in the game you have a Necria fall into your hand, or a Kyloria, or whatever dragon you're going to go with, you need the ash there to make it worthwhile. And there was one point when I had a Necria. It probably would have won me the game if I could get it out, and I just didn't have any ash. I had to pitch it away, and you just think that's not going to come back in time.
Exactly. Still for saying in the chat that his tinfoil hat theory is that Icelander would have been allowed to add titanium baubles to their list. I think that's an interesting shout, because obviously we talk
Blue
about
pitch from the Dorinthia Rhinar set, right?
yeah, so it's and it blocks for 3 too. So obviously, Drumai and Phi can pad out a sub 30 card deck with Phoenix Flames. I mean, obviously, Phi wants to
Yeah.
run at least one anyway, but Icelander does not have access to that. But potentially Titanium Baubles. I think that's an interesting shout. Still feel like be an interesting way to try a casual uprising draft with that as an option. But just swap out some of your weaker yellows for just generic blues that block 3. I think Icelander would potentially just be able to shut down, be able to fatigue out Phi a lot easier, a lot more easily. They just swap all their 2 block blues out
Yeah.
potentially. That well, except for the ice ones, but or the good ones. But it's an interesting one. I
The
think
one
that
thing I would say, Trip, and I've just been sort of replaying some of the things we've been talking about in my head already, and I think although Phi is certainly the easiest hero to build, I think the strength of the players shines through. So no matter what they draft, you will see the people going 3-0 in their pod are the best players in the pod, or one of the best 2 or 3 players in the pod. I think although Uprising is maybe slanted towards the Phi drafters, when you get good draft players together, you tend to get the best draft players come out the top end. So I think it's a fair draft set. I don't think it's I don't think there is a huge amount of variance in terms of the worst player in the pod winning the pod. I think you will see the best players shine through, and we are seeing that with the national season so far, that the really good players are doing well no matter what they draft.
I really agree with that. Actually, I think that's a really good take. That's something we see consistent across the board, and what we saw at the UK nationals, we're still seeing people make top 8 that we expect to make top 8. Seeing like Yuki and Tarek make the top 8 of the Canadian nationals, and seeing people rise up the ranks of the American nationals that you would expect to be seeing up at the top. There's this perception that uprising draft is a free for all, and anyone can 3-0 just if they get the right fight deck. And I mean, obviously, a weaker player can do better if they are given a really good fight deck through just the luck of the draft. But we are still seeing the best players rise to the top, and that is a good sign for the format. It's a good sign for draft, because I don't know your thoughts on this, Simon, but the classic constructed scene at the moment feels incredibly well balanced
It
and
is. I'm
really
loving it.
enjoyable to play.
I'm loving it, and I'm loving seeing the variety of heroes on stream that we've had so far. I mean, obviously there's been some wacky decks today. The Bingo Dash, we've seen Bravo, we've seen Oldham. I managed to drop into a couple of games along the way. But it's so good to see such a variety in the meta, and as we said with hero numbers, it's just obvious that the meta right now is open. There's a big complex sort of rock paper scissors, and again the best players shine through in a balanced meta. The best players come to the fore, and we are seeing that today as well. So I think we are just getting ready to start the round 7 first game of the second draft. Hopefully we'll have that up on screen soon.
Right.
I think Trip's back with us.
I was muted for a lot of that.
That's
So.
okay. Just having a look at the chat, and I'm hoping people can tell us whether the sound levels are reasonable for the first part of the draft coming up.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll jump in if we have any sound issues. We can always move our mics around, which should be
Exactly.
fun.
So Trip, just before we manage to get started with round 7, have you had any particular highlights of the day so far?
Yeah, I think so. I'd say I very much enjoyed round 3 of CC, which was the Dash Bravo game. You know, a classic constructed matchup, Dash versus Bravo. Obviously, Bravo has got a lot of interesting tools that it didn't have back in the Crucible of War days. Pulverize, for example, it was a very strong start to the game from Bravo, being able to heave a Pulverize and then essentially dominate a Pulverize, dealing 11 damage to the Dash player. An incredibly good start. But the Dash player had an incredibly defensive deck. They were running Oasis Respite, Unmovables, defense reactions, even things like Findel's Fighting Spirit to gain health off blocks. And the Dash player managed to get their board state down, get down a double. No, I think it was a single plasma and 3 induction chambers. Was very patient, took their time, and was able to block out some huge attacks from the Bravo player. He ran incredibly hot for the first few turns of the game, throwing out that pulverize, throwing out crippling crushes, throwing out all sorts of dominated strong attacks. But the Dash player just kept in control, kept his life total where it needed to be so that they could close out the game with the board state.
I must admit,
Really enjoyed the game.
when I saw the Dash Bravo matchup pop up, I thought you would be excited by that, because we obviously, we've spoken about this before, but going back to the Crucible of War meta days, that was our first real introduction to the CC meta in earnest, and it brings back good memories when you see Dorinthias and Dash and Bravo and the odd Katsu here and there. It's like going back to old times.
It is, and we obviously played a lot of Blitz in the early days. We played a lot online. A lot of us got. I mean, Simon started a bit before me, but I got involved when the TTS era, as we call it, was well up and running, and then we did webcams, and a lot of that was on Blitz because of time constraints. But we all made the jump over to CC, and you know, it's we've never really looked back. You know, we love a good game of Blitz here and there, but Classic Constructed, it's such a fun, in-depth format. You know, hour-long games, and you know, the thing we have to remember is these are some incredibly strong, incredibly talented players over here in Poland, but it's been a long day. There will be some tiredness. There will be some mental fortitude that they will need to draw upon to close out these really important games here at the end of the day. You're probably feeling a little bit hungry. You're getting closer and closer to dinner time. You want to keep your wits about you and not let that affect your gameplay. Like I know I try very hard to make sure I stay hydrated and eat all the food I need to eat during a tournament because it can really affect your matches and how well you play.
And as much as you tell yourself that you need to eat and you need to drink, it really, you can get caught up in the atmosphere. You're going through your second draft of the day. You've just spent 45 minutes drafting and building a deck. You roll straight into round one of that draft, and depending on which hero you're playing, you might not actually get that much time to break between rounds. So it can be very useful to plan, have stuff in your bag. Again, the good players are the ones who've thought about this already, and they've got their energy drinks or snacks ready to go. And maybe the less experienced players have left themselves a bit short on nutrition. So again, it's another part to the game, another element that plays into how people do on the day. Just speaking about Blitz there, though, Trip, you got me thinking. Obviously, we've got Worlds coming up in a month and a half. Obviously, not to look too far ahead, but I'd imagine there are quite a few players from Poland going to be there. We've spoken about their success in the events that have been and gone already. It's going to be interesting to see how people respond to the new or to the multi-format event that is the World Championships. We've got CC, we've got Limited, and we've got Blitz.
Absolutely. And I think Blitz is a format that people have not respected. Some people love it, but other people haven't even touched it. And I think it's a really interesting play from LSS to make Blitz not only part of the World Championships, but a really important part of it. The games preceding the top cut. It's going to be a real make or break for some people. We're going to see win and ins from Blitz games, but it's a format like any other. It is a a proper constructed format. It's not quite as proper, you might say, as CC, but this is Worlds, right? We need the best of the best, and Blitz is a format. Can we say that we've got the world champion if they're not at least passable in Blitz? I mean, that's something to
Exactly.
consider.
And they've changed the Living Legend point reward for the World Championship as well, away from the 300 for the CC hero down to 200 for CC and 100 for Blitz. One thing I'm really excited to see is now we're starting to get a bit of divergence between the heroes available in CC and the heroes available in Blitz due to Living Legend. So Chain, for example, and Prism are still available in Blitz, but they're obviously Living Legended out in CC. And I think that's going to offer some people an advantage in style of play, in terms of the meta. And I think it could be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, I'm not going to be at Worlds, but Simon and Hamish will be there, so there'll be some great push the point coverage coming directly from Worlds, and we're really excited to bring that to you. We've obviously been producing a lot of content. If you've been following the channel, we've had a lot of content in the last 3 days. Some really successful videos coming out of Push the Point, which we would encourage you all to check out. If you're not familiar with Push the Point, do search us on YouTube or find us on Twitter, because we've got some really fantastic videos on playing as Icelander, playing as Fi, playing as Dromai, three really powerful heroes in today's metagame. And I believe we've got a video coming from the UK national second place Oldham player as well, which should be a really good Oldham video too. And yes, I mean, from the perspective of Push the Point, it's been a very successful year for us. We've been traveling around, going to pro tours, and producing a lot of good content that we've been able to share with everyone.
It's been an absolute pleasure, dude. And I think we both have to give thanks to Hamish, really. We started this year sort of rolling into the end of our first year of being a podcast, really trying to find our place in the content creation world of Flesh and Blood. And we've moved from having interviews that were integrated into the weekly podcast and then being able to get interviews separately and get them out more often. We're now providing content at least once a week, pretty much, if not more than once a week. And Hamish has really hit his stride, not only as a content producer, but also as a networker, going and finding the right people to interview. And he has no qualms about going and contacting people in the Flesh and Blood world to get the right interview, to get the right deck tech. And it's really a credit to him that we have had people like Fino Black, like Jamie Faulkner, like George Rogers this week, UK national champion, almost immediately after the events which they've won or done extremely well with. And we have proven winners, proven decks, real insights into those decks from the people who cooked them up and won with them. So I think if you're just starting out in Flesh and Blood, or if you're looking to step up from being a casual gamer to a bit more competitive, these are real insights, real advice from people who are proven winners.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was seeing that Session Blood were shouting out the stream earlier, and I think me and Simon were both big Session Blood fans. Back in the early days of Fab, really set the standard, I would say, for content creation in Flesh and Blood, and I think. I always think when of like inspiration for the kind of content we want to make is that dealing with Dorinthia
Oh, it's my favorite
episode they
episode.
did.
Favorite
Uh,
episode.
I think it was just a great example of something that the Fab community was wanted insight on, and they produced an incredibly in-depth uh, episode and guide on how to do that. And that's kind of been kind of our guiding light with Push the Point, is to produce content that we think the Flesh and Blood audience or community would wants to hear about. People would like to know how to improve their matchup into Oldhim, how to best combat Fi or best play as Fi. And as we were saying, as Simon was saying, we get people who've had success with the deck, who've proven that they can pilot a list, and they're sharing a list that has had success, and that's been a really important thing for us. But also just featuring people who are part of the community, who are not necessarily top 18. We get community people in too, and that's what kind of been our guiding light really with the channel, and long may
And
it continue.
look at Session Blood now as well. I mean, look at Mr. Classic himself, Kieran McIntyre is casting or commentating in the booth on the New Zealand Nationals today. And obviously Carol is still writing content a bit less regularly now because he's still a developer for the game. So they've both done really well out of their roots in Session Blood. They're both still involved in the game. And they should take a lot of credit and be proud of what they put out there when they did, because as you say, it was one of the first real game specific content creators for Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, and like we've been saying this a lot, just going out there and making content and not really expecting to get anything in return, just making content because you like making it, or you see uh, a gap that you think you can fill, or a question that you think you can answer. And we were very lucky recently to be asked to spoil a card from Dynasty from Push the Point for the first time. And we started this podcast a very long time ago now, and it's really nice to get that recognition from LSS. But ultimately, we make this stuff because we enjoy it, and it's nice to go into a tournament and people to recognize you from stuff you've already done, and it's a really good way to make friends, to reach to learn a bit more about the community, and to be able to do opportunities like this to play fun games of Flesh and Blood and also cast amazing games of Flesh and Blood, which I believe we will be able to do right now
Right
because I'm
now.
seeing the players standing at the table. I see some hands on the table. I'm sure we will switch over momentarily from the stream to from the intermission screen to the table. It is looking like we have a Dramai and an Icelander from what
It
I
does
can
look that
just
way.
about make out on the table. And this should be a very exciting game. And yes, so we will get stuck in and we will be able to let you know what is going on. And yes, the stream has updated, so you should see some people moving around already. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. Icelander Dramai, I think, is probably one of the interesting matchups. We saw a Icelander who played really, really well, but did essentially get completely blown up by a Dramai that just got out a bunch of dragons, and there was just very little way for that Icelander to get back into the game. But did you play against any Icelanders when you
I did,
drafted?
as it happens.
Yeah.
We had a push the point matchup, which was my Dramai into Hamish's Icelander in the final round of draft on day one. And unfortunately, my Dramai lost. I think every time I managed to get 3 or 4 Ether Wings out on the field at any one time, Hamish had a Singe ready to go. So
Mm.
it's not an easy matchup for the Dramai. I think it probably is slightly Dramai favoured if they get off to a good start. But again, it comes down to that Ash management. They need to make sure they have enough to make the Ash Wings to give themselves the arcane barrier. But at the same time, they won't have the blues necessarily to pitch to stop the arcane. So they need to be ready to put the pressure on, try and keep the Icelander on the back foot, and play around things like the Icelander's ability to kill dragons before they've even become an attacking object, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And the ability of Icelander to kill a dragon before it becomes a attacking card really shuts down the Dramai player's ability to go wide. They need to really consider the order of which they
Yeah.
attack with their dragons and make sure they don't accidentally fall into a trap there. So we're just seeing the dice roll, and we will imagine the game will get started very shortly.
Out of interest, Trip, are you have you ever drafted Dramai or Icelander, or are you
I've
strictly Fi?
I've drafted Icelander once. I still have not drafted Dramai a single
Hmm.
time.
I think
I think I would enjoy it, but it's just I make these jokes about forcing Fi, and I'm always got it at the back of my mind. But I'll be honest, I very often draft Fi because those are the cards that I'm
yes,
given, and
yeah,
because I'm so eager to play Fi, I often uh, without really intending to, just force other players off the hero quite early. Like Simon was saying, I do love to pass something like a red rake or a dragon and get my player to the left to know immediately what I'm doing, that I'm going for Fi, or take the best Fi card pack one so that they again aren't incentivized to go for Fi as well. I think one of the trickiest picks I had during UK Nationals is I had in my opening pack, my first pack, I had an erased face and a red Rise the Ashes. I
oh my
chose
goodness,
to take the erased face, and I knew I was making a huge mistake because that. I mean, the player to my left must have thought, "Well, this guy's definitely not going Fi, then, is he? If he's
yeah.
just passed me a red Rise the Ashes." So that ended up being a bit problematic, but all worked out in the end. But yes, it is tricky. You have to be very careful of the signals that you send. I think we're seeing the Dromai starting off with that appears to be a Rake the Embers, making an Ashwing there, and coming in with a Ashwing as well. So just a pretty
It's good.
normal start.
It's good to see both players have got full suites of equipment. You've got Icelander with the Glacial Horns, the Spellfire Cloak, Quelling Gloves, and Slippers. And you have the Dramai player with Helios Mitre, Silken Form, probably the best card in the format, Sash of Sandakai, and the Stilettos. So both players kitted out, able to stop numerous forms of damage, and in both cases they've got an extra resource on the table, in their chess pieces of equipment.
Yes, absolutely. And that sash is a really nice card to play around Frostbite as well. Essentially, you have a turn where the Icelander player plays a card from Arsenal, and because you can sash at an instant speed, you are able to sash without having to pay the cost. So that can be really powerful if you come in with a zero cost red and then respond to the card from Arsenal to deny the frostbite by essentially giving yourself a resource.
Is that a fused ether ice vein on the table?
Yeah, it is a really strong opening. I can't tell the color of the frosting, but frosting again, a really nice card
Yeah.
to get down in the arsenal, blue or red. like there's this conception that you always need to arsenal a blue card for Icelander, but a red frosting is a lovely card to just keep in the arsenal. And if the Drumai player throws down a dragon with 3 or less health, that's a really easy way for Icelander to kill a dragon and then ping the face. So it doesn't always have to be a blue. I think that is a one of the Sender Pies
Looks like it
or
could be an Embermore
oh,
Centipie.
Embermore. Yeah, they all look the same to me. This is the trouble. We have
But
a
it,
slightly lower quality stream our end because it is just through
yeah,
Discord. So apologies if we get any of the cards wrong, but we
I
are
think we
follow the
just
game
missed.
as best we can.
Dramai used their Helios Mitre to neutralize that ether vein. Yeah.
Which is a
Uh,
great way of doing it. Also, a good opportunity. It doesn't look like the Dromai was able to generate any ash from using the Helios, which is a bit of a shame. It's a great way to generate a lot of ash.
mm,
Pitch 4 reds, get 4 ash, prevent 2 damage. Sometimes that can be the play, but the Icelander just considering how they want to block this out. Big attacks from the Dromai, they're difficult to deal with. You really want to preserve your life total as best you can, in as the Icelander.
yeah, I think definitely starting with a 2 point deficit. Here we see Brother in Arms being used to defend, and they're pitching to boost that to 4. I think again, it looks like a yellow to me. I don't think they would have used that card to block if it was a red, because obviously it's a popper for the dragons. But it looks like they're defending the uh, Ember more, and they've taken 3 damage. And they're going to play out the frosting that we saw from Arsenal, give them a frostbite. The waning moon comes in, and the Drumai player has lost their Ether Ashwing and taken the damage from waning moon.
Yeah, nice little combo there. Obviously, a bit of a shame to not get any benefit from the frostbite from playing the frosting from Arsenal, but killing an Ashwing and then dealing a bit of damage ain't too shabby. Obviously, the Drumai has. Well, I say obviously because I missed this earlier. The Drumai does have AB1 from the Stiletto, so Stang still can
Yes.
prevent one of those, one of that waning moon ping. But now is down to AB1 thanks to the death of the Ashwing. So
And it
let's see how
it,
it
it can be
progresses.
really frustrating as the Drumai player to keep having to make new Ashwings. Obviously, the more the Icelander can keep on top of that, the more arcane damage they're going to slip through. It doesn't seem. I can't see any Ash counters on the table with the Drumai at the moment. I don't know. There you go. Couple
Yeah,
now on the
so
table.
pitch a
Um,
couple of reds here to play out another big one,
yeah,
but
a
just in
blue
blue this time.
Embermore Centipie for 6. But at least, as we say, they've got 2 Ash on the table. They're now sort of getting to a point where next turn, if they've got a red rake or they've got a skittering sands, for example, they can make most of that card now.
Yeah, and the Icelander player's probably thinking, okay, these are some big attacks, but the drum mice, they're not developing a dragon. They're not creating any more AB. This could be a chance to maybe potentially keep a card to do a bit of arcane damage on the Icelander's turn, and then follow up with some arcane damage on the Dromai's turn. Does choose to double block this, preserve the life total a bit, but still got 2 cards in hand. Might be able to do something on Icelander's turn, which is always a nice bonus for Icelander when they can act on your turn and on their turn.
Yeah.
That's a great feeling for an Icelander
I
player.
think
And
one
yeah,
thing the Icelander might need to be careful of here, though, as we see, I think that's an Ether Hail,
mm,
um, is actually fatiguing the Icelander fatiguing out. Obviously, they're using cards to attack and defend. The Dromai, depending on how much Arcane Barrier they have, they're only using cards to attack and to pitch to defend. So there is a potential fatigue point for the Icelander here.
and that's why it's really important for that Icelander to deny those Ash Wings, because very hard for the Dromai to preserve life total if they can't prevent the AB, can't prevent the arcane with AB. So I think it's a really good point, Simon. Like potentially that could be the strategy that the Dromai is going for, just throwing out big attacks
Getting them to block 2 cards a turn, and
and
then
trying to work the Icelander out of damaging red cards, and then just manage the rest of the deck. But down to 13 on the Dromai, it's not bad, as it has developed a couple of Ashwings here. I think it is there.
sorry, that was an Ice Bolt, not an Aether Hail. That's my bad.
No worries.
Yeah, here. Oh, that's a nice card to put down.
Oh, okay. That really
That changes things.
so that's actually pretty relevant, because the Tumultai could actually kill the Spellfire Cloak here, which is actually a really nice card for the
Yeah,
Icelander. Allows them to, for example, play a blue Ice Bolt and Waning Moon because of the additional resource from Spellfire Cloak. And it's just really tidy card for evening out some hands. And just the 5 health of this
I know.
Tumultai
Look at
is
it.
going to be very difficult for the Icelander to
Because let's be
deal with.
honest here. I mean, obviously it's a draft deck, so the Icelander probably does have the odd attack here and there. But unless they've got a popper coming up soon, it's going to be very hard for them to kill this Tumultai. I think the only attacks they've just used one, a red Ice Bolt, and the other one would be an Ether Ice Vein red as well. So there aren't that many attacks in the Icelander's deck that can do 5 damage.
Yeah, that dragon has really turned this game on its head. I was thinking, the Icelander's in a pretty good place here. The Dromai's not putting on too much pressure, but that dragon is really going to change the face of this game. That is really
That is
tough for
huge.
Icelander
Yeah.
to deal with. 5 damage needs to be a red Ice Bolt or a red
I mean,
Ether Ice Vein.
Ice Vein, or
Whichever one.
potentially you could use a 2 attack and then the Waning Moon to do
I
it. But
don't think you can moon
oh, you
from.
can't moon. You're right. You cannot
Yeah,
moon the
so it's
dragon.
that's yeah, it would be uh that would do it, but it's because of that, it's a very specific kind of card that Icelander is going to need to kill this dragon. And
Yeah.
you can say goodbye to all of your equipment. You can say, well, equipment's not that valuable, but Quell is pretty good at buying you time against Ashwings. And
And you were right.
uh
The Spellfire Cloak has gone straight away.
yeah, because I think that was the highest value piece of equipment there. Yeah, that resource really valuable for Icelander for doing doing some good stuff.
Taking
So we'll
lots of
see
damage
what
there.
the Icelander does. Notes, whether they've taken the hit, right? Gone down to 10. So they must have an answer, surely, if they're not going to block out the dragon. Hard to
Now you've
say.
got now you've got an Ether Ashwing coming in for 4 as well because of Skittering Sands.
Really, really strong turn from the Dromai here. So if this is what you have, you think you've got draft sussed, and then someone drafts a Majestic, and
Oh,
it's all
okay.
up
So
in the air.
we see a blue Singe from Arsenal. Obviously that deals with the Ashwing coming in for
Yeah,
4. and then they're going to Waning Moon back at Dramai. But it still leaves Tomultai on the board, and it's going to really be a painful grind for the Icelander. I don't know how they're going to bring this one back.
It would have been a fantastic play if it wasn't for that Tomultai, shutting down, essentially healing 4 and killing the Ashwing. A great would have been, the Icelander must
Yeah,
think, well, this is going to be great, but then seeing that Tomultai come down,
really
uh,
throws things on his head.
it's really tough. But we did see if the Icelander keep a pretty big hand. Obviously, they wanted to play the Singe costing 1 and the Waning Moon. Again, another point on the Spellfire Cloak allows you to play Singe for free, which can be really big. But that is now no longer an option for this Icelander. We'll see what they can do. Can they kill this Tumultai? I think it was gonna, and it looks like an Ether Hail, which is only 4.
Only 4.
Oh, that is, I think, but if you're gonna slap back, if you
Yeah,
can't kill the dragon, this is
you're
probably
just going to
one of
have
the
to go
best
all
possible
out.
cards to
Yeah,
draw. At least you can push 6 arcane damage here. The Drumai has AB1, so can and is able to generate a bit of ash here. It's
so
still gonna take.
they've quelled 1 and they've AB1, so they've got 2 more ash. But let's be honest, the Dramai just needs to keep the Tomultai on the board, and they're presenting 5 every turn without using any cards. So it's really tough. They've just generated some more, stopped the Waning Moon with a blue pitch,
Yeah, use of
taking
the
1 damage
Quell
there.
and the AB. Really good use of the Quell there
And
to.
then obviously not forgetting to use the instant effect of the Silken Form before it dies at the end of turn and making an Ether Ashwing.
Yeah, now going up to AB2. So you'd think the Icelander was in a pretty decent spot. Had the Singe to shut down that big 4-power Ashwing that was coming in. Even had the red Aether Hail. I think it was a red one. Yeah, it came in for 4. Not quite enough to kill a dragon. It would have been a really good
For
turnaround
almost
if they
any
did
other
run it.
dragon. Yeah.
I think it was a red. It might
Yeah, I
be.
think
Yeah, it was a red. It was 4 damage. Yeah,
Ether Hail
just double
does
checking.
4, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what the Drumai player does. Obviously, the Drumai player can commit a lot of cards to preventing arcane damage because they've got essentially a 0-cost weapon that deals 5 on the board, and that's pretty decent.
Yeah.
And even then kills a bit of equipment too. So the Icelander player might try to. I don't know if they can commit the Quell. I don't think they can before the Tumultai kills it because it's you can only quell when you would take damage.
Doesn't look
So
like the Tumultais triggered the effect on the equipment this time, though. They maybe didn't hit the required number of reds.
yeah,
Obviously, that's
it's a
less
draft
likely
check
to
after
happen.
all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we
So
see out of Arsenal a blue Ether Ice Vein fused. Is that for 3? Currently has 2 Arcane Barrier. Dramai has 2 Arcane Barrier, so I think they're going to have to do either discard a card or pay 2. So maybe they've
yeah, and
pitched a card to that effect.
an Arctic incarceration for the fuse, which is good, but you probably want to see a damage card here. This is very much a race now,
Yeah.
with the Drumai able to push out 5 damage a turn.
No, I mean if you've opened that Tumultai in pack 1, I think you know what you're drafting, right? But
No,
if
you pass it to make the person see you left if you play Drumai, and then you draw 5 anyway.
yeah, okay, all right.
No, I'm
Force fly.
What more could you ask for than making your person sat to your left play Drumai, and then
No,
they
I mean
pass
that's
it
a
to their
really
left
that's a
and
really
make the
mean
next
trick, isn't it?
person. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are seeing some damage being put out. The Drumai is down to 5. Like 5 is
Oh,
a
they did lose the glacial horn. So both players
yeah.
took damage there. But having that 5 attack for no cost every turn is going to be really tricky to get around.
And it's demanding a card now from the Icelander every turn. Uh, can't tell if that's a popper from the Brothers in Arms.
It
It'd have to
looks
be a
like a
red
blue
one.
brother in arms,
Yeah, on the
coming in for
Ashwing.
4, so it's not quite lethal. Or maybe it's a yellow. It's really, sorry guys, it's really tricky to see on the stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's presenting near lethal. Needs to be blocked out by the Dramai just because if not, they're going to get killed on the next turn with anything that comes out of Arsenal or the Waning Moon. So easy. Oh, it was a 5, and it went at the Tomotai.
Ah, perfect. So the Tomatai is dead, but the Dromai is now following up with a big beefy 8.
Yeah,
And it looks like the Dromai, the Icelander, to achieve that kill on the Tomatai, did have to give up the Arsenal, which is really tough.
that's
So
really
can't
relevant, I think,
make the
for
kill. Yeah,
Icelander.
because the Dromai's on AB2. Yeah, it's going to be tricky. If we have to see if the Icelander is able to reset here, probably a 3-card block in Arsenal, and see
Then
what
go,
the
yeah.
Dromai then brings back.
Okay,
It's
dropping down to
nice to
3.
2. That's fair. Maybe they have something that they can play out, like a 0 deal 3 arcane. That'd be pretty interesting.
Red Frosting would do here, right?
Yeah, that would be a really tidy card. Or the wizard one. Uh,
Oh, we're
Aether.
going for Icebind, or is that Aether Hail? I can't see from here. It looks like maybe an Icebind for 3.
Fused with an Aether Hail, which is a great arsenal. If it's the blue.
So I think we are looking at it's an Icebind. Is that right?
Yeah, coming in for 3. The Dromai has AB2, so there will be some damage coming through unless they have something like a. They don't even
Something
have
else
any
they
Ash
can
for a
do.
sand cover.
Yeah.
Maybe a Oasis Respite. It's looking pretty tough for the Drumai. Like the Icelander has
It's turned on
really
its
brought this
head.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that Tomotai came down, but the Icelander did have a very strong start and did push through some damage. And obviously the Drumai did take a little bit to get the Tomotai down. But we do see an Oasis Respite come down. Pretty clutch that for the Drumai. Doesn't get the heal, but
They
does
have
shut down
managed
the
to pitch a
arcane.
red as well to do it, so they've got another Ash.
Yeah, so Ash, not so much of an issue now for the Dromai. Still has the AB2. Would be interesting to see if they can develop another Ashwing here. That would be really big.
I was going to say, if they've got a rake or something similar now,
that looks.
instead, is that a dust up?
Yeah, looks like it.
No go again on the dust up. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Sorry.
Just double checking.
We can see the cards from here.
Yeah, it looks like a dust up. Which would be a transform an ash into
If it hits,
create an
though.
ash and transform if it hits. So really, I think the Icelander really needs to block this out because they really don't want the Dromai going up to AB3.
True. They're going to have to block it out, but at the same time, it hasn't got go again. So
Has to
it's
think
just
what they want to do here. Yeah,
yeah, it's going to be a 2-card block in some way.
a really good game. Really, really good game. That
There was
Tomotai
us. There
really
was us
brought
writing
the.
it off with the Tumultai out, but I think it's a fortunate draw for the Brother in Arms red, or yellow, sorry, so that they've managed to kill the Tumultai.
Yeah, not a card you would normally put in, but
I
either a
guess.
card that
Yeah.
they had to, or maybe they thought, well, I might need to kill a dragon.
Yeah.
An attacking card is
And
good
this
at least
looks
that it blocks for 4, right? So
this
good
looks like
for
a
some
dust up
reasons.
yellow. So actually only a 1-card block.
Yep, and we see the Ether Hail
Ether
come
Hail
out,
for
but
the
chooses to target the Ashwing.
trying to
Gives the
force some damage
Frostbite
through
and comes
on the
in with
Waning
Waning
Moon.
Moon, now with only AB1. Really nice move there. Hailing the Ashwing because he knows that Drumai has AB2, so can shut down that Ether Hail but then brings the Dromai down to AB1. So when they Waning Moon, 2 damage will get through.
I think it's important to note here that Icelander lives in the layer step, right? So every card that's played, Icelander has to think whether they want to respond to that card being played or not.
Really fantastic turnaround there for the Icelander as well. The Dromai was threatening, had AB2, was threatening AB3, and now at the end of the Dromai's turn, manages to reduce that, keep that as a status quo. So I think the did get through with an Ashwing on hit, but managed to kill an Ashwing with Ether Hail. So pretty tidy. And we'll see what the Icelander does next.
The dust up seems to have hit. The
Yeah,
Ashwing has been made. Now we're coming in with a red frosting,
beautiful card.
and
Really
then
asking some
Arsenal.
questions of the Dromai. Has AB2, but what will they commit? They must surely
They must surely
prevent as much of
Arsenal
this
that
as
last
possible.
card as well. I don't think they're going to force the moon here. They can't get the damage through, so they're hoping if they can push that into Arsenal. So they're going to get at least 1 damage through here, you would have thought. Both players on 2.
Of course, it really is quite dependent on what the Dromai pitches here. They
Yeah.
pitch 2 reds. You might think, well, why would what are the
Yeah.
last 2 cards in hand? Do I want to go down to 2, come in with Waning Moon for 2? Do I want to force that last card out
Yeah,
of hand?
true. Yeah.
And if it's 2 more reds, then force all 4 cards out. Well, maybe leave them on 1, but you don't want to be on 1 against Dromai. But I think you're right, Simon. Getting that card in Arsenal is going to be really big for Icelander. Taking Dromai down to 2 is going to be really big for Icelander. With AB2 comes in for 3 and 3.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's game. But whether they can do that is another matter.
And I think this is what you were saying earlier about being able to play on your turn and their turn is a real, especially when it gets down to sort of low health, under 5 health each. It's a real boon, and it's really hard to play around as the opponent, making sure you've got enough there.
And the Icelander does choose to push the Waning Moon to force another card out of the Dromai's hand. I believe it looks like it may have been all of them.
But then you've got this card out of Arsenal.
So can't deal any damage on this turn, and the Dromai comes back with a 2-card hand, pushes. It looks like that's the is that the 5 go again, Simon? I can't see
Is
off the
that the
top of my head.
Junebreaker, or is it a Billowing Mirage? No, I think it's a Junebreaker Centipie. You're right. 1 for 5 go again. So we're looking at least 6 damage here. But they've only got 2 floating, so... Oh, sorry. Icelander's not got anything in Arsenal. So we're 1 for 4 go again, and then we're going to go down to 1, I think. Quell. Yeah, and then you can quell the Ashwing. So we're going to stop all 5 damage there with a 2-card block, which is incredible value.
Yeah, the fact that the Dromai couldn't develop another Ashwing on that turn is huge. Can you imagine if those last 2
Ice
cards had
Bolt.
been... Oh, big damage.
Big damage. Good game.
Yeah, GG. Great, really
Good
well played
game.
from the Icelander. Bringing that back from the Tomotai was massive. A really fantastic game, that. I agree with you, Simon. When you see that Tomotai go down, you think, how is the Icelander going to deal with that? But it's a little card called Yellow Brothers in Arms. Who would have thought that would be the savior of that game?
Really surprised me, to be honest. Obviously we saw the Brothers in Arms played earlier in the game, and I didn't expect to see the first one, let alone a second one, especially as they aren't poppers. But maybe, as we said, the Icelander needed a couple more cards in the deck. It offers a slightly different way of playing.
And just the 4 block, right? Icelander, you've got 1 resource spare. Like you play a blue ice bolt out. You got a resource knocking around. You can block for 4. Just a nice tidy card. And I think the Icelander player showed the value of that in the game, being able to block out 4. Fantastic. This is top of the tables here. We're seeing some of the best games, some of the best players, some of the best players in Poland, and therefore some of the best players in the world. And I think that was a really great showcase of what Icelander can do to take down a Dromai. And like you were saying, Simon, playing in the layer step, using all the tricks that you have, denying as much damage as possible, and finishing the game
Absolutely.
with a nice tidy
Really
2
good to
health.
see.
Fantastic. Right, we have finished round 7, so we will take a little break, but we will be back shortly for round 8.
See you soon.
We will see you guys soon. All the best.
All right.
Hello
And
and
welcome
welcome
back.
back. Welcome back to round eight. Is it round eight? I've been doing
Round
this for a
8.
while now,
Yeah,
Simon.
it's round 8.
I've slightly
Trip
lost the.
is slightly delusional, delirious, all of the above. Maybe he needs
Yeah,
some deli rum. I
I'm gonna
don't
have
know.
another can of Coke Zero, so just bear that in
Right.
mind. So
Just go straight for the deli rum. Come on.
I don't have any
Um,
deli rum on me.
you
If
know.
I did, I would be. I'd be on it like a carb on it, mate.
Uh,
Right,
so
it's
we're
another
back.
game. It's another draft. It is gonna be one of five, Drumai or Icelander. We do not currently know which of them and what
Trips
order,
covering
but
all the bases.
yeah,
What we've just been reflecting on that previous match, and
oh, so
it,
good.
that is such a good advert for draft in this set. I think having games like that where Dramai plays out one of the biggest cards they can, and yet the Icelander still manages to claw their way back in, playing such a good game. Both Hamish and I said we thought that card would have gone in Arsenal. Tripp called it right, and he forced a couple more cards out of hand. Um, it could have gone either way at the end there. I
I
think
think it
it
was
was really
important
impressive to see.
to get the another card out of the Drumai's hand because he did have the
Yeah,
one cost 5 go again. If he was able to develop that and another attack, can you imagine if he went 5-8 or something like that? It's game over. It was a risky play from the from the Icelander, but he played it so well. I felt like he must have been playing exactly how he wanted to, and he did a really fantastic job. And I
but
completely agree with you, Simon. What a great advert for
yeah,
draft. What a great advert for Fab, really. That was a beautiful game. Lovely back and forth. A nice big dragon, but it wasn't quite big enough. And you might say, oh, it's Tumultai. What's the value of
yeah,
equipment? But that Spellfire cloak, that we saw the ice bolts and things like that. Being able to ice bolt and waning moon in one turn is
big.
huge. It's basically like you've got another blue Aether Hail in your deck that does an additional damage. So
So it looks
very
like
powerful.
round 8 we have a Dromai versus Fai. Dromai being Inazumi or Bartosz Chiemba, who is the only Polish player with an ELO in constructed of over 1800. He also has
Well,
a ELO of over 1700 in limited, so this guy is no slouch.
well,
And I
you're talking
believe
about Inazumi. I'm more interested in Freddy Babes
Freddie
over
Babes,
on
all
the
right,
right-hand side of the
come
screen. I
on.
mean, I mean, how can you not root for Freddy Babes?
All right,
He's
Freddie
even
Babes,
playing Fi, my hero. But
he's
we
your kind of guy. But yeah, we've got Bartosz and Freddie Babes, or Inazumi and Freddie Babes, and again, this is going to be a high level match. These guys, they know what they're doing. So we have a Dromai first turn pitch to Helios, Mitre, and then was that a Billowing Mirage?
Yeah, it looks like they made a Ashwing and then they essentially cycled their hand
Yeah,
round and passed back over to the Fi, who opens with a nice soaring strike. It appears to be no damage counters yet. Hopefully, the players might stick a damage counter on just so we can get a good read of the card. But it does appear to be a Soaring Strike, which is a deceptively decent card.
yeah, it is.
If you have a red flex or a red trade in, that can turn that card into a pretty tidy follow up. But looks like the Dramai is going to
Knock it out.
respect the block
Amber
and
Blade for 3.
comes in with the Ember Blade. Yeah.
And this isn't bad off of essentially 2 cards right now. We've still got a number of attacks to come.
Yeah, that's the thing with Fi. Can that Ember Blade provide such a solid core to the turn that you can fall back on? There we go.
Oh,
See the hedgehog
favorite
coming in.
card.
Love me a hedgehog, blazing
Blaze
headlong,
Hedgehog.
which will receive another card as looks like it was a little bit of damage going through there from the headlong.
Sounds like a
Phoenix
secret code
Flame.
word for an illegal substance, a blazed hedgehog.
A blazed hedgehog. That's what we're all about here. Gets the Phoenix out, but doesn't have a finisher or doesn't have the resources to play a finisher on that turn, which is fair enough. Gets a nice, 2 4s, a 3, and a 1. Can't really complain about a turn like that when you've still
And
got a
clears the
card
board
enough.
state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here we go. Nice little, takes a little bit of damage to Dramion and means they can get the Scar for a Scar out there with Go Again, which is lovely. Take a hit to get that Go Again on the Scar. Shin was saying about how Scar for Scar was like one of his top cards in the draft. I don't know if you draft it very often. Simon, your thoughts on
Um,
Scar
I'm always
uprising?
tempted by a red scar for a scar early on. I must admit, it is having a 0 for 4 go again potential go again is a strong card, especially in a deck like Dromai where you probably will be slightly behind on health, and you only need to play a red card with go again to get all of your dragons go again.
Mm.
So I think it has a place in Dromai. Less convinced of it in Fi because you've got so many other good unconditional go agains.
Yeah, and we have
Um,
seen instances where the Scar has essentially prevented the Phoenix Flame from being played. So then you're saying, well, is it really a 0 for
yeah,
4 if it's not allowing me to Phoenix Flame? I could just be playing a 0 for 3 and spreading my damage across 2 hits.
yeah.
It's an
I
interesting
agree. I
thing.
think it's an interesting, depending on how good your Fi deck is, it can be an interesting include, but I think it often gets cut by me for those 0 for 3 draconic go agains, which
Mm.
allow the Phoenix Flame to come to the fore.
Here we see a very slow turn from the fight here. It seems to just be a pitch a card, swing the swords. So taking it nice and slow. This could be an opportunity for the Drumai player to take a hit and come back with a big turn of their own. We'll see. We'll get a good read on the quality of the Drumai player's hand based on whether they block this. It does look like they are going to respect the Searing Emberblade swing, and again, just such a good having access to that sword as fine, just always being able to present 3 damage with 1 card. Uh, the Dromai player can't just ignore. They can't just be taking threes because they will run out of health very fast. And we seem to be getting a nice big turn here from the Dromai. Looks like a Rake the Embers. I think that is Simon. I can't quite make it out myself, but some Ashwings have been
It
made,
does
so
look like
that
a
seems
rake.
about right. I didn't notice this, but on the previous turn, the 5 player blocked with Vipox.
Oh, nice
Actually,
include, but again,
yeah, I actually
not a
drafted a
great card.
Vipox for Pro Tour 2, and it was quite good with Tide Flippers, but unfortunately, the 5 player doesn't have Tide Flippers on the board. So
Yeah. So it does look like a rake's come out. They've made a couple of. They've managed to pitch the red Oasis to make an ash, and the rake makes an ash, and they've made 2 ether ash wings coming in, and now obviously, well, maybe they can only attack with 1 if it was a yellow, or maybe they just didn't have the ash to make all 3. Chip damage coming here. Oh, being blocked.
yeah, it's quite a cagey game so far between
It
these 2 heroes. The 5 player playing very conservatively.
I was going to
And
say, it makes me wonder how good the Fies deck is if they haven't really gone for it yet. I mean, it's very strange to go second as Fi and not push your advantage.
And the Drumai player obviously developed a couple of Ashwings, but you know that was a really big opportunity for the Drumai to have a big turn with the Phi just swinging the Ember Blade,
Yeah,
but chose
and
to
they've not
block
been
it.
able to
Was able
capitalize
to
on that.
develop a small board, but nothing. If the Drumai player had a dragon in hand, then it would have been the perfect opportunity to try and get that out. A little bit ash starved, the Drumai right now, but does have the 2 Ashwings on board. And we'll see how the 5 player respects the Ashwings, whether they decide to try and take those out. Um, the Drumai player, obviously, because of the weak turn from the Fi, has been able to develop an arsenal as well, which can be a bit of a trouble against Fi if you are on the back foot and you're forced to be blocking out. So
I
we'll
like how you put
see.
that, to develop an arsenal. I like that.
Yeah, develop that arsenal. Yeah, it makes it sound way more fancy than
It
just
does,
put a
doesn't it?
card in
Yeah.
arsenal. Yeah. But it's such an important part of the game.
It's huge.
Is being able to access a 5 card hand, and I think being careful about what you put into the arsenal, when you play the card out of arsenal, when you choose to capitalize on that, is really big in this game. I think sometimes it's underestimated how important that part of the field is. We are
They just played a
seeing,
Phoenix Flame for no attack,
yeah,
followed by a
so
Lava Vein Loyalty to get the go again as the second chain link.
very awkward from the fire player there. So having to pay a full 3 resources for that Phoenix Flame to enable the go again on this turn.
It's
Uh,
so tricky when you don't have a starter in hand with Phi as well. I think you can sort of look at the Phi decks not only as number of reds and blues, but also looking at the number of starters and maybe even finishers with things like Lava Burst, Rupture, um, that really enable you to push damage at the end of the chain. But there are certain cards like Lava Vein Loyalty, like Blaze Headlong, like Cinderskin Devotion, that you need to have played either a red card or a draconic card to get you the go again.
And it's we were having this chat with Shin about what cards I'm looking for as Fi, and it's these starter cards, these 0 cost, 3 power go again draconic cards. Because once you've got those cards in your draft, that's when those Lava Vein loyalties and Cinderskin devotions become so premium. You know, a 0 cost 3 go
Absolutely.
again with 3 block, a 1 cost 4 go again with 3 block. These are great cards you really want to have, but you can only get them to work if you've got that starting card. And we're seeing a big turn here from the
Big
Dramai. There are
turn.
suddenly this is what Dramai does, is you think, oh, it's nothing. Suddenly there's 4 dragons on the field, and that seems to be a big old beat stick. And
And the
bam, the
more.
five
Yeah.
player takes
Interesting
8
to see
damage
the
to the face.
Necria pitched as well.
Yeah, but such a big turn there from the Drumai, and that's because the Fi is giving this Drumai way too much
Way
space to
too much
operate
space.
in. Uh, Clearly has drawn into a hand that they're willing to take 8 for, but it might just be too late with
Yeah,
this board state.
it's an interesting perspective. Obviously, they have taken the big hit. There are still 4 dragons on the board, and the longer this game goes on without tackling those Ether Ashwings, the more likely they are to present lethal
Yeah.
together.
The other thing, of course, is because the Fi player wasn't doing these long turns, they weren't able to get the Phoenix Flame. They were, Phoenix Flame is fantastic for just killing off an Ashwing a
Yeah,
turn,
easy, easy.
controlling the board state. And the Dramai player, it's 11 health. It's not a huge amount, but you have to think that they're comfortable, but they've still got to finish this game out. The thing about Fi is you've got to kill the Fi. Leave him with 1 health, and he can swim, and 5 cards. Even if you're on, you know, 5, 6, 7 health, that could be it for you. It's a five
We
4 card hand block, and
we
it's
have
just again
seen
and again and again.
Dramais come back into games even after being like, as soon as you manage to build a board state as a Dramai, sorry, if you are down, you can still keep 1 card in hand and push the advantage.
Yeah.
So I think being in this position, slightly ahead as the Dramai, is a really advantageous.
And you look at these dragons and you think, well, this is really tough. But the 5 player, they've got Quell. They've got 3 sources of Quell. That's a really good way to prevent the damage from these dragons. So even if the Drumai keeps 1 card to enable the go again on all of these dragons, it might not be
Yeah,
enough. Really big turn from the fight here. We're seeing the quality cards from their deck line up finally after those last 2 misses. A really big turn. Looks like they might be killing an Ashwing, which would be wise, because then
yeah.
1 blue pitch will shut down all the damage from the Ashwings. 4 Ashwings is not what you want. 3 is very manageable. 1 piece of Quell on a blue. And they've pushed
What's the
through.
starter card there? It's
It's
not a
Rising
Rising
Resentment.
Resentment, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, so we were chatting about this, where Rising Resentment is a really good indication that the opponent doesn't have any other starter cards, because Rising is a great card to play later in the chain to get the discount.
Yeah.
Um, played that Rising to, and that 1 Rising Resentment then enabled that whole turn, and that might
Yeah.
have been what this 5 player is missing. Maybe they have a small number of starters and a lot of conditional go against these. We've seen 2 Blaze Headlongs, we've seen a couple of Lava Vein Loyalties, but if you don't have the starter, those cards are not great, and this fight doesn't even have Tide Flippers to potentially play out a 2-cost card with go again to get that chain going.
But now we're seeing the Dramai player come back with a single Ashwing, not having played a red card. So potentially now giving the Fi room to get another big turn in, because they're not going to have to defend.
And the Drumeye player has to be thinking, I've seen 2 really bad hands from this
Yeah,
Fi,
and
and
I've
I
not
can
been able to
see that this
capitalize on it.
Fi player has got really high quality cards in their deck. And they must be thinking to themselves now, okay, maybe I thought this Fi deck was below average, but actually maybe they've just been drawing badly. And if the Fi player has cleared out a lot of its subpar cards, you know what's coming next. It's going to be some really strong turns. No Arsenal on the Fi, so it's only going to be 4 cards. Does choose to Quell here. I think that looks like a pitch for a Quell. So will prevent all of that damage.
Interesting choice though to use your no, it seems to have
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe that was
maybe not.
something else.
I want to yeah. Well,
Yeah,
rather
interesting
in
choice.
arms.
That's a really strange one.
Maybe again, maybe they've drawn terribly. So
yeah. So it looks like that. Oh, it was a Quell. We see the boots get
yeah, that's
removed.
right.
So
Yeah. So that
and then chooses to
again,
play out of arms. I
maybe an
can't tell how good
indicator.
this 5 players deck is. We're seeing some amazing high quality
Yeah.
cards, and then we're seeing some real trash. I mean, this is fine.
I wonder though, Trip, because a Quell rather than a straight block there, I wonder whether they were just worried there was another card that would give the Ashwing go again. But it's unlikely at that point. They were just covering bases, and then they didn't have a hand, so they didn't mind just
Oh,
playing
and
out. Oh, that's
I
big.
was going to say this. I was going to say this is a easy. The Dromai player can block out that attack and follow up with 2 cards in hand and a card in
Yeah.
arsenal, and they have followed up with a really strong card here that they're
Breaker.
going to really pressure the 5 player. The 5 player is going to want to. So yeah, 3 block on the 5 takes 2. 5 already a card down to
Still 2
4
more
cards
cards
now.
to go though. Still go again, and a card in arsenal and a card in hand.
I can't see if that's a blue or a red. If that is a red lava vein, that's a really bad sign for the Fire. That makes me
Looks
think
blue to me.
it's gonna, it's got to be a 3 block, because if he wants to take these 2 Ash Wings, that will leave him on 1. And as we were saying, 6 health on the Dramai. It's doable.
So I think
It's,
I think he took 2 from the Dunebreaker down to 5, and he's taken 2 from the Ashwings down to 3. So
oh, right. Okay, there you go then.
but we're now raking the embers. He's going to make another 2 Ashwings.
Yep. He uses the sash for the resource needed for the rake the embers. Makes more. The 5 player still has a quell, but now the Drumeye player is demanding another card from the 5, leaving him with just 3 cards to try and push 6 damage. If the Drumeye player is left with just a single red, they can essentially, Kadachi, like Kadachi's with 4 Ashwings,
Or
try and
Ashwings.
take out the game.
And I wonder what's in Arsenal for the Dramai. I wonder if it's a big dragon, or whether actually it's something like sand cover that will just give him that extra help on a 4 block.
I mean, yeah, it could be. The trouble is, he's still, he's using his ash up as soon
Yeah,
as he
true.
can. Playing these rakes out, using up all the ash. I know a lot of Dramai players love to keep a single ash, even when they play the rake. I mean, this is obviously going for the kill. Makes perfect sense to use up your ash and get the 5 player down to 1. But it's
What did you
risky.
say about Fi? He's still on 1. He's still alive.
Yeah, he can still do it. I mean, the only issue is he had to give up 2 cards. One of them was a Lava Vein Loyalty, and that says to me that he's possibly not got the go again on that Lava Vein Loyalty. I mean,
Just
it
doesn't
was
seem to have the starters.
was a good block because he needed to do it. He needed to block 3 rather than 2, because otherwise he'd be dead. Oh, is that a Mounting Anger we see?
Yeah.
Great start. So
But
yeah,
he's got no cards in hand. He's got 2 resources floating, right? But no cards in hand, and only
had to
1
give
in
up
Arsenal,
2
and
cards.
obviously 1 in Arsenal.
And here comes the brothers in arms. Probably going to shut this down with a
Shut it
pitch as
down.
well to make an
Pitch and
ash.
make an ash. It's so good.
Because I was going to say, if the Drumeye player had drawn into a sand cover, that could be really awkward because he didn't have any ash to play the sand cover, but with the brothers in arms, he's able to develop an ash to cover that eventuality. I've won a couple of games against Drumeyes because they've had the sand cover in
Yeah.
hand, and it's been a 0 block because they can't play it without an ash, or they can't block with it without an ash.
So we're seeing the Drumai player go through the graveyards now, just to check maybe what they think they've got left, what finishes they've got. But we're seeing the Emberblade come in for 3, blocking with a sweeping blow, I think that is.
It's not looking good for Freddy Babes, I'm afraid.
Um,
He does heal, though. I
his
assume that
healing
was
bomb,
a
yeah,
healing balm, a beautiful card. Actually done me some good service in the
yeah.
past.
But
It
we now
is big,
have,
actually. That is probably enough to let the Fi player have another turn,
it
depending what
is,
the
yeah,
Drumeye player has in hand. The Drumeye probably committed a few blocks to that turn, thinking, I've got this locked, I can just
yeah.
block out damage, but now maybe thinking they would have liked to have kept an extra card. So really interesting stuff here. That
I'd
heal
imagine
could be really important.
they have a red go again card somewhere here. Maybe this is the play. Ashwing coming in, sand cover for 4 to enable. So the 5 player will presume maybe they don't have go again here.
Yeah,
Potentially a sand cover for that ash just to give go again.
I think the Fi player's got to be using their Quell here if they've
There we
got the
go.
blue.
Sand covers in. Look at
Yeah.
that. That's a nice play. In the reaction step or in the chainlink resolution step, you play your sand cover for no gain, apart from the fact that you enable go again for all your dragons.
Yeah, and the
And
5
it's,
player took that 1 there, thinking it
yeah,
was just the 1, nothing else to worry about, and now 3 more dragons coming in.
and now making another ash.
The 5 player hopefully can, has a blue, can quell, but doesn't seem to be doing it, and that's oh no, here we go. We
There we
do
go.
see
There we
the
go.
quell committed. I have to say, I'm seeing a lot of the cards in this 5 players deck. There seems to be a hi-fi pod, I would say, some quite subpar generics there
And
to
a
fill
dust up
out the
red to
5 deck.
finish, by the way.
Yeah. Oh,
That's a
lovely.
nice card to finish.
Right at the end of the chain. The 5 player gonna do. Thought it could get away with 1 card. And now has to commit another 3 block, a Cinderskin.
I mean, that's a really nicely structured turn from the Dromai player Inazumi there. Obviously, feigning no go again, enabling it with a card that you wouldn't usually see played on the Dromai turn, and finishing with dust up 4 for 0, no go again, but it threatens both
Yeah.
making an ash and an ashwing.
And the beautiful thing about it is that if the 5 player had a popper and popped the first dragon, you don't have to waste your sand cover. You can just not play it.
That's
You
true.
can just
Yeah.
keep it in Arsenal or put it away somewhere. So it's a really nice way to play the cards. And yeah, like Simon said, finishing with that at the end, doing to Fi what Fi likes to do to other people. Forcing blocks and then presenting something at the end that is just too big to handle. We see a scar. This has to be respected. It's full
Oh, you
damage.
can't really go down to 2 here as the Dromai. Well,
And
okay,
chooses
you
to do
can.
so. Yeah, I think the Dromai player, I think perhaps maybe doesn't feel like they can give up the cards. Wants
Yeah,
to but you'd think maybe they need 2 cards here to enable the go again on the dragons. We see a sift here, lovely 3 block non-attack on
that is
the
nice.
Searing Emberblade. That is probably all they wrote from Fi. Dromai
Yeah,
left with 3 cards. Maybe that's what they needed to enable the go again. I think we see another.
another Junebreaker blue, I
Yeah,
think this time. 1 for 3, go again.
2 resources floating.
I think this is it for Fi. I don't think they can block everything out.
So I think the last card in the Dromai's
Oh, actually,
players'
they do have Quell still.
hand is an Oasis Respite. So that should give everything go again if it's a red.
Apparently we're slightly delayed. I apologize. We are seeing the stream through Discord. So apologies if it's coming through late. We will try and get the tech support team on the ground to reset the stream before we start the next round.
Oh, it is already a red, so it has given the dragons go again. So the quell is committed. There's still one set of quell, but we now have 5 dragons on the field. So it's going to be very tough. And I think that might be 5 players surviving on 1 health. Yeah, we're gonna see another turn. But I think the Dromai player has the Fi where they want the Fi. As long as they've got a red card to play, this should be it. They get the Necria out. I think we saw did we see the Necria pitched, Simon,
We saw
earlier?
it pitched about turn 2, I believe. Yeah.
It has come round, and it's probably going to be what's needed.
That's probably all she wrote.
Yep. We see yep, and that
Lovely.
will be it. Congratulations to the Dromai.
Well,
Shutting out
again,
this game with the mass of Ashwings.
a massive board state. And again, Inazumi, good player, Pro Tour finalist or top 4, and really showing his worth there.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, another really good game. I mean, I'm loving these matchups, these varied matchups. We've not had a single Fi mirror yet, which is great because that can be pretty quick. A really enjoyable game, and yeah, like you say, Simon, a real Dromai. Really good play by the Dromai player there. You know, the 5 player, I think, clear that their deck was not had the highest quality cards in it, and did really well to pressure the Dromai so much to get them down so low, but wasn't able to secure a kill. Had a really big turn in the mid game, a really big turn at the start of the game, but wasn't able to keep up the momentum against the Dromai.
As you say, it was a real shame because they did have some quality cards in there, but the density of those cards just wasn't correct, and potentially a very crowded Phi pod. Maybe maybe we've seen the 2 Dromais from that pod in the first 2 games. So yeah, we're going to take a break. We're going to try and get the stream reset so we can stay a bit less delayed on the stream with our voices and the video, and hopefully see you back shortly for round 9, the last round of the day.
Yeah, join you back for the final round soon, and we'll see you later. Bye.
Hey guys, welcome back to the last round of the day, round 9 of round 3 of our second draft. And welcome back, Trip. Looks
It's
like
been an experience. Yeah, it's
yeah, you
been
guys.
a long day. Oh, we've seen some great playmats on the field as well. It's the Art House Syndicate Exude Confidence playmat, a very, very pretty playmat, and very pretty playmat on the other side as well. So, yeah, we are seeing another Dromai Icelander, which I think might be my favorite of the possible matchups. I don't know about you, Simon, whether you agree with that.
I think it can go either way easily, and maybe only a Phi being beaten by an Icelander is better to see. I don't know.
I do like to see. I don't like to see my own
No,
flag
no,
get beaten by
definitely
an
not.
Icelander,
No.
but I do like to see Icelander do well. We were a bit breadth of equipment on the Dromai side. We've got a full package for the Icelander. I don't know about you, but sometimes when I see that an opponent's hero doesn't have a lot of equipment, I actually sometimes think that might not be a good thing because sometimes people prioritize high quality cards over equipment pieces. But it also could just mean that they weren't able to take equipment because they needed to prioritize every card they could get.
I value equipment very highly, and I try and come out of every draft with a full suite of equipment. I think it's a little bit easier in Uprising because you get the headpiece for free.
Mm.
I am worried that this Dromai has only one piece of draft equipment,
Mm.
and it's not the best piece of draft equipment they could have got. So I think that is something to worry about. However, they've managed to. I mean, we see they've got dragons in their first turn. They're pitching for Helios Mitre to get some Ash, and they're
Getting
managing
Necria out, it looks
to get
like.
Necria out
When
turn
I
1,
saw
which is huge.
that Chromai in the pitch zone, I thought, gosh, what have they got that means they want
That's
to
better,
pitch
yeah.
the Chromai? And yeah, pretty good. And Necria is going to do the job, and Ash to spare. Uh, that said, using the Helios turn 1, great way of generating Ash for Dromai, but does now mean that this Dromai is very limited in terms of preventing arcane damage unless they can get their Ash Wings up. So I respect it. I like the play,
Yeah.
especially to get Necria out, but got to be careful. That Helios is now completely out of the picture, one-time use, and it's now been used.
However, like we said earlier, whenever Necria does damage or takes damage, it makes an Ash. So let's just see. I think this is going to be really good for supplementing their Ash production really early on. If they get a good rake in the next couple of hands, we should see plenty of Ash Wings out to help with that arcane barrier problem.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if we have any previous placings for these players. I believe Metatron was a top was
Well,
placed
Metatron took part in
in
last year's
last year's
Nationals,
nationals, but didn't make top 8. Was in 9 plus, and I'm not sure about
and
the other
then
player.
Raskok's also present at last year's Nationals, but did not top
Yes,
8. So
so
pretty evenly paced players in terms of. I don't think either of them made the trips to the Pro Tour events, which, as we know, could have been due to many factors.
Well, they're
But
a long way away, Simon. That's the thing, you know. The France one wasn't too bad for us
no,
Europeans, but New Jersey was a bit of a trek. We
it was a bit of
both
a
me and
splash.
Simon made the trip over, but it was a little bit pricey. We are seeing what looks to be a Oasis
Oasis
respite
Respite Blue,
played
maybe.
on the
Oh,
Necria, so fully
oh
blocking
no,
that
it
out
was a
and healing. So we are seeing the incredibly rare 19 health Icelander.
yeah.
Only the finest Icelanders are able of achieving such lofty heights as 19 health. But getting that Oasis respite out of the hand, not probably not going to get much more use out of it. And gets to start the game with 19 health. So I guess that's not too
I mean, it's
shabby.
an ideal start for Icelander. They're being able to block all 4 damage and get 1 extra health. It's a great draw for their first turn.
Yeah, the beauty of starting with less life than the other heroes is very often a disadvantage, but certain cards Oasis Respite, Findel's Fighting Spirit, and of course Scar for a Scar do have a benefit when you're lower life. So starting that way by default can sometimes
So
be
let's see what the Icelander can do with a full hand.
yeah.
We are
Looks like a
seeing
dampen, I
Dampen,
believe.
very
That's
strange.
so an interesting card, not a card you would probably choose to draft very often. I'm not even sure how good it is in the mirror. It's quite an interesting one. The amount of arcane you deal, you then prevent that much arcane. But I guess it's
But it's
just
still a
kind of
high
worth a play
arcane
out.
card, right?
Deal a bit of
So
damage, yeah. I'm not sure what Dampen does as a base. I could
just
always
trying to
look it
find
up.
out. So it
Yeah.
does 4 as a base. A
Yeah,
red
so
does a 4.
slightly below rate. You'd really realistically you want your 2 cost reds to be doing 5 damage like Ice Bolt does. But I think he'll take it as a 2 deal 4, especially when the Drumai has no AB at all. So this should go through, and it does without much of an issue. And of
A really
course,
tricky
follow
spot
up with the moon.
for the Dromai to be in without even having the stilettos, to be honest. Um, I think for Phi, you could make an argument that going without the Tide Flippers is acceptable because you can usually push enough damage against the Icelander to make it count and get it over with quickly. But with Dromai, you tend to try and build the board state, and unless you've got the big cards with Go Again, it's going to be really tricky taking those big hits and then trying to race to the finish.
And AB is so, I mean, this is a big play for the Drumai, but just quickly to say AB is so good for the Drumai because they can generate ash from it. They can, pitch a red to AB, and that's not something that this Drumai has access to, but they have followed up here with a really strong play. We now have Necria and 3 Ashwings, AB3 online, really demanding a Scorch. Is it Scorch
Singe.
from the was it? Singe.
Singe.
Singe, Scorch. They all sound the same to me.
All of the above.
But we do see an Arctic incarceration come out from the Icelander in response. And we also see, Simon, I think, is that a Phoenix Flame being pitched by the
It is a
Drumai?
Phoenix Flame being
Which
pitched
is
by the Dromai.
always a sign that maybe the Drumai has maybe not the best or wasn't able to fully complement their deck with the red cards that they want. It's not
I
the
did
worst, don't get me wrong.
previously, however, there may be a reason. So they may have a Flame Call or a Flameborn. They may
True.
have a Burn Away. Although if they had a Burn Away, I'd expect them to play the Phoenix Flame so they can banish it from graveyard later. So there may be a reason that it's in there. I definitely had both a Flameborn and a Flame Call in a deck from a draft recently, and having the one Phoenix Flame to go and find can really come up good sometimes.
Yeah. So the Drumai player, they've had a great start with Necria and followed that up with 3 Ashwings. But the lack of AB prevention, I think, is going to be a trouble. They developed AB3 with these Ashwings, but they need to preserve that. And if the Icelander has the cards in deck to deal with these Ashwings, that's going to be really difficult for them to do. So
We see Quell used on all 3 Ashwings, the Slippers, and then we're coming in with the Necria for 4.
yeah, early Quell from the Icelander.
And I think that's reasonable if they're going to be able to get damage out this turn and next turn.
It also
now-
suggests to me that perhaps the Icelander has the answer. If you've got
Yeah.
the one that kills 3 Ashwings in hand, why not why not Quell now? Because you're expecting to get
Yeah.
rid of them any second.
Yeah.
So
Let's see if you've called that one, but I like the reasoning for
the
sure.
prediction, yeah. I mean, you see 3 Ashwings coming at you. It's a great chance to use Quell, isn't it? So
It is,
I
yeah.
would understand if it was just
Makes
good
massive
use.
value of a blue card as well, especially a blue Arctic, which I think blocks for 2, so it's actually blocked for 3.
Yeah, let's see what the Icelander player does here in response to this.
So Necria's done the first spot of damage to Icelander, then got its -1 health counter.
Yeah, it's a nice sizable board here, and we do see another Arctic incarceration come out, it looks like. Or is that a frosting? Can't quite tell. It
No,
looks
it
like
looks
an
like an Arctic
Arctic
incarceration.
incarceration. I
Giving 2 frostbites, so it must be a yellow.
think it's 2, could be 3. The light is shining quite strongly on the
And then move
frostbite
straight
card.
to Arsenal. So
So yeah, not killing any of the Ashwings. This is an opportunity for Dramai if they can work through. Probably needs to consider at least 2 frostbite.
that being
One
said,
on the
Trip,
field, one in the arsenal.
if you had a blue Singe, you would probably put it in Arsenal and play it on the
You would.
opponent's turn to stop their attack, wouldn't you? So
You definitely would, yeah. Um, and we'll see what happens with that. It could be a great way to shut down this turn. And I wonder if the Dramai player is going to want to play out the small dragons first rather than the Necria. So the Necria doesn't get popped, but they might pay for that. We see a billowing Mirage. Is that what that
yeah,
one's called?
yeah.
It's really testing our uprising
Card
card knowledge because we
recognition
can't see
skills.
the names of the cards. We're working solely on the images from our stream, so I think we're doing a pretty decent job. We've done too many
That
uprising draft
that'll
clearly.
be a billowing mirage, which will obviously come in as an attack and allows you to make an ash into an ashwing.
Which the Dramai player chooses to do because they have this nice steady supply of ash coming from their Necria.
So we've now got 4 ashwings on the board plus a necria.
Mm.
We
Yeah.
see Icelander choose not to block. Instead, they play the. Is that an Ether Hail from
That's the wizard one that does a single damage
Ether Dart?
ether dart. So no
Yeah,
frostbite, a little bit of arcane, but
but
the
they have
Dramai
stopped with.
player I
Yeah,
think had it covered. So it's gonna be
that should be the end of the Dramai player's turn if it was attacking a
Oh, is it
Ashwing.
on the dragon? Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
very good. So I didn't catch that. So yeah, that should
so it
be
killed
that
the
shut
Ashwing
down
before it became an attacking, and therefore go again does not resolve in the chainlink resolution step.
and comes in, pitches an ice bolt for the waning moon, a blue ice bolt it appears. So that says to me the Icelander player must have a much better arsenal than a blue ice bolt, which is pretty
There's
good
still
card.
2 cards in hand.
Looks like, or maybe has another ice bolt in hand actually. No, pitches that, and just waiting for comes in with that is
An Ether
uh
Ice Vein? Or is that an Ice Bind?
I think it's
Sorry.
an ice bind. Yeah. Yeah, I think ice bind. So we're seeing essentially a lot of sort of,
A
the
lot of back and forth.
bit of back and forth. The Necria is still relatively big, I think. The Drumai player has not been able to attack with the Necria because of the chain link getting popped. But that obviously means that it didn't lose a health. So it's a bit bigger than it would be otherwise. It starts at 7 health, loses a health every time it attacks, um, takes damage, I think it is. Oh no, it makes an ash every time it attacks and take damage, and then it loses a health or something like that. Something along those lines.
So yeah,
And
whenever it deals damage or takes damage, it loses 1 life
there you go.
and makes an ash.
Yeah, so because and here we go again, the Drumai player has a Phoenix Flame to essentially give all the
Go
dragons go
again.
again. It's not doing any damage, but it's doing its job. Um, the Icelander's still got a really good chunk of health.
Not only
Probably
that, they've
wants
got an arsenal. I think
Yeah,
you cannot, as a Dromai, you cannot underestimate an Icelander with an arsenal. As we saw last turn, it stopped their whole turn flat because their
yeah.
Ashwing died as
This is the
soon as it
thing: is
attacked.
the Drumai player is choosing to attack the Ashwings. Makes perfect sense. You don't want your Necria to be popped,
Yeah,
but if the Necria is not attacking, you're not generating Ash. And the Necria comes in for 4 and has a lot more health and is not going
yeah.
to get popped by an Ether Dart or a Frosting. So you have to find the right balance. You have to decide, what do I fear more?
Yeah.
My Necria getting popped by a 6-power card, or my Ashwing getting popped by a Dart or a Frosting.
So I think
That's when
we've
you need to
seen.
think back to the draft. What cards were coming round? How many 6-power cards do you see? How many do you think there are out there? I'm gonna try and take that risk, or whether you or not take
So
that risk based on.
I didn't see what card came out of Arsenal to pop the Ether Ashwing there.
Looks like a Dart based on the grave.
But yes, that would be a reasonable assumption. And we're down to now one Arcane Barrier for
Mm.
the which they've managed to pitch a red for, create an Ash just before the end of turn to prevent one from the waning moon. But I completely agree with you. It's the Necria is unlikely to be targeted by the Icelander player with cards that aren't going to kill it.
Well, this is the thing. The Dromai players had 2 turns now where they've not presented. They've basically not presented 8 damage by not swinging with the Necria first. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a huge risk that your Necria is getting popped.
And
Uh,
then we see a
but you're not really getting value if you're not attacking with Necria. You're not making an Ash. You're not
yeah.
pushing the damage.
So we're seeing a bit of a power play by the Icelander here. They've used the Glacial Horns to freeze the Arsenal and one of the Ether Ashwings, and now they've come in to kill Necria with a red Brothers in Arms, which does
There you go.
the 6 damage. It's already on -1, but if it hadn't been on -1, it would have taken damage and lost all 7 anyway. So
And for such a strong card, Necro being such a strong card, it didn't have that much of an impact on this game. Like, obviously, it demanded a card from the Icelander. It got that
well,
6 coming in at it, but it didn't create much ash. It didn't force that many blocks for the Icelander or do that much damage. It
and
didn't
as you
really
said
achieve
on
its
the very
potential.
first turn, they used their Helios Mitre to get it out in the first place. So
Mm.
was it really worth it?
I think that they needed to be attacking with that first. There was probably some very talented Drumai players that said, "No, that's crazy. It will just get popped. Uh, why do that?" But because of the way Necria works, because it has to attack to make Ash, I think you've got to be swinging in that because there's such a high risk of your uh,
Also, the
Ashwings getting
Ashwings
popped.
they end your turn when they get
Yeah,
popped. So
why not attack for 4 and then let your turn end, right? Like that. That's fine. Swinging for 4, we all know how good that is. But yeah, we
here we're
see
seeing
here,
a
yeah, like nice big attack from the Dromai coming in. Gets a brain freeze.
Icelander choosing to take some damage here. Again, they have an Arsenal. Maybe they're just
Ooh,
the
uh,
Embermore. So that's a nice blue pitch coming in for maybe 3 or
big
4 or 5, and then a 5, 6 or 7 or an 8, depending on the
big
colors.
combo, big combo. 7 coming in here. This is your dream. Uh, you know, 3-card hand, right? The go again into the big 1 and 2 picture blue. It's and it takes a
Singe.
Singe, though of course not as relevant now that the Icelanders done a great job of managing the Ashwings, and not just killing an Ashwing but ending a turn at the same time. Really, really good. And the Dromai is down to AB1, and the Icelander has a card left, has a card in Arsenal. What will we see come out here? It is another Aether Dart. That to me is probably a red Aether Dart. Uh, that would make sense as an Arsenal card just to push 3 damage, especially now that they've mitigated the AB, so they can't prevent that much of it. Probably going to get 2 through here, and then just Arsenal a card. But out comes the sand cover.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's an interesting move actually, considering they've only got the 1 Ash remaining.
Hmm. That suggests maybe they don't have a dragon to develop here, which is tough. Or they have another way of creating
Pushing
ash.
damage, yeah. Well, they've kept the Ash on the board.
Hopefully that will get removed shortly. We might be it might just be a lag. We got a little bit of lag with our stream. It's been running for a long time, this stream today, so a little bit of lag, but we'll see if that gets removed or not. I think it was a sand cover, right? Yeah.
It looked like a sand cover to me. I may be wrong. But now we have a chance. Is that wow? So if it well, now we have a Kyloria on the board. Is that right?
Mm,
So
maybe
if that
maybe it's representing Ash with like +1 to what they've got the card and then they add on. I don't know,
maybe
but
maybe wrong.
we'll give the benefit of the doubt. And we just have the Caloria. God, I can't pronounce any of these dragons' names. Coming in, it's a pretty uh, irrelevant on hit effect comes in for 4, draws a card if it hits, but it's a very low health dragon. I think it only has 2 health.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
hopefully should be manageable by the Dromai, if they're able to keep a card to ping it, or could even ping it now from Arsenal if they've got the Ether Hail.
It looks like I was mistaken. I think there was a 2 dice on the ash
There we
before
go.
the sand. I think the lag just caused us to make that
Makes
mistake.
sense. Makes sense.
So we have an interesting decision then, as we say, for the Icelander to make. 4 damage in itself doesn't seem like a crazy amount, but it is a very good break point for the Dromai player, and it does draw a card if it hits. Or take an item, but I don't see any items on the Icelander side.
Yeah, snatch on a stick, right? Pretty good. But will it? I imagine the Icelander players thinking, how can I block this out and then also kill it in response?
Yeah.
And it's like you were saying in the other game, Simon, there's probably a point where this Icelander starts to run out of reasonable threats. Doesn't want to let the Dromai have a nice full hand because they don't want them developing Ashwings again. They've already put so much work into getting these Ashwings back down. They don't want to then let the... Oh, that's a nice response there. A nice Oasis Respite to prevent that, presumably, in full, not letting the draw happen. And then in comes the Ashwing for 1.
So they don't get the health gain this time, but they do stop the dragon hitting and are drawing a
And
card.
in comes a Frosting from Arsenal and killing that final Ashwing. Really nice, because not only did they prevent the damage from the main dragon, they left themselves with 2 resources. They then played out a non-attack for free, and they still have 2 resources left for Waning
And now
Moon.
they can Waning Moon for 3, and they can't, and the Dromai can't block it, which
Yeah.
is a really nice turn.
Which is huge. A really good turnaround there from the Icelander player. What was looking a little bit risky. The Dromai player is not pitching because they don't have a B anymore. They do still have Quell, and here comes the Waning Moon for 3. Yeah, beautiful like line of play there from the Icelander. Things lined up very well for them there, but
Very good.
knew what they had in Arsenal, knew what was being presented to them. The Oasis Respite combined perfectly with the Waning Moon and the 0 cost from Arsenal. And it's just, you think you're on the upper hand as Drummer, you're coming in with a dragon, you've got AB1, and suddenly you don't you've lost all your AB and the damage was completely prevented. And the Drummer is getting down to some pretty low health totals. To remember, the Icelander is still on 14, healed up to 19, and since then has only taken 5 damage. Things might be a little bit different if the Drumai had been able to push through a bit more damage with that Necria earlier. Comes in with a sweeping blow here to start off the Drumai player's turn. Pitches a flex to do so, which I think generates
Another dampen pitched.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice of card. You don't see them very often in draft. It's as you said earlier, it's a bit expensive. But coming back with an Ether Hail, giving the Frostbite.
Ether Hail here really big. It looks like the Quell might have been used. I see it turn sideways and 2 cards being further cards being pitched.
Yeah.
That Icelander player must be thinking, the Quell is, once that Quell's gone, my damage is
Open
very
house,
much
right?
on the table,
But Dromai does have 2 Ash available. So if they can, as you said earlier, if they can develop those dragons.
Exactly. It
It
might
looks
cause
like
the
Icelander might
Icelander.
have a Frosting in hand, which is a good Arsenal card, like we said.
Yeah, Frosting basically representing, ending in the opponent's turn and pushing through 1 damage from Frosting, 3 damage from Waning Moon if you pitch a card as well. The Icelander
Dromai
has
has
still got Spellfire Cloak. Sorry, the cloak means that they can Arsenal an Ice Bolt Blue, which is great. Still able to play the Ice Bolt and the Waning Moon with the cloak, with the extra resource. It's always good to have in the back. If that's what you have to do, that's what you have to do. it's looking really tough for the Dromai. The life total distance is getting very stark.
It is
10
looking a
life
little
here.
bit bleak. However, there's still one card left in Arsenal and one resource remaining, and the Icelander still has to choose whether to defend this sweeping blow.
Uses
Bit of a
the
oh, the
gloves
quell.
here.
The quell.
Yeah. Either quell or is going to push.
I don't think they can push any more
I don't
arcane.
think they've frozen anything yet.
No.
So
I think they're just using it purely for the quell. Can
makes
the
sense.
Demai player
Makes
get
sense. Is
round?
if the dragon comes through for 4 and you've got 1 left on quell, that's just an easy 3 block and quell against the 4 of the dragon.
Yeah, so we're
But
now seeing the Skittering Sands play to make an Ether Ashwing with 4 attack.
yeah.
As you say, the Quell can be used again to fully block this, but then you've got the Kyloria coming at you as well. So are they going to block all of this or all of the Kyloria? Or
Yeah.
both?
Tricky one, this. If the Icelander had waited on the hail,
Yeah, it could have ended the turn here.
could have also maybe targeted the dragon, but it still very much feels like it's the Icelanders in control here.
It
You
does,
know, the
but
Drumline's
we've
doing great stuff. Takes the fall, comes in with the dragon that will draw off the top.
we've said this a couple of times in the games we've been a part of so far that they have swung either way. So now the Icelander's down to 8.
And the Drumai is back up to AB1. But we did see that frosting. We did see the ability to shut down the turn. Maybe the Drumai will change things up. Maybe they will open with the bigger dragon so they can get that damage through. But of course, it is risky. Very easy to deal the damage required to kill the bigger dragon, because the bigger dragon's only 2 health, right? It's still very killable by the Icelander.
No Necria, is it? 7 health.
No, it is not.
Okay, so Icelander's passed, and now we have another Billowing Mirage. Is that Sweeping Blow? Sorry.
You know, it's gonna create an ash. It's gonna, you know, present damage that the Icelander player doesn't want to see, but relatively easy to block out.
Yeah, 3, go again, make an Ash, and then the Kyloria comes in.
We see, I think that's an Insidious Chill pitched.
Interesting. Nice
That
card to
looks,
draft, yeah, but very hard to get off in this draft environment.
and it looks like, is that a
Another Icebind.
Icebind coming out?
Is it killing the dragon, or is it going for Dromai?
Icebind blue. It's another 0 cost steal 1. Hopefully killing the little dragon. But
I
it
think
might
they may
even
have
be
actually gone.
pressing the
Yeah, I
attack
think he's
here.
pressing the advantage on the Dromai. So he's allowed the Caloria to draw a card, it looks like.
Yeah, because the Dromai player still has a resource floating, can shut down a waning moon here for unless the moon's already been used. I can't tell. Has been turned sideways, so I assume that that's already been. And out comes an Uvia,
Interesting.
which
And
is
Uvia is a great
relevant.
dragon,
Really
but
needed this much sooner in the game. Like,
yeah, has 6 health, so difficult to kill. Only does 1 damage, I believe, but it does make you Ether Ashwings every turn, as long as you
yeah,
remember the trigger. So I've sort of lost where that turn has gone. I don't know
So
where.
Uvia
So he's
only
taken the
makes.
one.
So this is the thing. Uvia's only going to make that Ashwing at the start of the turn, right? It presents
Yes,
one
if you
damage.
have the Ash available.
That means that the Icelander's going to only have AB1 on Icelander's turn, but should have AB2.
Depending on the draw here, we may see
Icelander goes down
Icelander
to 1. They've got
pop
an
some.
Ice Bolt in hand.
Yeah,
That's a red Ice Bolt. That could
so that should
be
do it. That should do it.
needs
So
to
that's
block
why.
out there, and it's going to be interesting. If that's a blue Ice Bolt, it could be time for the cloak, like I was saying, the
Yeah,
ability to present 2 and 3.
at least get the cards out of hand.
The 2, of course, will kill the one of the two out of the 3 of the dragons, but that Uvia is going to keep developing. No Ash, though. No Ash, as I can see. Really close and interesting final game of day 1 of the Polish nationals. They've all been. I was saying to Simon, in terms of draft, some of the best draft games that I've watched. Really close matchups. This is going to be big for here. What can the Icelander do? Is they going to go for lethal here? Out comes the Ice Bolt. And again, like we were saying, literally as we were saying earlier, that Spellfire Cloak enables the Ice Bolt and Waning Moon.
On the
Only
opponent's
one
turn.
Ashwing. That Ice Bolt blue is going to be coming in for 3 damage. That's 2 coming through. And that Waning Moon is going to be coming through for 3. This should be a lock, unless the Drumai has something that can
So an Oasis Frostbite would help here.
present the damage. Goes down to 1.
And then the
Icelander
moon
taking
for
their
3.
time. Comes in with the moon. Didn't even need the cloak. Had the cards in hand to make it work.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Lots of Ice Bolts.
Lots of
Ice Bolts
Bolt.
everywhere.
What a game. That was absolutely fantastic. That was a
Again.
really great final game to watch today. These Icelander Drumai matchups are so close. Can the Drumai develop the AB they need to close out the game and just prevent the damage that's coming at them? And I do think those earlier turns where the Drumai chose to attack with the smaller dragon rather than the Necria were
Yeah.
pivotal. We did see a popper from the Icelander, but I just think you've got to be pushing that 4 damage in and getting the Ash. It's
It's tricky because every time you attack with an Ether Ashwing and Icelander has an arsenal, they threaten the end of your turn and the loss of one of your arcane barrier.
you have to be
So
asking
it's a
yourself,
really difficult decision.
what is more likely? Is it that the Icelander has the card in arsenal that can pop my small Ashwing, or do they have the 6 power card in hand? And I just think it's probably much more likely that they're going to pop that Ashwing. And in many ways, those Ashwings are so valuable. They are your AB. You think,
That's
oh, I
it.
don't want to lose my Necria, but you need that AB to close those games out. You need those Ashwings. You can't risk losing them and ending your turn. Anyway, it's very easy for us to sit up here in
It
our
is.
casting booths, not that we have one of those,
If
and
only we had one of
criticize,
those. Wouldn't that be
because
great?
any other game, I come in with that Necria and they immediately pop it and I just lose the game there and then. So that's the way it goes sometimes. You make a risk, you take a decision, and you have to calculate what you think is the best thing to do. Simon, we have finished day 1 of Polish Nationals. It has been an incredible experience. I've been casting for exactly 10 hours, I
What a
believe. So
marathon.
it's been a lovely day. I've had a great time, I must say.
What an absolute
Very, very
marathon.
enjoyable. I'd like to say a huge, huge thank you to FAB-LAB for hosting this, for providing the stream, for inviting us to be on, for allowing us to cast 9 fantastic games. A huge thank you to Shin for joining us for the first 6 games. We were saying Shin's basically an honorary member of Push the Point by this time. I'm very glad we
getting
gave him
there,
a
isn't
hat.
he?
He's definitely
Yeah.
earned at least
Friend of the
1
show.
hat. But Simon, do you have any closing remarks to make from the last few games you've watched?
I think we build this as, or many people build this as, one of the most competitive nationals around the globe, and I think we've seen that today. Some of the top level play we've seen has been fantastic. The draft games have been very interesting, back and forth games. We've seen some great decks in CC meta. So yeah, come back, join us tomorrow. We've got 6 more games, 3 CC, and then a top 8 cut in CC. Come and join us, enjoy the games, and let's see who is ending up as Polish national champion.
Amazing. Thanks again, Simon, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Trip. See you guys tomorrow.
Later.